Throughout Australia and the rest of the world, welcome to the Melbourne Cricket Ground for 3AW's coverage of the 2022 AFL Grand Final between Geelong and Sydney. Bringing you this afternoon's action. In special comments, four-time Premiership coach and four-time Premiership player Lee Matthews, three-time Premiership player and Bradley medalist Jimmy Bartell, and Premiership player and three-time Conlon medalist Matthew Lloyd. On the boundary, it's Jackie Reed. And in commentary, it's a very good grand final afternoon to the best in the business, Tim Lane and Tony Leonard.
Craig Willis, a lot of love to you. Welcome everyone to the MCG. Picture perfect day in Melbourne. 25 minutes away from the bounce. And it is Geelong and the Sydney Swans, all thanks to Macca's. And don't forget the Monopoly game is going a 1 in 4 chance to win big at Macca's. And the stage has been perfectly set for the biggest day in Australian rules football by blistering performance from Robbie Williams. And as we just look around the whole ground at the moment, a few seats, not many, still remaining as we await the umpires. Simon Merritt in his 7th grand final appearance, and then the Sydney Swans to enter the arena and the Geelong Cats. And we welcome also to everyone that's got on board with us. Thank you for your support on through 3RW, but also to the wonderful sponsors that are here. And as I look around, Jimmy, at this magnificent MCG, I can't help but think of all the gear you want. You want to be heading to Bunnings. Make your lawn the best on ground this September, because there are no excuses for avoiding to do things, because Bunnings got the whole lot to make it fantastic. From about, let's say 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Jim, Lee, and also to you, Lloydie, welcome everyone. I know it's bleedingly cliched now, but what a great scene has been set by the Robbie Williams performance.
Absolutely smashed it. It couldn't have gotten any better. I'm getting messages from friends thick and fast, who of course a lot of Cats connections, as you know, good buddy here today, but they just can't believe how well Robbie Williams did. So it was perfect to start the game, perfect conditions today, guys, and as they say, Lee, if you can't get a kick today, you just can't get a kick.
Well, it's one of those things, I think, where anyone who's been involved in grand finals at any level, player, coaching, or even a band, you open the curtains in the morning, and when it's a clear blue sky, you say, this is going to be a good day.
Yep.
And that's what we've got in 22.
Lloydie, welcome to you. As I know you've been down on the concourse, but this is a glorious, glorious scene. How, as all three of our wonderful 3AW special commentators on Grand Final Day have experienced the ultimate, how do you contain the passion to make sure that your legs aren't like a Christmas jelly at 4 o'clock in the afternoon after you've had a gutful, and you're just trying to maintain some form of equilibrium?
Yeah, Tony, I think that I don't think too much about my playing career much, or you know, when you're out of it, you don't think, oh, I wish I was playing. But there are days that this is a day that you do have memories come flooding back and say, how lucky are you to be able to play on this day? Because you look around, and when you're within it, it's all about getting the job done and performing. But then when you can sit outside of it, you say, how lucky were we to play on this day? Because you just see seas of red and white, seas of blue and white. Oh, it's just there were not an empty seat in this stadium already to watch Robbie Williams. But in terms of, I was a nervous starter, Tone. I was a nervous type. But I used to know that James Hird was as well. So he was very nervous, and I'd watch the way he would handle it. And he would throw himself in. You'd often see his head getting strapped up or taped up. Yeah. He'd throw himself in that hard at his first contest because he was so nervous. And for him, that was his way of saying, okay, if I do that, my nerves will dissipate quickly. And then I'd go, okay, when the ball first enters the 50, I've got to just go kamikaze as best I can to try and get rid of my nerves, Tim.
Brings to mind Harry Madden, Tone, and how one day, muddy day down at Moorabbin, the coach said, as you're doing a lap to warm up, get a bit of mud and rub it on your body, get the feel of it. So Harry went out, took it seriously, and he picked stuff up and put it on himself. And the rest of the blokes are running around with him going, what's that bloody smell? That was the days of mounted police out on the ground.
So you've said Hurdy was the one to lead you in to playing bad. You wanted to see him do that. Now, Lee, it's a long time ago.
Yeah, I can't remember playing. But
there's got to, when you're playing in those magnificent Hawthorns.
Yeah.
Who was the one? You're the one that's going to set the tone for us. You as a younger player.
I reckon for most of my career, Don Scott. He was our sort of ruckman, really athletic and sort of wild, like the wild stallion running around the field. And we didn't know what he was going to do. The opposition had absolutely no idea what he was going to do, and they were pretty scared of what he might do. So he was a fantastic setter of the sort of effort, desperation levels in the team.
Jim, who was the talisman? First minute, I'm relying on you to get it done, and it sets the scene and sets the standard for the Cats.
I was pretty fortunate. I had a number of players who, the bigger the moment, the more they wanted it. And so you look on the half-forward line, I had Chapman and Johnson. In the middle, I had Joel Selwood, and down back, or just somewhere, Max Rook. Like the guys who just... They had this almost irrational confidence that they were the best person on the ground, and everyone thought of it, and they would almost smile at you and go, I reckon you're more nervous than me. Almost like playing the double bluffing game that I reckon I've got you already. That's the mindset that they had, and I think it permeated through the team.
Now, Lee, as far as that goes, your success multiple times, Collingwood and Brisbane, did you actually know that there was going to be one player to set the standard from the minute from both sides?
Well, when I coached, Tony Shaw was just a wonderful captain and leader and inspiration for Collingwood back in the day, and I was lucky enough to have Michael Voss, who was probably a bigger version of Shawry in the Lions days. So having two leaders like that who just did everything right and was so courageous and brave and sort of tough in the contest, that always set the scene.
3AW football, all thanks to Macca's. Glorious afternoon in Melbourne. And Lloydie, the umpires, of course, will be coming out in but a matter of moments, no doubt to a rather raucous round of derision. But the fact you think about someone's great achievement, we speak about the players playing multiple, playing in multiple grand finals and winning them. But we've got an umpire today, his seventh, Simon Meredith, his seventh grand final. That is an extraordinary achievement.
And Matt Stevic doing his 10th tone, the last 9 of them consecutively, which is a tremendous vote of confidence from those who make such decisions. Brendan Hosking making his debut, so a spare a thought for him as the umpires make their way out towards the middle.
They actually showed vision of them, the umpires department calling first grand final. Brendan Hosking just bawled his eyes out. Thank you. Just what it meant for an umpire. We don't see that like we do players.
It was interesting, Matt Stevic, when he was interviewed about this, he was the one who paid the decision. No, he just was talking about the decision that wasn't paid, the push in the back in the Collingwood Swans game. And what he didn't really say it wasn't a free kick. He said, no, that was the free kick. It was coached to be not a free kick. So the umpires are very much coached these days as well, Tim. They don't go by the seat of their pants.
No, it's true, yeah.
We're in the Sydney rooms, got great vision of John Longmire, his final message. And pretty much this is where you hand over to the players, and you can't do a heap now with your John Longmire. 95% of it's done in your planning throughout the week. And now he hands over to them, and they're both fast starters, Jimmy. They're good sides for a reason, both fast starters, Sydney and Geelong.
Well, Sydney in finals in particular, you think of all their great finals wins, they've got out to a flyer, but I heard Steve Johnson talk when he was an assistant coach at the Swans saying that last little grab that John Longmire grabs his players, he goes, even as an assistant coach, he goes, I want to throw the boots on. He just has a way to really spark the team.
And Callum Mills, Tone, leading out the Sydney Swans with Luke Parker there, and Logan McDonald and Josh Kennedy, quite emotional, but giving a handshake to every player as they go up the race.
Are they hearing anything at the moment? They're probably very close to it now, though, Lloydie.
Yeah, they would be, but good signs for Sydney. They look pretty relaxed on the faces. Callum Mills playing in his first grand final. Luke Parker, he won a premiership in his first season with the Sydney Swans. They look good.
Here's the roar. The Sydney Swans. The banner acknowledging 200 games to Jake Lloyd. What a player he has been. They await the plumes of dry ice filling the MCG, and here is that magnificent theme song.
By day and by night, lift that noble banner high, shake down the thunder from the sky, whether the odds be great or small, Swans will go in and win over all, while our loyal Swans are marching onwards to victory.
So the Swans having their photograph taken. While I've got you there, Lloydie, your namesake, Jake, 200 game. not only is that a significant milestone, but what a day to achieve it.
Yeah, 250 games for Zach Toohey, 200 games for Jake Lloyd, and the 40th final for Joel Selwood, passing Michael Tuck for the most finals ever played, and it'll be his 32nd final at the MCG. Joel Selwood, what a record it is for him.
As they head towards the Punt Road end, the banner being folded. And I know, Jim, that wonderful old expression about success having many fathers and failure as an orphan. Who wants to put their hand up for the recruitment of Zach Toohey?
It's a good one. Stephen Wells, Andrew Mackey, all the team there. But not only is he just doesn't miss footy, he's become a great kick. They rely on him. He can play multiple positions and just slotted straight into the Cat side like he'd been there from day one. So he'll have a big say on this game today.
So that is the cheer from the red and the white, well represented here at the G as they loosen up there, Lee, at the Punt Road end. And Lee, now we can see with Joel Selwood leading this mighty team about to head out into the MCG.
And they're also going out with young Levi Ablett, Gary Ablett Jr.'s first boy there.
Nice touch.
Yeah, it's really nice touch.
Yeah, he and partner Jordan, we've well chronicled the challenges this young man faces. As Selwood, what a leader he is. And this will be some sort of roar when the assembled throng here sees this mighty team one game away from completing a magnificent season, as Levi being held by father Gary Jr. as he's being passed now. Jimmy, take us through this emotional time.
Yeah, it's actually, I'm getting really emotional watching it. We know young Levi's got some battles, but look at the big smile on his face. It is such a good moment in footy.
They gently caress through the banner, as Levi Abler's passed over to father Gary and Gary's partner Jordan as well. And you cannot help but become, I agree with you, Jim, extremely emotional with a sight like that.
Oh, footy does amazing things for people, and just a moment, where they do a tough Jordan and Gary with what they do with Levi, and just to, what a moment he'll have for the rest of his life, that he was out there on the MCG with Joel Selwood on grand final day. And amazingly, Joel, he's how many years between drinks for him? He and Lance Buddy Franklin just have been a long time between drinks and have been out on this stage, and which one will taste their fourth premiership? Oh no, Abbott's going for number 3, isn't he? And Joel Selwood, what a record he's got.
Game 355, Jim, when he played his first game, I know it's been often spoken about, but did the players down at the Cattery know that this was a born leader?
I think we worked it out in the first 24 hours at the footy club. He wasn't messing around straight away. He just inserted himself into the group beautifully. For me, I think I've spoken about this. I lived with him for some time. Since day one, we became close, firm mates, and I feel like a proud big brother watching him. And again, the recruiting person who said he had a dodgy knee and he won't last past 50 games, I think he might be struggling for some work these days as a recruiter.
Plenty of them.
One day he's right, it'll run out, but it might be game 400 when it does run out, his knee ligaments. It's been extraordinary.
Yeah, hopefully we get another player. We thought it maybe David Mundy get to the magical 400 games, but Joel Selwood, certainly the evidence of this year and certainly in the last few weeks, is going as well as ever. We'll hear from the coaches now. Let's go. At his press conference yesterday, senior coach of the Geelong Footy Club, here is Chris Scott.
I used to think 30 years ago, whenever it was, that you could just isolate yourself from the week and just treat it like another week. I think if that was possible then, it's impossible now. So you've almost got no choice but to embrace it, which is the right way to go anyway. Like, it's so hard to get to this situation. So, the only way you can muck it up is to try to hide away from it, I think. So embrace the moment.
Interesting thing, Lee, because that certainly would have been a change as from years ago when it was basically we don't want to see anyone around, just keep everyone to yourself. And to hear that now from Chris Scott and his record is absolutely extraordinary.
Well, in 2001, when the Lions were in the grand final, he and his brother Brad said, no, we didn't want to do the grand final parade, we're going to play golf, because we always play golf the day before we play. But they were in the parade every year after that. And to be honest, I reckon the grand final parade is one of life's great joys. And it's nothing to do with how you're going to play today. It's just a great joy to be part of that part of the grand final parade. So Brad's changed his tune a little bit on that basis because you can't remove yourself from all the extras on grand final week.
And now time to hear from his presser yesterday, and that is the senior coach of the Sydney Swans, John Longmire.
We had the high expectations internally. We want to give these blokes a crack at playing finals every year. That's our role as the footy department, is to give your players a crack at the finals every year and give your supporters some hope. And we're pretty determined to do that. And last year we were disappointed to get bailed out in the first week, even though we played some good footy in the second half. And this year we've just had confidence in our playing group. They're good. They're a good group.
Lloydie, as both sides get to today to the grand final, it is hard to imagine two teams in better form playing on the stage. No one really has limped in. You might say the Swans, they were the better side last week, but both sides have been very good, Nick.
Yeah, looking at some stats during the week, Tone, and it's the first time in VFL AFL history that both teams enter a grand final on winning streaks of more than 6 games. So, 15 for Geelong and 9 for the Sydney Swans. So I could see the steel in the eyes of both teams. They just genuinely believe they're good enough and are going to win. Yeah, sometimes you have a team that isn't so strong, but you wouldn't surprise anybody, I think, if either side won this grand final. I know Geelong have won 15 in a row, but the form Sydney are now in, and a lot of their numbers suggest they've been the best side for the last 2 months because of the pressure they bring to the opposition keeps them in most games.
Let's just take a few words from Uncle Jack Charles Varley, 1943 to 2022.
Power, but always with compassion and love at his end goal. Jack never judged a person by the colour of their skin, but the integrity of their spirit and their willingness to challenge the status quo. It was never too late to change. He was proof for it. Whether you're someone who's ended up on the wrong side of the tracks or that part of the bigger landscape within the organisations and institutions across this great nation, you too can be part of that change. It started with the individual. You have to listen with your blood, your life, your heart. You really have to listen. Uncle Jack did. Turned the transgressions of his life into the virtue, and this became the wealth, and he gave it to everyone. Today is the ultimate day on the footy calendar. Please remember Uncle Jack. Have a cup of tea there with Dr. Alan Aylett up there somewhere, and have a great day. Enjoy.
Great tribute has been paid at the MCG to both Doc Aylett and Uncle Jack Charles. We are 7 minutes away from the start. The players, Sydney taking their run-throughs at the Punt Road end, City end, which already is starting to become rather shaded. Geelong is down there. Lloydie, Lee, Jim, your thoughts, just before we get to the acknowledgement of country by Hamish McLaughlin. Have a look around. What are you seeing? Anything that is pretty stock standard?
No empty seats, I know that.
No empty seats, and the two premiership ambassadors, or the two men who are going to present the cup. Paul Kelly was my favourite player growing up, even though he played for the Sydney Swans, and Cameron Ling obviously went to school, good mate, premiership captain of mine, so two absolute champions of the game down there.
Final word, setting the scene for us on this wonderful afternoon, thanks to the Watchdog app, where you can see vision of every Victorian Greyhound race live and free. Jackie Reid.
It's all set up for a magnificent day, of course, a max of 15. We're about 14 degrees now. It's pretty warm in the sun, and as we spoke about earlier, a bit of a swirly breeze that's ripping through the MCG at the minute. Just a reminder, Geelong's Medisub today will be Brandon Parfitt, and Sydney's will be Braden Campbell.
Excellent work, Jackie. Look forward to your fine work right throughout the afternoon. 3AW football, all thanks to Maccas, as Sydney have gathered, but the Cats slow to get over here, Lloydie. So the first minute or so, we know we want to see who settles better. Do you see either side jumping the other early?
Oh, anything can happen, I suppose. Anything can happen. But in terms of, as I said, I think the heat that Sydney bring, it's extreme. And we saw it against Collingwood twice. So Collingwood haven't found trouble with too many teams, but Sydney have beaten them twice off the back of their pressure tone at the SCG in the first quarters. That won them the game last week, their pressure early.
Let's head down to Hamish McLaughlin.
Traditional owners of the land on which we gather today and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. We acknowledge we play our game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and to the game of Australian rules football. Would you all please welcome Premiership Cup Ambassador Basher Hooley. To hand over the 2020 Toyota AFL Premiership Cup to Geelong Cats champion Cameron Ling and Sydney Swans champion Paul Kelly. If you're able, would you now please rise, remove your caps and join with Katie Noonan as she performs the Australian National Anthem.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free, with gold and silver and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty.
So the respective teams break. A minute or so away from the start of the grand final. The Cup ambassadors' storied careers, Cameron Ling and Paul Kelly, depart the scenes warmly, in fact rapturously received by the great crowd that is here. I'll send it over to you now, Jim, Lee and also Matthews. We've got a couple of minutes before the bounce of the ball. Jimmy, start us off.
So fascinated to see the matchups, Lee and Lloydie, because when we look back after the game, we go back to how the game started, who was on who set the tone for both, and through the middle of the ground, I know Mark O'Connor comes in. Does he probably go to Chad Warner, who can break the game open? We know Atkins and Parker will be probably pretty close to each other, cracking in. So I think the first 5 minutes, I think we'll see the matchups, which will go a long way to settling this game.
Well, O'Connor in for Holmes, is sort of your reading that he will take a specific matchup?
I think the way he plays his best football is if he's got a direct matchup with one of the best of the opposition. But again, they could just use him out on the wing as well, and I think that's the flexibility and the reason why he came into the 22.
Yeah, and starting on the ground too, Mark O'Connor. So Joel Selwood, Atkins, Myers, Guthrie. So starting the captain on the bench, as they have a lot in Joel Selwood. Warner on the bench for Sydney to start this game with Goulden and Paddy McCartan starting on the interchange bench. So it's interesting to see how the coaches view this. It's amazing grand final day because, it's just who stands up, who doesn't, who handles the heat. I think they look a lot younger in the faces. They looked a little more overawed at times, Sydney, in the national anthem. I like to read the faces of some of these players of how they look. I think the Geelong, a lot of them have been there, done that. Not a lot of them, but the experience of Jeremy Cameron and Tommy Hawkins and Joel Selwood, that'll only take you so far. But if Sydney can be in it for a long period, their young legs could be a factor, Tone. But I'm tipping the Cats to be not far too strong, but be too strong and win this grand final.
Jim, we've been here a number of times this year. Swans have won the toss, kicking to the city end. We have a look at the flags. I know we speak about, and Lee, we've spoke plenty of times, this so-called wind vortex. If you can sort of get it, just a few metres either of centre half forward, the ball certainly carries. And the flags are going full tilt today. I just wonder if there's going to be a little chance that may be the better end to head to.
I don't know, Lordy, and you, Jimmy, have been out there a lot, but from my experience, you can never really read the wind. I mean, the flags don't give you much indication. You get a bit of an idea as the game goes on, parts of the ground where the wind might be affecting the kick, but very hard to read in advance.
So here we go. Sydney to the city end. Geelong to the Punt Road end to take us through the opening passage of play. The best in the business, Tim Lane.
Thank you, Tone. It's Matt Stevick, the veteran, who begins it with the most impeccable bounce. And it's won by Dangerfield, who got a 15-metre bouncing kick forward. Stanley, the ruckman, attacked it, had it, but had to give it up in a tackle. Stolen by Parker for Sydney. He was tackled and the hand pass was loose. Papley did well, though. Got a kick out towards the southern wing. Toohey attacks it. At the start of his 250th game, the Irishman kicked beautifully and it fell onto the chest of Hawkins in the Dom Sheed forward pocket at the Punt Road end.
Suits him, this pocket. We all know he can shape the ball left to right, so typical right footer likes the opposite pocket, but this sets up well for Hawks' natural arc.
We saw Dangerfield in the prelim against Brisbane kick a goal within 20 seconds. It's amazing what it does for your confidence levels, the enthusiasm levels. This would be amazing for Geelong if Hawkins could stop this.
50 seconds have elapsed as he starts his approach. What a start it would be for Geelong. Very tight angle. And he's missed on the near side. A minor score. Geelong lead by that margin on the Shell V Power scoreboard.
Yep, Shell V Power 98, the premium fuel. As Blakey looks around to the city end. Looks like he's going to have to go wide and short to the southern side. Good lead up man. Papley can't take it. Halfback tackled. Lost it. Isaac Smith in there. Ball just shot out. Defensively, the Swans have it. Stevens kicks short. And the mark is intercepted. And in fact, there was a free kick back in play to Hawkins. Half forward, 65 out. Top of the square, Dangerfield. Ball carries the pack. Close to knockdown. Snap that time. It is, in fact, it's hit the behind post on the full. The kicker was Blitzarves. Free kick back pocket to the Sydney Swans. For Shell V Power, Tim, 2 minutes gone first quarter. Only score of the game. One behind to Tom Hawkins.
Swirling awkwardly early. Rampy kicks around the half-back flank. Cameron was up, couldn't hang on. Franklin's there, did well to capture the ball at ground level, but his hand pass missed McInerney, the player he was after, and it's straight to the boundary. So there'll be a throw in about 70 out from Geelong's goal front as the Cats begin doing all the attacking.
So ball back into play. Half forward, Geelong into attack. Punt Road end, one behind the only score of the game. Stengel runs at the ball. Blitzarves follows off. Ricochets off an opposition player. Just heads out of bounds, Lloydie.
Tone, yeah.
And we get another ball to be thrown in.
Just on the strategy like last week. So Blitzarves now into the ruck. Stanley goes behind the ball to pick up Sam Reid. And then they free up to Koenig.
It says Clark is taking Stewart to make sure Stewart can't be
So Blitzarves took it from the ruck. Goes forward. Ball spill. Chance for Hawkins, knocks it forward, close, broke a tackle, he draws a couple of men, handball back, Stengel round the body, brilliant smother that time, Rowbottom, 45 out, the Cats are into attack, Parker big tackle, his opposition player O'Connor going nowhere, and again Jim, another stoppage takes place inside 50 for the Cats, 3 gone on the Collins House time clock, 1 behind only from the Cats, they push forward.
Dangerfield trying to plough it through, couldn't go all the way. Parker in the mix at ground level. Plenty with him. There'll be a ball up.
All over him at the moment. I know it's only a couple of minutes in, but just dominated by Geelong, winning all the 1v1s in the territory battle.
Left forward pocket, Hawkins nurses it. Perhaps looking for Stengel, perhaps happy to find the boundary line because the throw-in puts it in a preferable scoring position for Geelong, opening up the angle. It'll be Hickey and Stanley, who played together as teammates at St Kilda a few moons ago. Oh, it was actually Blitzarves for Geelong. Taken by Rowbottom, sprayed his kick out on the full. Free kick to Geelong. touched off the
boot.
But saw Geelong do this setup actually really early in the year when they test it. What they do is they bring the forward out, Cameron, and they almost say to the opposition, you can keep having the ball 10 metres out from your goal, and they just play the territory game when the heat's on.
So stoppage, 45 out. Geelong still into attack. 4 gone. Only 1 minute. To the punt road end. Hickey, the tap. Dangerfield, great strength. Broke a tackle. Outside attacking 50. O'Connor tries to pick it up. Thought he grabbed Rowbottom high. Ball should come back, and it does. And James Rowbottom, League gets a free kick at halfback member side.
Under pressure, it's a matter of can they maintain the composure they had, maintain composure. Just allowed a shot at goal.
He marks Hickey, goes to Blakey, who's probably kicked it out on the full. Really under no pressure whatsoever, so Swans turn it over. And it will be a free kick to Cameron Guthrie, who just decides to go ever so, about 30 metres backwards to Duncan, closer to fullback. So basically the Swans' only attacking foray has been at Geelong's behest by going backwards. They bring it out the southern side as De Koning's kicked it out on the full. And, Matty, that's a decent mistake, giving Hayward a first real opportunity to set up for the Swans.
Yeah, 2 young players, Blakey, De Koning, under no pressure. Just kicked it out on the full. That's early nerves.
Selwood just on for Geelong after starting on the bench. Long ball, Hayward to within about 30 of goal. All Geelong at the back, but a couple of them perhaps got in each other's way. The mark not taken. The ball disappears under a pack, and there'll be a ball up. 25 out from Sydney's goal this time. And after absorbing a bit of pressure early, Sydney have their chance. Hickey there to do the ruck work. Spilling ball, socked by Parker to the goal square. He got under it, and a mark on the end of it to De Koning. Right in front of the goal, he's defending down at the city end of the ground for the Cats.
Yeah, 6 gone first quarter. Shell v Power scoreboard, 1 behind to Geelong. Really have sort of dominated, but not much to show for it at the moment. Deliberate build-up that time. Bad kick, Tui, the target they have missed. Hayward on top of the ball, 55 out, Sydney into attack. Parker dives on the ball, no surprise there. Tackled by Atkins, he's over it. I reckon he should get knocked off. Umpire is going to knock him off. And the free kick to Atkins.
And down the other, Robbie Fox, a real surprise, got the job on Jeremy Cameron.
So, the kick from Atkins, that's good, into the path of Duncan. Southern wing, tackled as he kicked it, gets it in toward 50.
Free kick.
Cameron, is it down the field or going back?
Going back. In the back push.
So, Duncan to take it, in between wing and half forward. Southern side of the ground, 1 behind Geelong. Shell v Power scoreboard, 7 minutes gone, short plays effective, and the Cats mark through College Asney about 60 metres out.
And he is going to place it into the forward pocket. Blitzarves edged out, was never going to be in the contest. It finds its way to the back and over the line for a throw-in. Only 5 around from the behind post, if that. Geelong once again deep in attack. 1 behind to nothing. And the Cats looking for some reward here as they keep turning the screw on Sydney. The ruckmen have no impact. Blakey knocked it, but straight to Cameron of Geelong. Quick kick with the left, surrounded by red and white, taken by McInerney. Hand pass for Florent to run onto it, and then bang it long. Just went as far as he could. No one able to mark. It falls to the front of a pack, and Selwood's dangerous for Geelong. Hand pass to Duncan. Kick though, smothered by Florent. Ball over the line. 65 out from Geelong's goal. Southern half forward flankers, they go to the punt road end. 7.5 minutes in, Geelong by a point.
Just on the stat sheet for First National Real Estate, contested possessions 12-6 in favour of Geelong.
Ball tossed in, half forward, 55 out, the Cats into attack. Blitzarves tries to knock the ball to the boundary line. Going in there, Hard Mills can't get it. Isaac Smith of Geelong sends him inside 50. Real chance that time. Bounced off the chest of Cameron Goulden, half-back won it. Gave to Robbie Fox. 1-on-1 battle. Good leap that time. Geelong take the grab. De Koning, early contender for the Foodworks mark of the day. 25 up the ground between wing and half forward. Southern side punt road in. Jeremy Cameron told to play on. Taken by Selwood. Selwood waits. He's going to turn it straight over. Sam Reid, Tim, with the intercept mark at halfback for Sydney.
Yeah, Breeze causing problems. Fox receives a hand pass. Kicks in the Franklin direction. Knocked away from him by Stewart, who battles on and soccers the ball 50 metres. Got it sweetly. Stengel's got it. Inside 50. Puts on the brakes. Just doesn't quite know what to do. Holds it. Centres. Got too much of it for Blitzarves. Blitzarves will battle at the back and see it over the line for a throw-in the left forward pocket. It's a very windy playing area at the moment, and both teams are having their problems with it.
Yeah, 9 gone on the Collins House online clock. Dominic Elafarchi in the team Open up your own online portfolio of investments today. 25 out. Geelong are into attack. Oh, Hawkins took it from the ruck. Kicks over the shoulder for a goal. We are away! Tom Hawkins, solo performance. First goal of the afternoon. All thanks to ResMed. ResMed.com.au to awaken your best. And Jim, a bit like Maxwell Smart, that's about the third time they've fallen for it this weekend. Him in the ruck, in the forward line, grabbing and goaling.
He's been doing it for the last 4 or 5 years, where he takes the inside forward 50 stoppages. You never take front position or get in a strength battle with him. You're better off just playing on his back shoulder and forcing Hawk to actually use ruck work. He just shoved Hickey out of the way and landed in his lap. But the way they're setting up is just allowing him to play the game in their front half, which when the heat's on and it's windy, just keep peppering it away. Get away from your own danger zone. Eventually you'll score.
Powerful finish was a big, strong man, Hawkins, and he just is too strong at ground level against the taller ruckman.
Had kicked just 4 in his last 3 games against Sydney. He's made a flying start, has the entire score. Hickey, a big win in the ruck, took it out of the air, kicked into the 50 where Franklin couldn't mark. Ball in dispute. Zach Guthrie gave to Henry. Standing start kick, but under fierce pressure. Warner gets back to collect for the Swans. Gets around to tackle. Kicks low to half forward. Not cleanly to Hayward. Got it now. Centering left footer will land 30 out. Franklin up. Might well have marked it, but didn't. Stolen again by Henry. Bombs away out towards the members' wing. Made pretty good contact. It stood up on its end. Taken by Selwood, who is taken high. Ooh. Funny thing that. Free kick. Geelong fans reckoning maybe 50. Sydney fans reckon he was lucky in the first place. Hand pass to Zach Guthrie. Kicked under pressure. Fell short. Blakey marks for the Swans behind the wing.
To the middle of the ground. The kick effective. Taken by Ryan Clark. 7-0 in favour of the Cats. Well, on the Shelby Power scoreboard. That's a bad kick. It ricochets effectively, though, to Parker. Parker handball. Hickey. Tumbler inside 50. De Koning gets the fist out. Ground level win as Buse just runs into an absolute tackle. He's going to... Momentum carried him forward. He's been knocked off for a hold.
Poor decision, if you ask me. I'm not sure what else he could do. Just picked up the footing.
Just took a step and was tackled. Mills to take the free kick. Get an idea of this, Bruce. If he decides to go long, he doesn't. To the top of the square. Sydney into attack. Franklin the leap. Ball spills. Front of the pack. Warner has it. Offhands can't get it. Blitzar's handball close. Geelong broke a tackle. Handball up to Rowan. Closer to centre half back. Handball to De Koning. Good use of the football. Myers round the body. Man free. Middle of the ground for the Cats. They're out this time.
Close again. Started really well. Hand pass to Myers. Draws a man and then gives to O'Connor, who gives it to Selwood. Back to O'Connor. Back to Selwood. Forward of the wing. Steering kick to half forward. Parker in the right spot though. Helped it to Blakey. Swings his left boot at it off the ground, but it'll fall into the lap of O'Connor, who marks it over on the wing, southern side. This is a very confident start by Geelong for Mayan. A short ball to Kolajasny, who takes the mark, still on the wing, and he goes back into the defensive 50, where De Koning marks it.
Spot on, Tim. The scoreboard's not showing it yet, but they are in total control.
1-1-7 the Cats. No score yet, the Swans. Tui received from De Koning, forced to retreat, goes for the boundary line. Nice bounce, defensive 50, falls the Cats' way. De Koning. And then an excellent effort for Myers to knock it out the back. Warner at the back, gets it forward. Rampy to centre half forward. Low scything ball, misses everyone coming forward. Zach Guthrie up the middle of the ground. They're going to go again. Duncan wants a runner. Obliging this time was Cam Guthrie. Has a bounce, runs through the middle. Goes long, love the kick going forward. Ball carries, beats the pack. Front of the pack, Cameron takes it, tackle. Slow, should be a free kick to the Swans. It is. 1-1-7 Geelong. Sydney yet to score. Shelby Power scoreboard, Tim. 13.5 minutes gone in the first quarter. Lloydie, I know you're doing the numbers for First National Real Estate. For a very, very, very young man, to say Sam De Koning's had an interesting and confident start.
He has made a good start. 6 disposals, 4 marks for De Koning.
Swans chip it around short. Stevens has it. High at half back. Thought a moment ago Cameron should have left the ball for Selwood, who was coming down the ground towards goal. Took it himself, was tackled and penalised. Kick to the wing by Stevens. De Koning prominent again. Stolen by Warner. Little kick, semi-smothered. Picked up by Hayward. Hand pass hoping for Rowbottom. But first there, Cam Guthrie. Rowbottom took him high. Free kick to the veteran Cat, who's blossomed over these past 3 seasons, become an All-Australian, a best and fairest, and now in the heat of the battle in a grand final, drives it wide. Tom McCartan there with the spoil, spilling ball, kept alive by Close, with a paddle onto Hawkins, a steer to the forward pocket wide and over the line, perhaps partly by design. Throw in right forward pocket about 30 around from goal.
I just wonder with that matchup, Robbie Fox on Jeremy Cameron, do they start to isolate Cameron, which they have the last 2 times out of the square, because he's got a fair few centimetres on Robbie Fox.
So the Cats have the ball, or the stoppage, punt road in, tossed in 30 around from their goal. They lead 7-0. Hawkins again took it from the ruck on the ball, and again the dose is repeated. Another goal to the Cats, identical to the first. Same player, Tom Hawkins, same from a stoppage. 2-1-13 the Cats. Sydney is yet to score. Shell V Power scoreboard. Shell V Power 98. Premium fuel designed to deliver unbeatable protection. On 3AW Football, here's Lee Matthews.
Well, you might know it's going to happen when he pushes in and tries to take possession of those boundary throw-ins, particularly in the forward pocket, but Tom Hickey couldn't do anything about it, really. He's got his positioning wrong. 2 goals. When neither side really is able to really link up in the middle of the field at the moment to get easy possessions into their forward line. They're gold, those 2 stoppages.
Let's go down to Jackie for Pilot Medical.
Yeah, nice and quiet on the benches down here. Tom Hawkins just came off to a big round of applause. Tom Hickey's come off the ground as well. Sam Reid had a little break, no work done, which is good news to him, and he's just back out there now.
Yeah, Ben, level up your health with Pilot. 2-1-13 the Cats. Swans yet to score. Tim 16 gone first quarter.
McLean into the ruck did well. Parker soccers forward for Sydney, only as far as 50, where there's a hold-up. It was taken by Zach Guthrie. He was tackled, and umpire Hosking steps in to toss it up right on the paint. Stanley nurses it down, and Dangerfield gets a kick back to the middle, but Fox outpoints Cameron here and takes a mark for Sydney. Just sideways and slightly forward to Lloyd, who kicks out to the half-forward flank, where Papley's got loose. 60 metres out when he kicks the ball. He'll sit it up at 25. A couple of big Cats in front. Rove, though, for Sydney by Hayward. Swinging right footer for the Swans first. And they needed it. 16 and a half in. It's just 7 points. Geelong 2-1-13. Sydney 1 straight goal on the Shell V Power scoreboard.
Yeah, right, Tim, they did need it because Lloydie touched on it before. The game is being played on the Cats' terms. They're getting the setup and structure they want, and the ball's being played in their half. So it just took some individual brilliance. The kick was well covered by Stewart and De Koning behind him, but enough pressure to bring the ball to ground, and magnificent snap from Hayward.
You get the feeling, don't you, that Geelong will be fine in the air in their back 50. Yeah. When the ball comes to ground, that's the slight vulnerability, but it's hard to kick a lot of goals from those ground-level crumbs.
Yeah, De Koning looks in control of Reid. Henry looks in total control of Franklin. Big job for Zach Guthrie on Isaac Heaney.
So Sydney's first goal comes at 7-point margin to Geelong. In reality, the Cats are worth more than that. 17 gone. Collins house clock first quarter. Cam Guthrie, great strength, broke a tackle, middle of the ground. Tumbler to centre half forward and beyond. Knocked further forward by Stengel. Ball bouncing away from Cameron. Couple to beat. Picks it up. High handball outside attacking 50. Duncan to Dangerfield. Ran around his man. He has a fly from 55. High and wide. Getting back. It's going to be a mark to Blitzards. Not that bad an angle either. Beyond 45 degrees, 20 metres out, punt road in.
I'll just say, though, that centre bounce, broken tackles for Sydney. They haven't been tough enough, in my opinion.
Hold them.
Yeah, they haven't been good enough in the big moments in the start of this grand final.
So Blitzards, Hawkins with the 2 for Geelong so far. Opens it up, left foot round the body for a goal. As clinical as that. 3-1-19, the Cats, 1 straight. The Swans. 19 minutes gone first quarter. Lee Matthews. Lee, near enough 20 minutes gone. Clearly one side, not quite on the scoreboard, leading by 13 points, but certainly in control.
Well, it's actually the inside 50s are 9 to Geelong and 8 to the Swans. So in terms of getting chances at goal, it's not that uneven, but Geelong just looked that little bit more dangerous forward, but admittedly, Blitzards just sort of drifted off the contest, got the mark. Hawkins has got a couple out of those ruck contests, but at the moment that's the ability of the Swans to kick a winning score against Geelong. You already think that looks difficult.
13-point lead again to Geelong. McLean versus Stanley in ruck. Umpire Meredith pounds it down. Stanley won. Just eluded Selwood. Covered for Sydney by Papley, but he couldn't collect. Dangerfield did. Away from goal to Selwood. Now to Stanley. A bomb into the 50. Lands almost untouched. It comes loose. Isaac Smith's got it, and he kicks another one. With his first touch of the footy, I reckon. Geelong a 4-1-25. Sydney a one straight goal as we approach the 20-minute mark. This is a dominating start by the Cats.
And can I just say again what I just said a minute ago? Not tough enough in there, and full credit to Geelong, but I haven't seen Sydney perform like this in the centre bounce or be so underwhelming. I've seen a tough Sydney for most of the year, but this isn't tough. Like, they shouldn't be breaking out of stoppages this easily.
Just at the moment they got Warner, Papley and Parker, but I guess when you talk Warner and Papley, the guys around them for Geelong just looked that little bit stronger in the body and able to hold their ground in the contest.
And being let down badly by their rucks, the Swans.
Yeah. 3W Football, all thanks to Macca's, the McSpicy range out and about. How's that for a kick? How's this for a great start from the Cats? 19 points lead. We've just started time on first quarter. Dangerfield, half volley pickup, bangs through the pack, wide to half forward. Hawkins, the chance, picks it up through traffic. Handball, a little slow that time. Mills under pressure. The Fox goes straight for the boundary on the southern side. Hickey does well, drew a man. Handball over the top. That handball though by Hayward was knocked down by Reece Stanley. Ball on the wing. Geelong are going to pick it up again. Blitz-ups, the handball, they're running hard. Geelong into attack this time. Bad kick, although Dangerfield made the best of it. Stopped the advancing Packers. Parker's kick was good. Reed, middle of the ground. Papley, long handball. Row bottom, tackled, run down. He's going to go. I thought he might have got a boot on it, Tim.
He did get a kick on it. I mean, that's play on.
I reckon the umpire assessed that it just touched the ground a microsecond before his boot touched the ball. Geelong work it out to the wing and Myers, who pokes it forward to Stanley. Oh, Geelong are hitting Sydney with everything. Stanley swings it into half forward where Cameron has the sit on Lloyd this time. Takes the mark, 60 out, steers it towards close, couldn't mark. Selwood's got it, gave it a hand pass to Smith, wriggles out of a tackle and kicks his second. And Sydney have 5 and lead by 25 points. 21 and a half minutes in, 5-1-31 to one straight goal.
A lot of hands on hips, a lot of conversations going on here as the ball heads back to the centre. They're just, with Lloydie, they're getting outworked on the spread. They're not taking care of the contest, but then they're not actually working away from the initial contest. We're seeing Myers, Close, all those small forwards. They're just creating link and overlap. Stengel was out then too. They had numbers forward of the footy there, the Cats.
Just contested possessions, 34 Geelong, 21 Swans. That's telling us exactly the picture of what's going on. Geelong just keep winning the contest.
Hey, Jackie, down there, was there a bit of confusion on the Swans piece? I thought Ryan Clark was running to go off.
Yeah, there was a bit of confusion. They haven't really done this very well, and obviously you've got a time limit to get it sorted, so Isaac Heaney's pretty furious that he's not coming back onto the ground at the minute.
Geelong by 25 points. And we're at the 23-minute mark. Collins House clock first quarter. Back in the middle of the ground. Hickey, though, Blitzarves take it. Handball. Selwood was gone. He slipped at the last moment. Tackled and dropped it. And now Reece Stanley's just drawn the ball in. Umpire wants a stoppage. Had a look at the replay there for Bunnings. He did get a little toe poke on it. Anyway, Rowbottom punished. Geelong end up with a goal. Isaac Smith. Couple of goals in the first quarter. What a start as he lines up for another premiership, number 4-3 with the Hawks. Back in the middle of the ground. Ball tossed up. Third time is tossed up. Another middle one was this time Stewart. He got it. Goes long. Carries the pack. Danger looms. Hawkins. Tom McCartan. Oh, Tom McCartan. That's just... Then how can you fumble when it's a perfect day like this? He fumbled it over the boundary line.
He wanted it out of bounds, Tone. No doubt about that.
Tom Hickey's been spared here. Mark Blitzarves has taken the ruck.
So, Tim, they're a chance here now, the Cats.
They are yet again, Tone. Close has got it. Had to release. Warner for Sydney. Gives to Rampy. Swings a left footer, but there's no one on the end of it. And Selwood takes a mark on his chest just outside 50. Cats will come again. Short ball to a lead from Myers, who took it with safe hands under pressure. as he didn't have much separation on Lloyd, but he hung on to it. And now he's in that old Dom Sheed right forward pocket at the punt road end. He's gone back a long way just to see a little more daylight between the sticks. And a goal here, and boy, he comes in, and with that unusual kicking action, he misses by a long way on the near side, out on the full free kick to the Swans. It's Geelong 5-1-31, Sydney 1 straight goal, 24 and a half minutes into the grand final.
And Lloydie, they were able to get Isaac Heaney on the ground a little later than they wanted.
Yeah, I think it's the midfield, though. I'm looking at Parker, Rowbottom, Mills, these guys, Warner. They have to bring some strength here to get the team back in the game.
Rampy kicks it back to the middle of the ground. Reed can't mark. Papley tried to take it on the fly. Ryan Clark ground level win the handball. But Tom Stewart stood his ground, made his man bounce off him. Ball taken there. Smith threw the ball out. Plant should be the call, and it is. Blitzarves, another handball. Myers, ground level win. Half-back Henry, round the body. Excellent kick. Cats around again as Selwood brings it into the middle of the ground.
Finds Stengel between centre and half forward. Goes quickly. It is get it in quickly at all costs. No one able to mark. Spilling ball out near the boundary. Got away from Rampy, who led the race, and there'll be a throw in just outside 50. Right half forward for the Cats, who are dominating the opening quarter of a grand final like we haven't seen for a few years.
Just on Joel Selwood, leading disposal winner with 9 so far.
He's having a beauty, and again at attacking half forward. Southern side, Geelong into attack, lead by 25 points. Banging off players, Cam Guthrie, ground level win. Handball, Isaac Smith. Another one to Joel Selwood against the boundary line, 50 out. Stengel tries to square the ball up. Paddy McCartan knocked it away into the hands of Myers. Snap misses. But there's got to be some... 5-2-32, Shelby Power score. That's the Cats to the Swans, 1 goal. Lloydie, what is standing out on that First National real estate stat sheet that shows Geelong's dominance, and it is by 26 points.
Plus 17 contested possessions. They've just bullied them out there so far in this first quarter.
And it's 7 scoring shots and a couple out on the full, so you could say 9 shots at goal to 1. Kick out over the 50, danger again. Isaac Smith off a pack, and he kicks quickly and finds close, 40 out. He's in the same forward pocket where both Hawkins and Myers have had difficulty converting from.
Isn't this more the Bartel pocket rather than the Sheed pocket?
Yeah, I'll take it today.
I'm talking about the big stuff, Tone. I'm talking grand finals.
Yeah.
I kicked one from here in a granny once.
Close.
What, against Port Adelaide when you were 15 up?
Yeah, Collingwood.
Hasn't this fellow played a good first quarter? He comes in from 45, winds up and wobbles it home.
Oh, what a goal.
And Geelong have 6-2-38, a goal of the day contender for Sheen Paddle Service. And the lead is 32 points, 27 minutes into the match.
Well, they've got no composure, the Swans. We've been harping on about Hickey, his positioning in the ruck, just not identifying. The Cats have got the spare numbers back, so they just keep dumping it outside their 50, and the Cats are all set up there. They're just hurting them on the rebound, the turnover, best turnover side. You've got to identify what's going on around you here, the Swans.
As we have a look, Lloydie, on the Bunnings replay, make your lawn the best on ground this September. All the gear you need is at Bunnings. We've seen some rather strange kicks. That one, Ash Johnson for Collingwood, where it sort of defied gravity. That one of Myers did as well. It sort of went in and out and sort of found its way for a goal. We're back in the middle of the ground. One-way traffic grand final. Geelong by 32 points. Late in the first quarter for Shelby Power. Sydney win it under pressure. Papley's kick goes 10 metres. The Cats again. Oh, Cameron Guthrie through traffic. The pass is another ripper. And they are all lining up.
They look bigger, don't they? I mean, it's amazing Blitzard, because he plays as an on-baller when he's not rucking. He just adds, they just look so big. And Dangerfield's a big man in there. All of a sudden, they're just getting overwhelmed.
Jeremy Cameron has it. Dead in front, punt road end, 45 out. This might even finish the game. Oh, it's hit the post. 6-3-39, the Cats, 1 goal, the Sydney Swans. Well, you know, he's a wonderful coach, John Longmire. Lloydie's going to have to produce something special to work his way back into the game.
But every plan he had's out the window, really. Ryan Clark, you'd ask yourself, is there any point? You know, there's a lot of things going on out there. Callum Mills are going to Blitzarves. Is there any point? They've got to get their hands on the footy. Look at this.
Sydney clear the ball, but DeConing up the ground takes the mark, 4 to the wing. Talk about play with assurance. at 21 years of age in the opening quarter of a grand final. There's a 50-metre penalty against Franklin here. Zach Guthrie marked De Koning's kick behind the centre, and he will now come inside the 50.
It's a bad mistake. I mean, he just wandered round what they term the protected area when he had to stand there and say, well, that's where the mark is, and Buddy was just drifting in no man's land.
Man on the mark is about 47 metres out. Zach Guthrie.
He can't kick this, Zach.
Has kicked 5 for the year, but there wouldn't be one of those which would thrill him as much as if he kicked this. 29 and a half minutes into the opening quarter. Winds up, gives it plenty, but hooks it a little. Minor score, 6-4-40 to one straight goal. Geelong by 34 points.
So Jake Lloyd brings it back in. There's still a couple of minutes before quarter time, and Geelong in total control. Found Rampy to the southern wing. The ball goes. It's 2-on-1, 3-on-2. Geelong with the numbers. Isaac Smith got there, did it easily to Jack Henry. His kick astray as Fox is there. Can't complete the mark, but knocks it out of bounds. Still forward of the wing. Lee on the southern side, Cats into attack and lead by 34 points.
It all comes around the contest stoppage area. That's where the Swans just have to get themselves going. At the moment, it's just one-way traffic.
Tone, they've already had to move Callum Mills back behind the footy to stem the bleeding.
So they win that stoppage at half-back, Swans. Goulden's kick floats in the air. Chance for Sydney. Papley tries to get out the back, unable to do so. And I think they're going to get a stoppage at least this time, Jim. Sydney can set up at centre-half forward. 31 minutes gone first quarter.
Yeah, their setups have been all wrong though in the first quarter. They just need to take some pressure here.
Blitzarves knocked it out the back. Heaney's kick charged down. Atkins was there. 20-metre handball. Bounce favoured Stevens. Round the body he goes to half forward. Goulden picks it up in the tricky conditions. Well done by Selwood. What magnificent pressure. Forcing an error from young Goulden. Kicks it out on the full. Free kick the Cats lead at half-back southern side. And they lead 40-6 on the Shell V Power scoreboard.
He's gone back about 10 years or 5 years, Joel Selwood. He's just had an outstanding first quarter.
Kicks to the wing, big pack all Sydney. Hickey takes the mark. Beyond 31 minutes, still time for a score at either end. Hickey's left foot kick is in the McInerney direction, but Selwood out-positioned him and he's taken another mark.
What a beauty for Foodworks. Shop local, save at your neighbourhood Foodworks. As he just eased himself, Tim, back into the pack body on body, and the old boy took
Disposal number 12.
Goes back into the defensive 50 where Henry receives, and he pokes it across the goal face for Duncan to then drive to Kolajasny, who's got loose over on the members' side between half-back and wing. He kicks long in the O'Connor direction, and he did very well, and it was too easy, Jimmy. He's got a call. He goes long towards that call. It's Blitzarves pushing and shoving. No one could mark. Fall of the ball crucial. Paddy McCartan a hand pass towards the scoreline, helped over by Lloyd. A minor. It's 6-5-41 to one straight goal, with the quarter now just about done. It's a lead of 35 points. It'll be the biggest quarter-time lead in a grand final since the famous 89 Classic when Hawthorn led Geelong by 40. Swans bring it in deep to Mills, but the siren stops any thought of a build-up. Quarter-time, Geelong have come out smoking. They have imposed themselves on this game with tremendous authority. They're 6-5-41, Sydney, one straight goal, 2 each to Smith and Hawkins for the Cats.
First quarter brought to you by Shell V Power. Get away this weekend. Shell V Power 98. It is the premium fuel designed to deliver unbeatable protection. Fuel that feeling with Shell V Power. It is Geelong by 35 points, and in truth it probably should be a little bit more. They have totally dominated Sydney. Known for their resilience, they're going to have to call on every ounce of it to get back into the game. 6-5-41 at quarter time, Geelong. One straight 6, the Sydney Swans. All thanks to McDonald's. You were listening to 3AW Football.
Major building projects for the trade or a DIY home reno. Robot Building Supplies is the Australian-owned family-run business you can trust.
Robot's got it.
Robot's product range is vast and world-class. And when it comes to product knowledge,
Robot's got it.
Next day delivery in Metro Melbourne.
Robot's got it.
Over 70 years experience and reliability helping Melburnians. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. RobotBuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Well, the grand final is here, and there is one team that continues to stand out from the pack, and that's the winning team from Tyre Power, Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. As the conditions on the road get wet, slippery and icy this time of year, you need to be very careful when driving. As we know, the safety of your family depends on quality tyres in top condition, and the team at Tyre Power, the safety of your family is absolutely non-negotiable from Tyre Power. So, if something ever feels off with your car or tyres, play it safe with the free 5-minute tyre safety check from your Aussie-owned, local independent Tyre Power dealer. Get the power. Book now at tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
If you're a dedicated fan of greyhound racing, the Watchdog app is dedicated to you. Watch every Victorian greyhound race, live and free. Download the app or follow Watchdog Racing on Twitter or Facebook and gamble responsibly. Proud supporter of 3AW Football.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Shop unbeatable prices in store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Conditions apply. Choose to drink wise. Dan Murphy's.
We have a big range of paint here at Bunnings, and our lowest prices make it all possible.
Time to add a fresh coat with Taubman's 6 litre white Easy Coat interior paint, tintable to over 1,000 colours, just $72.50. And a 20-pack of Morgan microfiber cleaning cloths, only $10. We can also help with free paint tinting in store. Where you find a competitor's lower price on the same stocked item, available for same-day delivery or collection, we'll beat it by 10%. Conditions apply. See website for details. Lowest prices are just the beginning.
The family are coming over for a barbecue, and we bought all the ingredients we needed from Foodworks.
They even have everything I need to make my special spicy sauce.
No one will eat your spicy stir-fry when my famous snags and burgers are on offer.
Really? But mine will be ready first.
It's not a competition.
Food's up.
Foodworks. That works.
The Monopoly game at Macca's is back, with $578 million in prizes to be won. Prizes like free fuel for a year with Ampol, a $10,000 Webjet gift card, and more. Download the My Macca's app and play today. Ends 18th of October. For full terms, visit mcdonalds.com.au.
3AW Footy Highlights.
Oh, Hawkins took it from the ruck, kicks over the shoulder for a goal. We are away! Tom Hawkins, solo performance. First goal of the afternoon. Hawkins again took it from the ruck on the full, and again the dose is repeated. Another goal to the Cats, identical to the first.
Couple of big Cats in front, roved over for Sydney by Hayward, swinging right footer for the Swans first, and they needed it.
Getting back, it's going to be a mark to Blitzards. Opens it up, left foot round the body for a goal. As clinical as that.
Lands almost untouched, comes loose, Isaac Smith's got it, and he kicks another one. Selwood's got it, gave it a hand pass to Smith, wriggles out of a tackle and kicks his second. Isaac Smith off a pack, and he kicks quickly and finds close, 40 out, and wobbles it home.
Oh, what a goal.
And Geelong have 6.
And lead by 35 points. And it is officially a full house at the G, 100,024. And they've seen one of the great quarters in grand final history put on by the Geelong Footy Club, thanks to Macca. 6-5-41, the Cats, the Swans, one straight goal. Ground level please to you, Jackie. Wasn't many opportunities to get to you because the Cats were so good. But for Pilot Medical Update, any issues?
Just one for the Cats at the minute, really minor. Mark Blitzav's just had some blood cleaned up on his arm and his hand, so he's had to change the Guernsey there. All clear. Otherwise, just watch John Longmire give his team a pretty decent bake down here. They looked very rattled on the bench, as you'd expect. A few finger pointing and a lot of frustrated faces, so hopefully they can show up a little bit better in this quarter.
Yeah, let's have a look at some of the stats first from you, please, Lloydie. I know which one you're going to give us. The team of real estate experts will put you first. That's First National Real Estate. You highlighted the uncontested possessions.
Well, they are 70-31, marks 35-13, disposals 113-68, inside 50s 20-8, contested possessions 48-29, and Joel Selwood 12 disposals. Koning 8 disposals and 5 marks.
It's nice when you come out and the opposition allows you to absolutely set up the ground you want to set up, get the number behind the footy. You apply enough pressure in a high pressure game, you just force the opposition to kick it long and dump it, kick it to your spare.
Well, the only thing, I guess, Tom Stewart, didn't dominate the back half. That was about the only thing that went right for the Swans. Didn't make any difference because all the others did.
3W Football This season brought to you by Macca's. The Monopoly game is on and up and running. We had a 32.5-minute quarter. We start the second quarter. It was all Geelong 35 points, up to Sydney to claw some of it back. Second quarter action for Robot Building Supplies as Hickey and Stanley face off. Good bounce. We are away in the second quarter, and Dangerfield somehow got it to Stanley, but his handball was charged down and turned over, and the kick that time then from Mills toward half forward, punt road end. Bad bounce on Franklin, can't get there. Tom Stewart tackled. Good one from Ryan Clark, but again 2-on-1 defensively. Tui has it. He hasn't gotten rid of it. Now the ball comes out. Papley neat handball. Franklin a little side to hit the post. 1-1-7 the Swans trailing the Cats 6-5-41. Robot Building Supplies scoreboard Lee. We're going 40 seconds, second quarter.
Well, they need to get I've goes without saying, just to get a bit of confidence up, get the scoreboard a little bit more their way. So this first 5-10 minutes of the second quarter is critical for the Swans to stay in the game.
Tui plays on, gains 10, drives long, members side. Paddy McCartan up with a spoil, but it fell to O'Connor of Geelong. A swinging kick towards the wing. Rowan in the box seat. Rampy fisted it away from him. Rowan's got it. They did very well. Taken by the arm. Got a kick, which just keeps on bouncing deep into the 50. And arriving was Hawkins to take hold of Tom McCartan and take him over the boundary line. Strong stuff by the Cats. O'Connor's kick very clever under pressure. Throw in about 30 around from goal. Geelong going to the city end.
And lead by 34 points as it's tossed in. Hickey, Hawkins doing the ruck work. Tap the blitz halves. Push to Stengel. Toe poke to keep it alive. I thought it might have gone out of bounds. Rowbottom has it. And he is going to get a free kick for a high contact. And as luck as anything, as Rowbottom back pocket to the members' side half back. Beyond defensive 50, Franklin flies high, can't complete the mark. Ball hits the deck. Ryan Clark handball out to Mills. Again another smother by Stewart. Again a pick up against the boundary line. Attacking 50. Cats top of the square. Gary Rowan there. Ball spill. Oh, a chance that time. Just eludes Cameron. Picked up that time. Goulden, I reckon, drew the high contact legitimately. I reckon if he was wearing 33 for the Cats, I'm not sure whether it would, for the Pies, whether it would have been paid. He was actually going to ground, but he drew the high contact, Tim. Back pocket free kick again to the Swans, and it is Geelong by 34 points.
Forced across the goal face, but Franklin working up the ground was able to take a mark down on his knees at defensive 50. Rare territory for Franklin.
And we've seen so much confusion from the Swans. They can't get through this Cats defence.
Plays on and got a kick to Mills between half-back and centre line for Sydney.
Hey, Tim, Geelong, Sydney usually like to go quick. They haven't been able to go quick at all because of how well set up Geelong are.
Mills places this. Henry led Hickey to it, couldn't mark. O'Connor's there to crumb it at the front and drive Geelong forward again. An old wobbler. Not a great kick that time, and Rampy is able to mark it high at half-back for the Swans.
Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. They've got it. They deliver. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au. 34-point lead to the Cats, 3 into the second quarter. They spoil each other, then allows Clark to come in. Ball ricochets to Reid. Handball to Parker. Behind Hickey means he couldn't get there, turn it over to Koning, picked it up, gave to Zach Guthrie. High kick again toward half forward. Dangerfield there. Ball springs sideways. Picked up by Myers. Follows the boundary line along. Rowan goes to ground. Danger looms. They want to get back there to defence. They do. Picked up by Goulden. Forced to kick on the left foot and turn it straight over to Buse. Takes the mark at half forward for the Cats.
Got Stengel loose 15 metres away inside the 50. And he takes the mark with the man on the mark about 47 metres out.
They just got outworked, and the Swans, Mark Blitzhalves, have put the pressure on Goulden. He started up through the middle of the ground, but as the ball went back outside their back 50, no one came back inside their back 50 to cover up all the loose Cats players.
The lead, 34, just a minor score Sydney's way in the quarter so far. Stengel to change that. Will kick from on the paint. On its way, goal umpire not moving. It's there. Geelong have their 7th. Tyson Stengel, who has been a fairy tale story this year, has his first in the grand final, and the margin's out to 40, 7-5-47 to 1-1-7.
They got that first goal. The Swans had a crack there for the first 5 minutes or so, got a bit of field position, but it's a great goal by Stengel. I mean, it seems like they probably had to kick the ball 50 metres, but when the wind blowing the ball around a little bit, he had to time it, hit it beautifully.
Looking at some Swans, underwhelming Swans. So Heaney yet to touch the footy, so he's now gone into the centre bounce. Ollie Florent, one touch. Goulden, who panicked there with that kick. He's had 2 kicks, 2 disposed for the game. Tom McCartan, as he looked nervous, back there on Tommy Hawkins as well.
Tyson Stengel, Lloydie, 50 goals for the season. What a pick-up.
Amazing. 50 for a small forward. Brilliant return.
Back in the middle of the ground. Stanley's there. The tap. Parker had it, lost it. Blitzarf's won it. Middle of the ground. They're at centre forward again. Rowan front of the pack. Gary Rowan's taken an absolute beauty there for Foodworks. Jimmy, 40 out dead in front, going to the city end.
Decent mark between Rowan and Jeremy Cameron. It was a matter of which one wanted to pull it down.
Rowan attacked that like he did for that one against Collingwood in the first final, just flat out, leapt at it. His confidence is high. You'd back him from here. He's a great set shot.
He's dead in front. Man on the mark at about 45 metres to the city end to make it basically a 7-goal game. He got a little close to the man on the mark as a result. Pushed left. 7-6-48. The Cats, the Swans, 1-1-7. Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. We are 7 into the second quarter. Only goal of the quarter so far. The Cats through Tyson Stengel.
Gary Rowan, part of Sydney's last 2 grand final teams. They lost on both occasions. He's well placed today, playing against them as the ball is brought back in short, and the Cats are able to work it to the boundary for a throw in at the 50 and hold it in. They have been dominant. 41-point lead, and of all those blowouts that occurred through the 80s and into the 1990s, there's only been one bigger first quarter lead than this. From the throw in, Isaac Smith has it, swings a left footer to within 15 of goal. Hawkins jostles, couldn't ever really get his hands on the football, and the ball bounces through for a minor score. 7-7 to 1-1, a 42-point lead Geelong's way, 7 minutes. Second term on the Robot Building Supply scoreboard.
Here's Blakey short on the kick into Rampy, back pocket as the Swans are going to the punt road end. For First National Real Estate, Lloyd, can you just give us an inside 50 this quarter when we get a break in play? 8 minutes gone, 42 the mark in favour of the Cats as the ball comes off hands, basically on the members' wing.
Sorry, Tony, our stats have gone down. All champion data stats are down at the minute.
All right. I'll tell you what, if you'd have said this quarter 8-3, I'd have believed you.
I've found some here, 6-1.
See a margin of 5. There we go.
Correct weight.
Warner half-back, little kick to the middle of the ground. Off Stewart's hand. Gary Rowan working hard on the wing. Gets to Atkins. Neat little kick finds Reece Stanley. He goes forward and it's in open play, although the Sydney Swans, Fox takes it, runs through the middle. They can set something up here.
Yeah, good movement of the ball through the middle. Fox again receives, gives to Warner, mown down, got a hand pass to Hayward, tries to get it to Clark, but it's deflected away, and there's a free kick Sydney's way. High contact, Clark will take it. 65 or 70 out from goal. He won't be kicking a goal from there, but he might be able to help manufacture one. He winds up, uses the stand rule, and then places the kick to the top of the square. McLean takes the mark. 10 metres out directly in front, and surely will kick Sydney's second goal.
When there's a pack of players and then the ball sort of fell in his hands, actually. He was just misread by Stanley, who had the position for the overhead mark.
That was an excellent grab for McLean, all thanks to Foodworks. Shop local, save at your neighbourhood. Foodworks.
The man who grabbed a spot late, replacing McDonald, comes in point blank range and drives it through. So, some faint hope. 7-7-49 to 2-1-13. Still Geelong lead by 6 goals. 9 minutes second term.
A lot of things have sort of evolved and changed for the better with Geelong, but the close Stengel and Myers, they're real worker bee forwards. I mean, they've been pretty skillful, and Stengel's kicked his 50 goals, but they just pressure the opposition out on the way out. That helps so much with Hawkins and Cameron, who are not going to do that as their staple.
They complement each other really well, Lee. Stengel is just the pure inside forward 50 who knows how to find the goals, where the other two are that high work rate, that score involvement and pressure players.
And just on that, 50 goals for Stengel, 24 close, 22 miles, Jim, for the season.
Yeah, a great little combination, those three.
36-point margin. Robot Building Supply scoreboard. Geelong dominant at the moment. There's going to be another ball tossed up in the middle of the ground as 10 minutes gone in the second quarter. As Ruckman lock arms, maybe Hickey. Atkins knocks it forward to close. Quick hands found Cam Guthrie. Ball at half forward. Stengel takes it. Got away from Rampy. Turned him inside out. Long toward full forward. Cameron just... more fair play, I think, Lloydie, to Robbie Fox at the moment.
I reckon he's been good. Yeah, he's been one of the few Swans that could hold their head up high.
Forces have made sure the ball went out of bounds, Tim. About to be tossed in. Geelong deep into attack underneath the big scoreboard, leading by 36 points.
Throw in. Hawkins does the ruck work. Dangerous in those situations, although further from goal than he was when he kicked those two first quarter goals. Again, Geelong working really hard from a disadvantaged position at ground level to perhaps winning this exchange. No, not yet. Swans hold them up, and there will be a ball up on the 50. So the Cats hold it in. It's out towards the southern half-forward flank. Stanley beats Hickey here. Favoured Warner for Sydney. Stolen by Myers, who is driven down by Warner. No free kick. There'll be another ball up just inside Geelong's 50. 11 minutes on the clock. Have another go. Hickey this time the better of it. Down to Tom McCartan. Quick kick clear. Selwood against Goulden, and Selwood wins hands down. Quick kick though is not good. And marked by Papley at centre half back for the Swans.
Yep, still 36 the margin on the Collins House clock. 12 gone in the second quarter. Forced to retreat, and he does so as Fox received from McInerney to Lloyd. As Fox's kick knocked down then by Zach Guthrie, ran it hard. Free kick Sydney. They take the advantage. Ryan Clark handball. Callum Mills trying to find something. McInerney members wing beat 1, beat 2 through traffic, found Florent. Florent's kick to centre half forward's going to miss. And Duncan's got it now. Stengel's working hard up on the wing, but really not much on. And so at centre half back, Mitch Duncan will just take his time, deliver off a very, very short pass. Goes to Zach Guthrie, goes to Mitch Duncan. They lead by 36 points. Just knocking it about a bit, and they're forced to kick quickly now. Good stuff from Ryan Clark, forced a turnover. Haywood's got the footy.
Yeah, Sydney doing a bit better. Kick into the 50, lands 30 metres out. Picked up by Zach Guthrie. Pressured, turned it over to Warner. Left foot kick wide, way wide, out on the full wide. Free kick 10 to 15 metres around from the behind post at the punt road end. In the members' back pocket. And the free will be taken for Geelong by Stewart. It's a period of stalemate for the moment, but Sydney a little more competitive.
Out of bounds. He's played on out of bounds, Tom Stewart.
So there will be a throw in. Well observed, Jimmy.
Because he kept running on a straight line.
Is it a free kick?
No, Buddy's trying to think it's a free kick, but because he played on past the man on the mark, but he was still out of bounds.
That is confirmed by the Bunnings replay. And ball goes back to the back pocket throw in.
Yeah, much better. So they're in front of every category except the inside 50s. It's just about can they start eating into this lead at half time.
Here's a micro chance here. They trail by 36 the Swans. Throw in, ball beat everyone. Collar Jasny tackled by Rowbottom. Brought to the ground though, Lloydie. But at least Swans get a stoppage dead in front of their goal 30 out.
Yeah, they're playing as we would have thought they would in the first quarter now.
So the tap that time from Blitzarves, still going nowhere. Another pack of players this time, Lee. They get the stoppage. Sydney 40 out from their goals dead in front.
Yeah, well, it's just trying to win the contest. Always the starting point to get a bit of ascendancy in the contest to get the scoreboard going after that.
Hughes tackle, Atkins a little kick. Stevens to the Sydney, knocks it back inside 50. Papley tackle, brought to the ground. Might as well go to you, Jimmy. They're 45 metres out now, dead in front of their goal, the Swans at Punt Road end.
Feel a free kick coming along, don't you?
No, you sort of do. Chance now for the Swans. Warner took it off the pack, kicks hurriedly. Zach Tui's got it covered off back pocket, and he'll try and find a man, and does so, 35 metres up the ground.
What a player. 250th game, a recruit from Ireland. 2. He kicked to close, and he goes short and safely to Duncan between half-back and wing, and he goes ultra short, not 15, to Cam Guthrie, who kicks across the centre line. Big pack-up moment to mark. O'Connor came very hard and collided with the man coming at the ball. That was Rowbottom, who picks himself up with one hand to his right ear and having to put his headband back on. Umpire Meredith comes in and balls it up. Blitzarves brings it down to Cam Guthrie. Gang tackle. Ball up just Geelong side of the members' wing. Cats 7-7-49. Swans 2-1-13. 15 minutes second term.
All on the Robot Building Supply scoreboard. It's a game becoming very, very scrappy. Isaac Smith through traffic. Got it to close. Dispossessed in a tackle. Heaney very quiet today. Dangerfield just emerges. And now the Cats are inside attacking 50. Hawkins, was he brought to the ground illegally? I think the answer is in the affirmative there, Jim. Free kick.
Pushes back hard, doesn't he? He's a big, strong body, and when he pushes back hard, it's very hard for the defender, which is McCartan, to not just grapple him a little.
Because he holds his ground so strongly and he swings his arms back around, he makes it difficult. The only thing for the defender to do is wrap the arms up.
Yeah, I think the decision is a right one with the way he wrapped his arms around him. But how many one-on-ones are we seeing poor Tom McCartan in compared to the other end where Geelong get aerial support for their 1v1 defenders?
He lines up for his third goal, Tom Hawkins, to make it a 7-goal lead. 40 out, 45-degree angle. Should suit him from this pocket, and it does. Sometimes, Tim, you know as a commentator, you've got to put a bit of mayo on it, but that was absolutely precision stuff from Hawkins. 8-7-55, Tom Hawkins' third goal. Swans 2-1-13, Jim. We're 17 into the second quarter for Robot Building Supplies.
But even that, when Dangerfield comes out of the contest, the depth in his kicking, it's a one-on-one with a lot of space. There's no opportunity for a Swans defender to come over and help out McCartan, so he's just scrambling. Of course, as soon as the arms go around the waist, it's an easy call for the umpire.
And the Swans player that can play a little bit like Dangerfield, like run away from the contest, is Chad Warner, and he just can't get his way into the game. So in terms of bursting clear from the stoppages, that's an attribute that the Swans not working for them today.
3 goals to Hawkins, 2 to Isaac Smith. Geelong by 42 points. Ball up and one by McLean in the ruck. Dangerfield has lifted himself in moments and just taken the game by the scruff of the neck. It's one here by Stevens, who got a kick forward. He was put to the deck. There's no relayed kick, and the ball hung in the air, dropped a bit short into the wind, and is marked by Henry for Geelong at defensive 50. He goes sideways to Stewart, who stabs it across the centre. Blitzarves almost from behind, and then collected at ground level. Gave to Cam Guthrie, goes wide for Smith, edging forward of the wing, taking a mark for the Cats. Members side, a well-placed kick for Hawkins. Can't mark that or get a free. Fox paddles it Sydney's way, then overran it, taken by Myers, hand pass to Duncan, ran into trouble, and he might be gone.
Yeah.
He is.
Capital G, little O, little R, little N, Tim.
Unless you're a Melbourne supporter, in which case you spell it differently.
Little
Heaney will take his first kick of the day at centre half back.
18 into the second quarter, Geelong 55, Sydney 13, 42 the margin. As Heaney's kick to the wing, Members side. De Koning too strong on Reed, not sure he's moving well. Handball found Isaac Smith around the body. It's going to be taken though by a Fox, whose little kick finds Warner. Not told to play on, he's run himself into trouble. Finds Heaney, handball to a running Warner, takes his man on, lunging desperate leap that time. Isaac Smith.
You are right, Tony, he's gone.
Reed tries to slowly get up. Warner squares the ball to centre half forward. That was effective. Mills has it. And Mills probably just has to have a fly here, Lloydie.
Yeah, he might get away with it, Reed, because they were belted in the first quarter, but you take injured players into a game. Geelong don't play Holmes, they play Reed, and he's gone in that quad groin area.
So Mills from 45 out, distance will be fine. The accuracy ditto. Excellent goal, Callum Mills. Goal of the day for Sheen Panel Service. Call Sheen first. 1300 repair. Sheen Panel Service. Jackie, I'll go down to you after Mills' goal. Means it's 55-19. 36 the margin in favour of the Cats, but interest now on the Swans bench.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys are absolutely right. I was keeping an eye on Sam Reid prior to that contest, and he was looking at the interchange gates, knowing that he's a bit ginger, a bit sore. They're saying, stay out there, and you could see in that moment that he really didn't pull up well. So he's really sore. He's going to push on for the minute. He's gone down to full forward.
Yeah, I don't think you'd be putting your hand up quickly, would you?
No,
you'd be hobbling around for a fair while before you finally said, oh, no, I'm no good. I think given the uncertainty of whether he was going to come up going into the game.
Lloydie, while you're there for First National Real Estate, just a couple of leading stat winners before the bounce.
Isaac Smith, 13 touches and 2 goals. Joel Selwood, 13. Duncan's been fantastic with 11. Robbie Fox has 12 for the Swans.
Margin back to 36. Dangerfield again, brilliant. Got it to Atkins. Shook off a tackle. Now he's clear, and he waits his pass for Stengel. Out in front of Lloyd to mark it 45 out, 45-degree angle. Slightly tighter angle, but perhaps a metre or two closer to goal than when he kicked one for Geelong 7 or 8 minutes ago.
I'm with you on Dangerfield's game. He's had the 8 disposals, 7 contested though. How important he's been in the clinches.
He's just raised it at moments, hasn't he, and looked unstoppable. Stengel to provide an immediate reply. It's a tough shot from 49. Gives it some loft and some accuracy. He's done it again. He has 2. And Geelong have all the answers. 9-7, 61 to 3-1-19. 21 gone, second turn on the Collins House scoreboard.
Well, we're harping on it, aren't we? I reckon they've been so poor in centre bounces, in stoppages. 6 goals for the Cats, 40 points from stoppages. It comes from Hickey, McLean, the ruckman have been very, very poor. They haven't provided a contest at all. Been scored against, no follow-up work. Their body positioning, they've been shoved out of the way. It's been embarrassing for the Swans midfield group.
Even there, it was a broken row bottom tackle. So Atkins had the ball and he just got fended off. Would normally stick that tackle, James Rowbottom.
So it's still one-way traffic here. 42 is the margin in favour of the Cats. Collins House clock tells us it's 22 into the second quarter. Stanley, the sideways tap. Dangerfield broke a tackle. Left foot and long. Again, the Cats inside 50. Stengel at the back. Knocks to the front. He was holding though, and it was a free kick to the Swans. So Lloyd takes it. Still deep in defence. As Jake Lloyd wide to the wing. It's 3-on-1. The Cats have got all the numbers out there. They can raffle it. Dangerfield will get there first. He'll pick it up, straighten himself up on the southern side, go long toward half forward. Stengel, close. The pass, excellent. And Hawkins has got it on the lead 40 out.
Oh, we've lauded them, that small trio, but they're okay overhead too, Close and Stengel. If they have to be in a marking contest or get on the end of a kick, they can. And they work together and then set up Hawkins.
Well, 42's the margin in favour of the Cats. Tom Hawkins has 3. He will kick to the city, and the bruise is a little fluky. Distance won't be a problem. Man on the mark, around about 40 out. This just might finish it once and for all if Hawkins goals. And he misses left. 9-8-62, the Cats. The Swans 3-1-19.
Hawkins is shading them off his own boot tone by 1 point. He's kicked 3-2.
He's going to kick 8 at this rate.
Lloyd Tibb goes short on the kick in. 23 minutes gone. Sydney have the footy back pocket. 62-19 in favour of the Cats.
Fox with the mark unattended. He runs clear and kicks to Parker. It looked a bit precarious for a moment. Parker dabs to Florent. Shaped a hand pass, changed his mind, and then swings it off the instep to Rampy. High at half-back. Kicks quickly, clears the wing on the members' side for McInerney. Mills says, come on, keep coming. He goes short to Rowbottom, lunging forward, taking a mark, 70 out. He gives a hand pass to Paddy McCartan, who stabs it to Goulden, and he's marked at 60 out. He gets himself into a bit of a bind, but he kicks well and finds Stevens. 45 out, angle not as severe as 45 degrees, a kickable shot. They trail by 43 points. 24 minutes gone, just beyond the 24-minute mark. We're getting near half-time and it has been a horror for the Swans. Dylan Stevens, 5 goals for the year, comes in and he doesn't get one here. It's out towards the far behind post and off fingers. It's over the boundary line for a throw-in close to Sydney's goal. 9-8-62 to 3-1-19 Geelong lead.
So if they're going to give themselves any semblance of a chance in the second half, Sydney, non-negotiable, have to goal basically from this stoppage. Tossed in Hickey, the tap, Papley, he kicks it in the one movement. It's a good effort, misses, and one behind results. Tui safely sees it over the boundary line. 42 the margin, 62 to 20. Robot Building Supply scoreboard, Geelong in control. As the ball comes back into play, Tom Stewart not really called on to do a great deal today. To the wing it goes. Now knocked further forward. Selwood knocks it in the path of Buse. Couldn't pick it up. Papley does. Handball Parker. Good chance to McLean. Unselfishly goes to Heaney. Will he be paid the mark he is?
Let's see that one again.
Let's have a look for Bunnings. You'll have the best lawn in the neighbourhood by heading to Bunnings, getting all the gear. Yes or no?
Oh, I'll give it to him.
Yeah, I reckon it's a yes.
See where his confidence is at, Isaac Heaney. He's had 2 touches, only got his first moments ago, so he should nail this. We'll see where his head's at in this game. 35 out, slide angle, punt road end. They've got 3 for the afternoon in the shadows of half-time. Isaac Heaney quiet today. Ball's on its way, kicks through it. Will it hold its line? Yes, it did. Well done. 4-2-26 the Swans. Narrow the gap, although the gap is still substantial. That back to 36 points they trail. Geelong 9-8-62, 27 minutes gone. Second quarter, 3AW football, all thanks to Macca's. Here's Lee Matthews.
Well, 3 goals apiece in this second quarter. Obviously the 6-goal lead at quarter time. I mean, when you could usually, so many games actually won by what happens in one quarter of footy. So they've had their 6-goal plus quarter. Geelong, for the Swans have any chance, they've got to find one of the quarters going in the second half where at least they can kick 6 or 7, even without keeping Geelong pretty scoreless. I mean, that's the gigantic challenge, to stop Geelong kicking the 15 goals and then for it to have any chance of getting anywhere near that.
36 points, 27 gone. Little bit left in the second term. Hickey swatted the ball but didn't get a result. There'll be a ball up just southern side of the big circle. 9-8 to 4-2. Geelong dominant, but games, even grand finals, have been won from here. Stanley the tap, knocked on further by Atkins, but straight to Papley, who's had no impact, and he is something of a barometer. High ball, no depth, picked up by Warner, out of a tackle well. Hand pass to Parker, off the outside of his boot, bends it goalward. De Koning edged Reed out. Reed fell over meekly, picked up by Tui, drives it long, beautiful kick. And Duncan marks it out beyond the 50 for Geelong.
Half-back member side, short to Isaac Smith. 28 minutes gone, second quarter, 36 the margin in favour of the Cats.
De Koning's just got that Reed matchup worked out. He knows he's not going to lead on him, but every marking contest just bumps him.
To wing, half forward, flying high, having a little run up forward. Henry was grabbed, Jack Henry. And no free kick given for Pilot Medical. Jackie.
Yeah, Sam Reed's just come off the ground now, so the doctors are going to have a quick chat to him and have a look at how bad this is.
36 points is the margin. Ball just forward of centre. Geelong into attack. Dominant so far. Blitzars edged out of it. Papley at the back. That's a nice kick to Heaney going forward. A bit too much on it. Tui took the mark, told to play on. 7:20 to the tackle. Play on to look good. Isaac Smith too slow. So Sydney, I think, get a tiny break. It should have been a mark to Tui perhaps, but 2 tackles. And Isaac Smith put it on the deck, Tim, meaning no 50, but Ryan Klass got a chance to go long for the Swans.
He does, to the top of the goal square, big pack. De Koning in the best posse, taken to ground, will take a free kick. What a season he's had, what a grand final he's having, what a young player he is. The final plank in this Geelong defence. He'll take this right at the top of the goal square and he's going to come members' side. Low kick, shanked it a little, but it falls onto the chest of Stanley, who takes it now clear of the 50 for Geelong.
Tim, might be trouble for the Swans of Sam Reed. before half-time's been taken down to the rooms.
Yeah, it's going to be a talking point. Stanley clears the wing with his kick. Ball comes off a pack, set up on its end. Blitzarves, a hand pass. Couple of cats got in each other's way. Hayward over the ball for Sydney. Atkins goes in and steals it for Geelong. Wrestled it to Isaac Smith. A soccer kick to the 50, but picked up for Sydney by Florent, who gets out of trouble, takes on a tackle, runs the full measure, drives long. Heaney and Tom Stewart cleared them both. Guess who's there to mop up? De Koning. Kicks towards the wing. Blitzarves and Hickey. Sydney with all the crummers. Taken by Parker, but the siren beats them. It is half-time, and Geelong lead by 36 points. 1 point more than Richmond led GWS by at halfway the last time the grand final was played on the Melbourne Cricket Ground. It is Geelong 9-8-62. Sydney 4-26. At quarter time it was 35, and it grew by just the 1 point in that quarter. 3 to Hawkins, 2 to Smith, 2 to Stengel for Geelong, all singles for the Swans.
Yep, the second quarter brought to you by Robot Building Supplies. They've got it, Robot, they deliver. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au. Geelong 9-8-62 over Sydney 4-26. And as Tim pointed out, 3 goals both in that quarter. Damage being done by Geelong in the first quarter. The halftime wrap is coming up. All thanks to Light and Easy. We'll have Lee, Jim, and also Matty Lloyd take a look over the first half action here. It's all Geelong. The simplest way for guys to enjoy great tasting food, lose weight, is Light and Easy. So, as the players head from the ground, Geelong looking fantastic. Sydney with more than their fair share of worries, and maybe the Sam Reid decision might come to totally and utterly backfire on them. We wait and see. Halftime wrap next. Geelong by 36 points. Halftime. Thanks to Macca's. You are listening to 3AW Grand Final Football.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
The Man Cave, shed, garage, sports room, home office, whatever you want to call it, Robot Building Supplies has everything to renovate or build it.
Robot's got it.
Metal roofing, cladding, wall panelling.
Robot's got it.
Structural steel, timber, insulation.
Robot's got it.
With 24-hour delivery, get it done fast with Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
The Macca's McSpicy range is here. And if you love all things fiery, you'll want to wrap your taste buds around this. That's juicy chicken covered in a crispy, mouth-watering, spicy coating. Double down with the Double McSpicy. Dial it up with the spicy chicken McNuggets and spicy mayo, or add something extra with the cheese and bacon McSpicy. Whatever you choose, just prepare yourself for a big kick. So if you think you can handle all that heat, then try Macca's McSpicy range today. It's available after 10:30am for a limited time only at your nearest Macca's restaurant, Macca's drive-thru, or order via the McDelivery today. McDelivery is available in selected locations.
Score a great deal at Dan Murphy's for the footy finals. Beat the crowd and shop online at danmurphys.com.au for delivery in under 2 hours or pick up in under 30 minutes. Kick off the footy finals at Dan Murphy's. Conditions apply. Choose to drink wise.
It's Tyre Power's Big Footy Final Sale. To kick things off, you can get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo passenger car and SUV tyres. Tyre Power's Big Footy Final Sale can't last. Visit tyrepower.com.au now.
Difficulty maintaining a healthy weight as you age is par for the course. Around 70% of men in Australia are either overweight or obese. New medication backed by top Aussie doctors is helping thousands of men shed excess kilos. Pilot's Metabolic Reset program pairs this modern medication with health coaching to help you hit your weight goals. Over 100,000 Aussie men have turned to Pilot to live healthier lives. See if you qualify at pilot.com.au today. Pilot, level up your health.
This car's earning money. So's this car. And this car. Thanks to Car Next Door, your car could be paying for heaps of stuff you love. Car Next Door is the app that lets you earn money by renting your car out to locals. Bookings are managed via one simple app, and contactless pickup with instant keys means you don't even have to meet the borrower. Search Car Next Door to find out how to start earning.
3AW Footy Highlights.
Got Stengel loose, 15 metres away inside the 50. And he takes the mark on its way. Goal umpire not moving. It's there. Places the kick to the top of the square. McLean takes the mark. Point blank range and drives it through.
Hawkins, was he brought to the ground illegally? 40 out, 45-degree angle. Should suit him from this pocket, and it does.
You are right, Tony. He's gone.
Reed tries to slowly get up. Warner squares the ball to centre half forward. That was effective. Mills has it from 45 out. Distance will be fine. The accuracy ditto. Excellent goal, Callum Mills.
Shook off the tackle. Now he's clear, and he waits his pass for Stengel. Out in front of Lloyd. Gives it some loft and some accuracy. He's done it again. He has two.
We're at half-time and the half-time wrap all set to start. Thanks to Light and Easy, simplest way for guys to lose weight. Enjoy great tasting food with Light and Easy. 36-point lead to the Cats, 9-8-62 to 4-2-26. The Swans, it was 35 at quarter time. So you don't have to be any sort of genius to work out the lead. All the damage done in the first quarter, and it tend to even out in the second.
Yeah, that's been the story of the game. But as I said, it's so many games when you look back on them, they're won in one burst in one quarter where one team gets the break. And Geelong have done that. They've had the six goal winning quarter in the first term. So yeah, the Swans can even it up, which they did in that second quarter. But they've got to find a way to have the big quarter. The Geelong, it doesn't look like happening because Geelong got too many parts of their game going well. It's hard to think the Swans are going to outscore Geelong in the second half, even let alone pick up the margin. So it's a long way back for the Swans, a long way back.
Well, Lee, and also Jim, I heard you reference getting it played the way that Geelong wanted Sydney to play, falling into their trap. What specifically did they do that forced Sydney into playing the way that Geelong would hope they would?
It's twofold. When you play the extra behind the footy, or you bring a spare number up, you need a lot of pressure on the ball. So Geelong were willing at different times to play one short at the initial contest, but they had so much pressure on the ball that if they didn't win it, they forced Sydney to quick kick it or just rush it down the line, which is then we saw De Koning, Henry, Stewart, all the back line. They were just able to peel off and then set up their attack. But the thing was that made it even worse for Sydney is their ruckman was so poor in that first half that allowed Stanley, Blitzarves to either win the ruck or Hawkins forward even to kick goals, and allowed the Geelong mids, who, when you instructed to put heaps of pressure on, you just go flat out at it because you know you got all the cover behind. So it's almost you can roll the dice a little bit. You can go so hard because behind you, you're well set up behind it, whether it's Duncan, Isaac Smith, even O'Connor playing that wing roll, a bit of cover. They're blocked off the corridor, and then, as I mentioned, you got those spare backs. So it encourages you to go flat out at the contest, and Sydney just didn't handle it.
Yep.
And when they did get the ball back, Sydney just then dumped the ball back down the line. So it was Geelong going, oh, are you kidding? You're just actually going to kick it to where we got the outnumber.
Yeah, we're going into the game. The clearances are equal. That's no great surprise. No domination there. But the hit-outs that are 24 to Geelong and 12 to Sydney, you would have thought it would have been the opposite way round going into the game. So the fact that Stanley, Blitzarve, Hawkins have been able to sort of do well in the hit-out part of the game, well, that is one part that you thought Swans might have been quite good in.
I'm still shaking my head at the boundary throws, the first two goals of the game. Why? Firstly, Tom Hickey would start in front or level with Tom Hawkins, then start on the opposite side, which he'd start. So he's starting not even on his goal side. Tom Hawkins just leans into him. He's out of the contest. Clearly haven't watched any football, or you got sucked into the trap not once but twice, and it cost the first two goals of the game.
Yeah, I think that a lot of the strategy is one thing, and Geelong are so good at organised, but I think they haven't been hard enough, strong enough, tough enough, and we highlighted it pretty early, Tone, that they were beaten up by clearances. Patrick Dangerfield, he's only had the 10 touches, but his game has been symbolic of how aggressive they've been, Geelong, and how hard they've been at the contest. Selwood, what a game he's played. 13 disposals, really tough on the inside. Isaac Smith has been good. 15 of his touches have come with 8 contested. They're plus 21 in the toughness stakes, competitive stakes. And, yeah, Sydney raised a little bit. But when it was there in the most important moment in the first quarter, broken tackles, beaten up, too tough.
Yeah, and score sources, Lloydie. I know you and I are smashing the Swans midfield, but 6 goals, 440 to the Swans, 2 points, 38 points difference there. They're leading the game by 36. But where Sydney have almost been asked, two of their goals have become from the back half all the way, where you have to work the footy all the way from the half-back flank and weave your way through 18 Cats players. It's not a sustainable way to play a big game.
Well, I guess they're forwards who might be able to win a more contest. Papley at times, the way he plays, Heaney the way he plays. Papley has been getting a bit of the ball, but Heaney hasn't been able to get involved. And Franklin and Reid, well, they're just getting destroyed by their direct opponents and the group defence of Geelong.
To that end, Lloydie, just some of the big numbers and the main stats that just individual and then do the collective numbers.
Individuals, Isaac Smith, 15 disposals, 2 goals, so he's on track for, premiership number 4. Isaac Smith, amazing. Joel Selwood, 13 disposals. He's been sensational, used the ball really well as well. De Koning, 12 disposals, 5 marks. Jimmy touched on it in that half, playing on Sam Reid, and he's just been too mobile, athletic. It's going to be a massive talking point why Reid played. Shouldn't be out there. He's been looking to the bench all this second quarter, saying he doesn't want to be there. May as well sub him out. He's mentally gone because he can't move. Mitch Duncan been good, 12 disposals. Blixarves 11. Hawkins, 8 disposals, 3 goals, 2. Stengel, 7 disposals, 2 goals straight. And for the Swans, Parker and Fox have 13 apiece.
Explain that 3 small forward setup, which has just given basically Geelong 100 goals for the season. Stengel, Close and Myers.
Yeah, we mentioned how well they complement each other, and Close and Myers have been solid players, but they've gone to another level because Stengel is a natural inside forward 50 small forward. He actually has got the craft and the skill and nous to hit front and squares or find the space, which it's really difficult to find space inside forward 50. The other two then can play what suits them a lot better. Huge work rate, those two guys. They've got massive engines. They get up to half back. It's almost like they set up one on either side of the ground. They get up, they be that extra line of defence, and then they get so hard back into their front half to even up the numbers. But that's why they're big score involvement players.
And also, too, Lee, as far as they go, as Geelong defensively, how brilliantly drilled they are.
Yeah.
Tom Stewart's probably had a game you'd sort of look at, if you looked at it in isolation, saying, gee, you're lucky to be out there, but we know what a brilliant career he's had. But then other people can just quite as easily step up.
Well, that's where you want a good, the group, don't you? They decided to put Clark on to Stewart because he's the best of the Geelong. If you have a chance to float off, they set that ability up. But then I guess mostly Tui's been the one that's ended up being the spare. Sometimes Henry's been on Dangerfield a bit. DeCunning's been good in the air. So, but basically, even though Stewart wasn't able to play the role he would like to play, he's still been useful. But the other Geelong defence, Views, etc., they just haven't really. And Duncan, they've just been able to do it beautifully, even though their main attacking defender's been tagged a bit.
Yeah, for the Swans, where I think the disappointment sets in is the midfield. Like I look at Franklin and these guys, the supply hasn't been good. It's been slow ball movement, been smashed at the centre bounces. Stoppage scores are 3 goals, 2-2 behind. So I reckon Hickey has been just about the most disappointing on the ground for his effort and contest. Rowbottom normally tough. He hasn't been tough today. 5 touches. Errol Goulden, 5 broken tackles. Isaac Heaney been well beaten everywhere he's been. 3 disposals. Papley hasn't had an influence, Tone. So they're the players, the midfielders, who have to try and get things going. Otherwise, it'll be an embarrassing day they'll have to live with for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, this halftime wrap on the 3AW with Geelong 9-8-62 to Sydney 4-2 26-36 the margin. All thanks to Light and Easy, simplest way for all blokes to enjoy great tasting food and lose weight. So to that end, how did the second quarter sort of even up? Did they do anything? Well, they must have done some things better because they weren't blown out of the water, Lee. Well, but what did they do better, though?
They certainly evened up the clearances. I mean, the clearances were sort of 12-9 at quarter time. They were 18-18. I thought Papley worked his way into the game a bit around the middle. He was all right. Warner started to get a little bit of ball in hand, and so did Parker. So what they did is they sort of evened it up in that part of the ground. The contested possessions that they were getting demolished in, well, they broke even in the second quarter. I mean, it's always starting with the clearances, contested possessions. unless there's some diabolical turnover. So they did even it up. And I thought, Parker, Papley, Warner were the group that got themselves going.
Yeah. So 3 goals, 3 Tone, Geelong, 3 goals, 2 Sydney, and they were even in every department of the game. But as Lee said, it's often one quarter that wins or lose it for a team, and that first quarter just wasn't good enough. But full credit to Geelong, they've been absolutely brilliant.
Just before we head to news headlines, mark of the day thanks to Foodworks. Shop local and save at your neighbourhood Foodworks. Anyone got a standout contender at the moment, Jim?
Gary Rowan, where he came full tilt. It could have been Jeremy Cameron's, but full tilt, big mark. Just missed the goal, but he's my front runner. And
the goal of the day, thanks to Sheen Panel Service. You've had a car accident. Sheen will do everything, all the claims, replacement vehicle. You can call Sheen first, 1300 repair. Is there any standout goal?
Which one of Tom Hawkins off a boundary throw-in?
Yeah, that's the
big goals out of half. No chances.
No chances.
Yeah. It was the first goal of the day, thanks to resmed.com.au. Awaken your best with ResMed. So as we head to Alex Waddell in the newsroom, we just hear the wonderful voice of Goanna and, of course, Solid Rock.
Good afternoon. Optus is starting to contact customers affected by a cyber attack. It will begin with people whose ID document numbers have been stolen. Phone numbers, email addresses, birth dates, driver's licences and passport details are among the information accessed in the cyber attack. People are being reminded to not click on links sent via text or email. The federal government is looking to bolster Ukraine's resources by ordering several hundred Bushmasters. The Australian Financial Review reports the vehicles will be made in Bendigo before being sent across to Ukraine. 2 men are in hospital under police guard after they allegedly rammed a police van in Dandenong South early this morning. One of the male constables involved was allegedly bitten on the arm and punched to the head a number of times. And Hurricane Fiona is currently making its way towards Canada's eastern seaboard. More news after the football.
This car's earning money. So's this car. And this car. Thanks to Car Next Door, your car could be paying for heaps of stuff you love. Car Next Door is the app that lets you earn money by renting your car out to locals. Bookings are managed via one simple app, and contactless pickup with instant keys means you don't even have to meet the borrower. Search Car Next Door to find out how to start earning.
If you're a dedicated fan of greyhound racing, the Watchdog app is dedicated to you. Watch every Victorian greyhound race, live and free. Download the app or follow Watchdog Racing on Twitter or Facebook and gamble responsibly. Proud supporter of 3AW Football.
Planning to get away and do something fun this weekend? Then fuel the good times with Shell V-Power. Shell V-Power 98 is the premium unleaded fuel, designed to clean away gunk and deliver unbeatable protection for your engine. Then you can focus on what's really important, spending time somewhere special, with someone special, doing something special. Fuel the feeling with Shell V-Power. Details online. See shell.com.au.
Are you an EdSaver? Start investing in your children's education and give them their best start in life. EdSaver by Futurity. edsaver.com.au. Read the PDS before you invest.
We want the very best for you.
AFSL 236665.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Shop unbeatable prices in store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Conditions apply. Choose to drink wise. Dan Murphy's.
G'day, it's Mark Taylor. Want to kick some healthy living goals? Well, why not join the tens of thousands of Aussie blokes who are already using Light and Easy to help them stay healthy, enjoy more free time, and even lose a few kilos. It's convenient, tasty, and really healthy. I love it. No shakes, no classes, just your choice of over 235 delicious meals delivered to your door. Check out Light and Easy's huge range of meals at lightandeasy.com.au.
Sheen Panel Service.
If you've had a car accident, call Sheen first. We'll handle your repair process from start to finish and provide an accident replacement vehicle at no cost to you. Rest assured, we use genuine parts and provide you with a lifetime guarantee on all repairs. So remember, call Sheen first on 1300 Repair. We'll take care of the rest at one of our 26 locations across Victoria. T's and C's apply.
Sheen Panel Service.
Throughout Australia, this is 3AW's coverage of the 2022 Toyota AFL Premiership season. For Macca's 3AW is football.
Great to have your company as we are just on 4 o'clock in Melbourne. It is a one-way game so far with Geelong dominance, 9-8-62 to 4-2-26. 3AW football this year, last year, the previous 5, and hopefully many more, brought to you by Macca's. Score a 1 in 4 chance to win the Monopoly game at Macca's. It ends in around about 3 weeks' time on the 18th of October. Doing the boundary line so brilliantly as she has for the last few seasons, Jackie Reid. For Pilot Medical, man, level up your health with pilot.com.au. And the big talking point is, and neither side has emerged from the rooms yet, Jackie, just what is the fate of Sam Reid, and it looks pretty grim.
Sam Reid went down into the rooms just before the halftime break with the doctors. He was pretty keen to get down there and also to get off the ground for a period of that second quarter. I have asked the Swans for an update. We haven't got that as yet, but I'm sure we'll find out when he runs out, if he runs out with the rest of the team when they come back out. Just a quick mention, guys. It looks like some tensions flared at halftime between Joel Selwood and the opposition captains Dane Rampey and Callum Mills. So a few words there, a little bit of a push and shove, and then down into the room. So pretty interesting to see.
What would Joel Selwood be saying to them? Because butter wouldn't melt in his mouth, Jim.
He'd be like, you wouldn't want to be having a bad one today, would you, fellas?
Something like that.
Today's not the day to be having a bad day.
Well, it's pretty awful reading for the moment for the Sydney Swans. They trailed by 36 points. So I suppose it behoves upon us, gentlemen, to try and work out some optimism for the Sydney fans, other than suggesting if they leave early, they'll beat the public transport crush. But we don't, we're hoping that doesn't happen. Lads, any thoughts?
I think there's been a couple of individuals have been good for the Swans. You can't fault Robbie Fox's game. He's had 13 touches. He's actually used the ball pretty well. Contested mark. He's kept Jeremy Cameron under wraps, which, considering the weight of football they've had in their front half, the Cats, but I'm with Lloydie. It'll just be going around to individuals and just be imploring them just individually to lift and be stronger in the contest.
It has to start there, Tone. Has to start in the midfield and see if they can lock the ball in. Like I touched pre-game around their pressure and the way they've beaten Collingwood. To beat Collingwood, you have to bring the heat. And Geelong have just been able to, like Summer Selwood. Selwood's been able to just hit up balls in corridors, take risks by foot. Geelong have just been able to move the ball so well. And they're an unbelievable team, Geelong. They're going to win 16 in a row, and I wonder how we'll view this current Geelong team if they go on with it from here and say, were they one of the best individual teams in one particular season with their dominance across the whole year? So the heat has to come, and it's the least pressure. I don't know what the pressure gauge is. Tone, your pressure gauge. But
it is the AFL version of the Chico roll. Well, just a whole heap of stuff goes in and no one's sure exactly what it is, but it tastes good and it sounds good.
Well, I wouldn't think it'd be very good today for the Sydney Swans. Well off their best, and they've failed to this point on the biggest day of all.
Yeah, I think there was one day, Jimmy, wasn't it?
Yep.
St Kilda had a 189 pressure gauge. Their opposition might have been Carlton or Richmond, 143, and the other mob were winning by about 7 goals.
Yeah,
so
they spent the whole day chasing backside.
It's actually a pretty good guide, though, the old pressure rating, Tone. If it's up around 200, we know that. We don't know what it made, as you know. We don't know what it's made up of, but it's good. We listen to it.
I think someone goes out there, when you try and catch the wind, where you lick the top of your finger and go, that way.
Honda's most reliable and durable player of the day in Honda's lawn and garden power equipment range. Get into your garden, as many people will. The reliability and the name itself, Honda, you know it's going to be top notch. Player that I know there's a lot of love for and had a magnificent game last week, Lloydie, but throughout his great career, reliable and durable. You can have one of two. You can either have number 35 for Geelong or number 14 for Geelong.
Yeah, agree with that. They've both been brilliant. I'd say I'll say Dangerfield, for the way he's won his disposals, I'd have him as most reliable on the ground. And I wonder what they do also with Sam Reid here. Do they sub him out at half-time, or do they jab him and say can we give us 10 minutes to see how you go, Lee?
And find out. That's the point. I mean, I doubt if you can sort of jab the adductor groin area with any great success. So I don't think that's probably an option. It's a question: can he be any value even if he's a little bit sore? I think they got as their sub again.
Braden Campbell.
So they've got a runner, another runner. Yeah.
Lee, I know it's always the great talking point about injured players into a grand final. With all of your experience, and we suppose you can even point to Stephen May last week when there was a bit of a doubt over him, and he was magnificent coming off a 15-day recovery from hamstring. But just in general terms, it does tend to fall flat on your face if you tend to do that.
Well, when you think of it, you're never going to play injured players. But occasionally you play a player hoping that he's over his injury, and sometimes it works for you and sometimes it doesn't. And it looks like this one, it doesn't look like Sam Reid's going to be able to... He's still out there, so he's going to be still giving it a go, but he does look like he's affected enough that he's not able to make an impact on the game, and that's where the crunch comes.
Darren Mullane, was there any, in 1990, Lou, was there any thought that we know he's injured? Well, it turns out his hand was either broken, broken thumb, but was there any doubt ever think, no, we're not going to fall for that trap and not play him?
Well, he passed the weakest fitness test I've ever given anyone. He had a broken left hand. I just threw the ball to his right hand. As long as you can run, you're okay. But no, he basically played for 5 weeks with the broken thumb. So effectively, he had like 1.5 hands, but he still was a valuable player playing within that its restriction. So it depends what your limitation is, isn't it? Whether you still can be of value rather than, say, the 23rd player who would be the next player in.
We will be voting on Honda's most reliable and durable player of the day. Don't forget Honda's lawn and garden range, the garden power equipment range. You know the name, you know it'll be good. And everyone gets stuck into it next Saturday, or probably even from tomorrow. But at the moment, it would be line ball for reliable and durable, Selwood or Dangerfield. As they all huddle up again, Lloydie, and you did a bit of your best Alan Peace work on the midday show going back into the mid-'80s when Ray Martin, or could have been Mike Walsh. He was the body language expert that we're able to tell when you're telling lies, and Evans above. Just one of those things that tends to be inbuilt with your partner. But he'll just say, you picked up, he said, don't like the way the Swannies had lined up in the national anthem.
Well, it's more the look in the eye of them. Some players are very, very relaxed, others aren't. But it's more what Lee touched on the body. See, they look smaller, the Sydney Swans. I just saw a lot of young faces, which they are pretty young and inexperienced in comparison to some of these cats.
Well, Geelong are the most experienced player that's ever, like their average age of 28 or something.
Yep.
That's the oldest almost that's ever been put on a
Sure
field at all, or just not even a grand final, but in general.
In general, definitely the oldest grand final team, excluding all the subs.
And Jackie, Sam Reid still hasn't been subbed out of the game, but went straight to the bench.
Yeah, that's right. No paperwork as yet. He looked like he warmed up with the team and he was okay, but he's coming to the bench now, so he'll sit down and start there.
Geelong a half away from yet another flag. Third quarter action for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. We start the third quarter, Geelong by 36 points.
And I reckon in these situations, the first 5 minutes usually tell us whether a team has a fight back in it. From the ball up, there might be a holding the ball free kick, won't be paid. Another ball up, Jackie.
Yeah, it looks like paperwork's been lodged on the Swans bench, so it looks like Sam Reid might be out of the game now. Braden Campbell comes in.
Picked up by Cam Guthrie from the ball up. Forced sideways out towards the members' wing. Buse is the first man there ahead of Papley. Kick not great. Out towards the boundary. Blakey collects on the bounce. Hand pass to Paddy McCartan, who gave to Mills. He missed Fox with his hand pass. Rowan tried to plough it on for Geelong but couldn't. McCartan over it again, but Rowan gets in and steals it. Tackled by Lloyd. Has to release to Blitzarve. Swinging kick to within 20 of goal. Smith arrived, did well, made it a contest. It wouldn't bounce for Cameron. Picked up by Tom McCartan, mown down and penalised for holding it. Just over 20 metres out, directly in front of goal. A shot for goal coming up for the Cats to be taken by Duncan. That looked tough to me.
Yeah, no, I think he had 2 or 3 steps. Even I always broke for the ball carrier, but he had 2 or 3 steps, got tackled, incorrect disposal.
Well, it's in keeping with the way in which the law is interpreted these days. And Mitch Duncan, a veteran of this team, but still playing as well as he ever has, comes in, puts it through. Geelong are 7 goals in front, and that makes it very, very difficult indeed. 10-8-68 to 4-2-26. Not quite 2 minutes into the third term.
We've talked about, what's changed with Geelong over this last 12 months of their evolution. I just think this year, 22 compared to 21, they're just much quicker. They've just got more leg speed in their 22 that just makes them able to run with the ball on offence, but chase down tackle quite regularly on defence.
Yeah, willingness to take the game forward. They were last for taking the ball forward, now they're fourth. So that actually encourages you to get after it, because if you know the ball is constantly moving forward, it becomes really predictable.
Geelong within touching distance of its 10th flag. It is a 42-point margin, and even the most optimistic Sydney supporter would have to think that the afternoon and the year, as fine as it's been, is going to come to an end unsuccessfully in half an hour's time. Bounce the ball, middle of the ground. And even in that passage to play then, Lloyd, he was 2 on to 1, 2 on to Parker in that
and
contest.
I'm watching Guthrie and Dangerfield. They're not going to let it happen. You just see the desperation that they're fighting for every ground ball with, to not let Sydney get any momentum.
So middle of the ground, win to Stengel, to Stewart round the body. Isaac Smith, Marks running with the flight of the ball. He'll wheel onto the left boot, Tim, and he will go long for Geelong.
He was quiet last week. He started with a bang today, but that's not his best kick. Tom McCartan either marked it just inside the line or just over the line. Oh! He goes across the goal face, close, saw it coming, and takes the intercept mark 15 metres out, 45-degree angle.
Well, from the Swans' point of view, with the car crash, you can see it happening. With the ball, we're going to get over close his head from back pocket to the other back pocket. Great mark.
I reckon he's been a great player today.
Oh, really good.
He's going to run out and kick it around the corner and kick another one. I said the first 5 minutes, well, I reckon it's all been snuffed out now. It's 11-8-74 to 4-2-26. Out to 8 goals, not quite 4 minutes into the third term on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
Isaac Smith, Jack, looks a little bit sore, also out on that far wing, but he wouldn't want to come off. He wants to keep enjoying this. He's in the Normie Smith medal race, so he's been brilliant. You see the roar of this crowd. What a team Geelong are. Their running power is extreme. Tom McCartan's had a day to forget. Rampy getting over to him. He's been a bundle of nerves from pretty much very early on. Fumbly, beaten by Hawkins, and then turns one over to close.
Lance's afternoon, please. I know the ball hasn't been up there that much, but what is it for the record?
3 disposals, 1 behind.
The close has now been manned up by McCartan, Paddy McCartan. There's no real matchup for Paddy McCartan in the Geelong lineup.
13 more scoring shots, 8-goal lead to the Cats back in the middle of the ground. Dangerfield battled hard, tried to get a handball away and was successful. Blitzarves, 198 centimetres of pure terror, middle of the ground.
Used to be a steeplechaser, Tony.
Used to be, thank you very much, Tim. As his long kick as Hawkins sees it out of bounds. In the forward pocket. And the blue and white hooped affair loving all of it at the moment, Jim.
It's a good time to be playing footy. Grand final, sun's out, and your team's up by 8 goals.
35 out. Punt road end, Geelong again into attack. Blitzarves, the double Palmer, Dangerfield, the handball to Stengel outside 50 to Jeremy Cameron, to Isaac Smith. He'll have a long shot from 50-odd metres. Ball on its way. You've got to be joking. Isaac Smith, you're a ripper. 3 goals. And 3 goals to the Cats in the first 5.5 minutes of the third quarter. All on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Everything and more, Lloydie, running for the Cats. 12-8-80 to 4-2-26.
And Luke Parker just gets from bad to worse for the Swans. We'll get to Jackie Reid shortly on that. But again, Dangerfield, the energy that he's playing with and the power, just not to let Sydney win any ball or free ball, has been exceptional. Jack, what are you seeing down there with Luke?
Yeah, he was definitely grabbing at an ankle or a foot out on the oval, so out on the far side over there. So the physio's just brought him off the ground. So he'll get some treatment now. Hopefully he can get back out there.
I
reckon, did he do a little damage to that last week, Jim? Luke Parker? I thought he might have had a bit of trauma. Anyway, back in the middle of the ground, Tim and Geelong go forward again.
Stanley knocked it once, twice, and now he runs onto a hand pass. Had to release, though, in a tackle, and it's going to be a free kick because his release didn't satisfy the umpire that it was legal. Heaney takes the free. Kick short to Florent between half-back and centre lines. Goes wide, safely to Fox. Running out of defence and kicking inaccurately. Collected by Buse. Gave it off to Blitzarves. He went to Atkins. He went to eventually Selwood, or Duncan, off the instep. Kicks it to Stengel. Takes the mark. And Duncan keeps coming to receive. And takes the mark at the 50 on the left half-forward flank, and the Cats are running amok.
He's been good as well, Mitch Duncan. 16 disposals and a goal. So he's also been, I reckon, in the best 5 players so far for Geelong.
The hardest thing today is working out who's going to win the Norm Smith.
It's hard to be in their best 5. They've had about 25 who would qualify. Well, maybe not the emergencies. Duncan comes in and changes his mind. He sits it up, hoping Cameron can mark. He can't. He had 2 against him. Fall of the ball. Warner didn't exactly bodyline it there. Hawkins has got it in the pocket. Warner fights back. Now he finds himself over the ball, and there'll be a ball up just inside the 50 left half forward flank for Geelong, who have come out gone for the jugular, and they've found it. They lead by 54 points 8 minutes in.
All on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. 12,880 to 4226.
And have a look at Geelong behind the ball. Like, they've got 2 back there. So how do you get through it? They're beating them up still with less numbers around the contest.
Ball tossed in again in Geelong's forward line. Members side. Hickey pushed into the ball, got the tap, got it to row bottom. Heaney, what an excellent grab for Foodworks. Outbodied his man there in Isaac Smith, can come wide. Row bottom. Basically on the wing, members side. Gives it off to Paddy McCartney. Drew high contact. And he got him high. And he's very, very slow, Paddy, to get to his feet. He does eventually. So Paddy McCartney into traffic it goes. Mills trying to lift. 20 up the ground. McInerney on the end of it. Look to play on. Stengel stands the mark. Forces him to wait. 9 minutes gone. Collins House online investment scoreboard. 80 Geelong. 26 Sydney. Third quarter action. McInerney pushed as he kicked at Lance Franklin. Dirty day. Can't take the mark through his hands. Found Ryan Clark. High kick to the goal square. Comes off hands and one behind to Sydney. Takes the Swans to 4-3-27. Some distance behind the Cats, who are 12-8-80. Tyre Power scoreboard.
4-3, approaching the halfway point of the third quarter. It's a dismal score. Been absolutely blown off the park. Tui plays on, comes members side. Kolodjasny in front, takes it uncontested. Thought about the hand pass, didn't go. Kicks laterally, Cam Guthrie collects it. Top of the 50. Defensive half for Geelong, takes his time here. Still taking no liberties, although they might run around in the last quarter knowing they've got the flag won. They're not quite permitting themselves that indulgence yet. They work it right across ground. Southern side, Cameron marks at defensive 50. Went somewhat ambitiously to Myers, but a perfect pass and a safe pair of hands. Find the small forward. He kicks brilliantly and finds Hawkins on the wing on the southern side. The weight on those 2 kicks has been exquisite. Now Hawkins tries one of his own, and that's pretty good too. But Atkins can't quite hang on to the mark. Spoil coming from behind the ball over the line for a throw-in between wing and... No, in fact, it's going to be a Sydney free kick now. And it will be taken by Blakey at half-back.
Little high contact there. 53 points the margin in favour of Geelong. 11 gone third quarter. Blakey's gone backwards. Dangerfield to make the spoil, and he did legitimately. Now the Sydney defence under pressure again. Myers is there. Dangerfield's there. Got a handball under pressure. Back to Cameron, round the body he goes. Just too much on the kick, but they're lining up. Good body on body work on McInerney. Means the Cats can hold it in 45 metres out. Close the tackle. Heaney under pressure. Handball. That time Atkins shrugged him off. Close the handball. Myers 1, 2 tackles. High handball 30 metres out. Close tries to knock it in the path of Cam Guthrie. 15 metres out. Geelong inch forward. Over the football. How's the umpire going to see it? Free kick to the Cats. The claim is it was dragged in Florent. And out of absolutely nothing, Lloydie, just honest toil, the Cats win a free kick 15, 20 metres out.
Oh, I think this one was harsh, that one. Maybe.
What's the Bunnings replay telling us?
That it was harsh, in my opinion. But what about Reece Stanley and that hit beforehand? He's been maligned, Reece. He's had a big day. He's been brilliant.
Round the body, Cam Guthrie for a goal. $13.886 Geelong, 4-3-27 the Swans. 12 minutes gone, Tyre Power scoreboard, Lee, third quarter.
Yes, no, outstanding. As Tim said at half-time, the Swans had to come out and pretty much dominate this first part of the third quarter just to keep the hope up. But Geelong have kicked their 4 goals, just opened up the margin. So when you talk about the hope and energy connection, well, the Swans will be losing hope by the minute. So the energy goes, the opposite is happening for Geelong. They're running on top of the ground, things are working for them, and all of a sudden it's just a hard yakka for the Swans.
Jackie?
Luke Parker's back out there, which is good news for the Swans, and Braden Campbell has officially entered the game, so he's out there now. I'm just watching Blakey at the minute. He has no idea where he's supposed to start, yelling at the bench. There's a lot of confusion with their interchanges at the minute.
He's up on the wing now. Joel Selwood standing alongside him.
59-point lead, and this time it might be a Sydney takeaway. No, it's not. Rowbottom got his hands on the ball, but he was wrapped up in a straitjacket by Dangerfield, who's awarded a free kick. He drives it to within 20 of goal, and Rowan just couldn't quite hang on to the mark. Had the hands around it. Spillage taken by Stevens for Sydney. Clears out over the 50. No one can mark. Here's a test for Parker. Selwood coming the other way. Shoulder to shoulder. Cam Guthrie had it, gave it up. Picked up by Lloyd for Sydney. To Hickey to Rowbottom. Paid for it, got rid of it to Stevens, whose head was down. The tackle was high. And he'll take a free kick as Rowbottom still on all fours. He is slow to get himself up. Sideways go the Swans to Rampy. Ran off half-back, had a bounce and almost lost it. Got it back. Gives to Fox, and he kicks to Clark, who takes the mark just forward of the southern wing for Sydney.
So James Rowbottom coming off as Sydney advance the football. Southern side to half-back.
Zach Guthrie squashed Rowbottom.
So Lloyd's kick to full forward. Hickey, he should be paid the mark. He had to release it, wasn't paid. Jack Henry there. A little toe poke, Heaney can't get there. Tui last line of defence, kicks it as far away as he can. Goes all of 60 metres to half-back southern side. McInerney stays down. Sweeping handball. Florent in space. 55 out. Too slow. He's tackled. He's gone. The desire, Lee, we are seeing it in space. The small forwards again, Lee, close, providing the tackle, winning the free at half-back.
We break one tackle, but Geelong today, if you break one of their tackles, they're always going to have a second bloke coming at you.
13.886 Tyre Power scoreboard. The Cats leading the Swans 4-3-27. Tim, 15 into the third quarter.
Swans have been overwhelmed. We wondered about the effect of last week's game. They look to be out on their feet late. An injury or two, and they just have not been competitive as Geelong chip it around laterally, backwards and forwards. Tui has it now at centre half back. He has Myers all on his own out near the wing. Selwood running for him, receives, floats a hand pass for Close, gives to Smith, sweeps it on by hand to Dangerfield. A low kick for Rowan on the bounce. Just an awkward bounce, couldn't collect it. Taken for the Swans by Campbell. Had to get rid of it. Chaos ball. They're under the pump. Picked up by Tom McCartan. Tackled, lost it. Taken by Hawkins. He's taken to ground. The earth moved for me, Tone. Don't know about you. There'll be a ball up 40 out from Geelong's goal.
All I can see Tom Hawkins doing is just stacking bales of hay, one on top of the other. They are broad shoulders. What a game he's had today. 3 goals they lead by, and Geelong get the stop. It's 35 out. Ruckwork. Hawkins, the tap. Selwood's kick was charged down. Tom McCartan tries to knock the ball forward. Little clearance that time from Warner towards centre half-back. Heaney ran it at hard, doesn't take it with him. Mitch Duncan, the handball. Buse goes hard, brings it in, gets up, tries to release it, then shoves it into the guts. Sorry, the well-framed abdomen of Stevens to get a stoppage. Tim, again, Geelong at centre half forward. and they lead by just short of 60 points as Goulden clears at halfback.
With that preferred left boot, the bounce on the ball wasn't favourable for McLean, who then knocked it on the bounce straight to Isaac Smith of Geelong. He gave to De Koning, whose hand pass put a teammate under the pump and they've lost it. Warner collects for Sydney, gives to Heaney, an attacking hand pass to Clark, but he's tackled by Stewart and coughed it up straight to Tui of Geelong. Has Stengel loose, out on the southern wing, canters forward, got Myers inside him. Stengel veers inside and uses his boot, delivers to Selwood, plays on, pokes the pass, and his old mate Hawkins on the lead, marks at 45 out, not far off, directly in front.
Oh, don't they kick well to Tommy? Tommy times his leads to perfection, but we've seen that for about a decade. Duncan to Selwood to Hawkins, or Selwood to Hawkins. They just lower their eyes really well. That's unstoppable, that pass.
How good was it for Isaac Smith? Reckon he's a goal kicker. He's on the wrong side running away and he wanted it from Selwood.
He's feeling it.
He is.
Hawkins got the ball rolling with the first two from boundary throw-ins in either pocket. Comes in now from 48. Soaring kick is just offline. Makes the margin a nice round figure of 60 points. 13-9-87 to 4-3-27. 17 and a half gone.
Oh, the kick-in was inconclusive. Dangerfield took a tackle, gave it to Stengel. Round the body, should be easy. This is where you want the earth just to open up and swallow you. Bad kick in, Stengel pounces, aided by Dangerfield, it must be said. He has his third goal, Tyson Stengel. Life's good for him. 14-9-93 to 4-3-27. 66 the margin lead, and that is all on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
Look at this sort of the core of the Geelong midfield group. I mean, Atkins and Selwood aren't big men, but they're small, tough nuts. Strong. But Dangerfield and Blitzards, they're big, tough nuts. Particularly Dangerfield, who's got speed as well, and a whole lot of power, so he can just break through the defensive pressure or the tackling pressure, which happened then to set up the Stengel goal.
I told Paddy McCartan now at full forward, so I know it's meaningless now with the scoreboard, but he's gone down there to support Franklin.
It was interesting that he started on the bench, which it really meant there was no logical match-up for him in the way they picked their team.
I'll get your leaders in the Norm Smith medal in just a moment. I mean, really, the battle's been won and lost. All the damage that counted has been done. Taken by Stanley here, got it to Selwood. Out of a tackle, gave to Blitzarves. He's wrestled to the ground, but he was able to release. And Isaac Smith, who's kicked three, drives Geelong deep into attack again. Dangerfield in front was taken under it by Rampy. The ball, though, was won by the Swans, but not for long. It's still in dispute. Close has got it in the pocket. Gave to Hawkins. Uses the left boot. Immaculate, just overshot Stengel, and it's marked by Rowbottom. Just up from fullback for Sydney. He gives off a little hand pass to Lloyd, and he gives by hand to Stevens. Running out of defence, had to accelerate, but did it well. Gave to Mills.
Mills handball. Papley had to retreat ever so slightly. Gives it to Lloyd. Kolodjasny's got him. Magnificent pressure. Means Papley's got to kick it high. And he's going to stay in the field of play. Not quite. 14-9-93 to 4-3-27 on the Tyre Power scoreboard as the fabulous skipper wanted to take a break, but Duncan says, nah, get back out there. A bit like Frank Sinatra leaving the arena without singing My Way. He's done New York, New York. He might as well belt it out. So Geelong, it is all the party tricks. And this man, Isaac Smith, headed for a fourth flag and maybe a Norm Smith medal. To half forward it goes. Close can't complete the mark, but they're sharing it at half forward. Comes out to Dangerfield by Blitzarves. A little low pass. What a beauty it was. The equal of Heaney's mark for food work. This time it's Stengel against the boundary line. Not quite as far out as Jamie Elliott kicking that match winner late in the season, but it's that pocket to the punt road end. So 21 minutes gone. Stengel has 3. This is shades of Carlton. Was it 1995, Tim, when there was a stack of great players? Stengel might put the name to the board around the body for the most exquisite goal. And with 4 goals, he becomes a consideration. Best goal of the afternoon for sure, thanks to Sheen panel service. Cole Sheen first, 1-300 prepared. Matthew, would you be so kind to give us the full afternoon of Tyson Stengel?
11 kicks, 2 handballs, 13 disposals, 6 marks. He's had 4 inside 50s, 4 goals straight, and 2 tackles. So, great game.
He's obviously a small forward, but he sort of plays a little bit like a small full forward because so often he gets on the lead. In other words, the kicker upfield, he makes himself available for the little chip kick or the kick into space, and he's a beautiful finisher.
15-9-99 Geelong. Tim, no need to say today either. First to 100 probably wins because that is totally and utterly useless. Sydney 4-3-27. That is a 72-point margin. It's 72-point margin. 22 minutes into the third quarter. Warner to break for the Swans.
He, in a tackle, hand passes forward, hoping someone can collect it. That someone's wearing blue and white hoops. His name's Tom Stewart. He's taken to the ground, though, and there'll be a ball up just outside Sydney's 50. It is a trouncing. Swans just not up to it on the day. Cam Guthrie wins a hard ball here, but is tackled, and the kick trickled. Warner collected for Sydney, gave to Papley, shook his way out of a tackle, quick kick forward, but Jack Henry saw it coming, attacked the ball, took the mark on his chest as though he's defending a 1-point lead in the dying moments, and he kicks sideways to Isaac Smith out of the back pocket for the Cats.
Everywhere today, Isaac Smith goes short, still in defence, but Stewart's got the ball. It's 99-27 as he knocks it back to Isaac Smith. Back pocket, southern side, goes long. The beautiful long kicking skills have never betrayed him. And it's an easy grab that time then to O'Connor. He's just taken the mark. It is, big punt to Cameron. So easy at the moment for Geelong. Cameron can go short, running hard to receive. There's no let up to him, and he finds Atkins, this time forward of the centre wing on the southern side of the ground. 24 gone third quarter, 72 the margin in favour of the Cats.
Swans' resistance now has been completely broken. Short ball, Smith between wing and half forward. His left boot has been devastating today. He runs inboard. He swings it long into the pocket. Cameron up, can't mark. Spilling ball taken by Myers. Tackled immediately. Had to get rid of it. And it's taken over the line by Campbell of Sydney. There'll be a throw in the right forward pocket. Interestingly, Jeremy Cameron is the one man who's goalless up there, and surely his moment will come.
It's deep into attack yet again for the Cats. 72 points they lead by. Stanley taps front of the pack. Blitzarves a little kick going forward. Might have been in the back to Florent. Dangerfield ground level wing. Got it to Cam Guthrie, misses. Deserved a goal, and again Dangerfield. Lee just doing all of the hard grunt ground level work, winning another possession.
When he attacks the ball, he's got plenty of power and speed behind it.
Just saw a shot of Chris Scott. Lee, you know him well. Would he be still sitting over that laptop pretending he's really worried as Geelong have taken the ball off Sydney from the kick in, and Isaac Smith has marked it at the 50.
Oh. Yeah, well, getting towards late in the third quarter and you're 72 points in front, you might be starting to relax just a fraction as a senior coach, but I can tell you what, you don't relax too early. There's still a lot. You'll still be thinking, there's a lot of minutes to go.
It's 73 points, and Isaac Smith, I said his left boot's been devastating. Well, he can just make it a bit more so with a shot from just outside 50. Man on the mark on the paint. Smith loads up, kicks long. Will it curl back from the left? No, it doesn't. Behind. 15-11, 101 to 4-3-27 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. The Cats by 74 points.
So Blakey runs his distance, handsballs to Lloyd. Don't think there was one. I think there was one too many S's in that one, handsballs. But anyway, the ball goes to the wing where Heaney picks it up. Gets it to Warner. Oh, he's run a long. Oh, heavens above.
He's gone.
Heavens above.
Too many steps.
You don't even need to count the steps of that one, Lee. That just looked a long way. Hello. Bit of gobbing off at the umpire there.
Cheeky Chad might have just given a bit of lip.
A bit of time wasting too.
Didn't throw the ball back. So the result of which is that the Cats again. What are the inside 50s, Lloydie? You've got more strings to your bow than just reading stats every time I ask them.
47 to 23.
Oh dear. Well,
that's a short 50.
You can go a torp here and show off And he tried to do that, and it fell short. He kicked it straight to Hickey. That was Cameron. But you're allowed to try some party tricks now. Stuff you tried training, and that's a bad kick. Close. Came in from the side, knocked it away that time from Lloyd. Mills, I should say. And it is just all Geelong at the moment. We're at the 27-minute mark of the third quarter on the Collins House online investment clock. Thank you, Dominic Alafaci, for your support this year. Cats 101, Tim. Sydney 27.
Just outside 50 for Geelong. Rowbottom first to the ball. Taken though by Blitzarves. Hand pass stolen by Warner. Back to Rowbottom now. Clearing kick for Sydney to the wing. Henry against Franklin. Franklin ran under it. Henry put a fist on it. Out towards the boundary on the southern wing it goes. Kolodjasny sees it over. For a throw in, Jackie Reid.
Yeah, Tom Hawkins has just walked off the ground. He had a chat with the doctor and he's gone straight down into the room. So I'll find out what's wrong with him.
Maybe changing his boots to auction off another pair.
Yeah. So ball tossed in. Geelong win it on the wing. Around the body, Atkins finds Myers. 23, 24 metres up the ground. Taken there by Dangerfield, who's just been simply magnificent. It goes inboard to Stanley. Stanley's, the margin is 74 at the moment. I just wonder whether that... What was your win in 2007, was it, Jim? 119?
Yeah.
Might be in danger. There's the kick from Stanley. Isaac Smith, he was tackled high, and he's appealing to the umpires for something. Not sure exactly what it was, but the Bunnings replay, get your lawns beautiful with Bunnings. He certainly did cop one high, but the result of which is ball out of bounds, half forward, Geelong into attack, leading by 74 points.
Throw in, Rowbottom got it onto his left boot, hurried kick, and it landed well and is marked by Rampy. Out beyond the defensive 50. He picks himself up looking pretty unhappy with the whole state of play. On the half-back line, he bangs it back towards Lloyd at full-back and he switches play to Blakey out of the members' back pocket. Passes over the 50. Stevens marks, started to go, changed his mind just in time perhaps. Now runs inboard and kicks a left footer in the Franklin direction. And well marked by Paddy McCartan, coming in third man up for Sydney, but the siren ends any thoughts of a late forward move, which might have provided their first goal of the quarter. But as it is, in that third term, Geelong kicks 6 goals 3 to Sydney's 1 behind. And at the last change, the Cats have the flag won. They're 15-11, 101. Sydney 4-3, 27, a margin of 74 points.
Yeah, third quarter brought to you by Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailers. All over here at the G. Flag number 10 for the Cats, but about 35 minutes away. 15-11, 101 to Sydney, 4-3, 27 across Australia, thanks to Macca's. You were listening to 3AW Football.
The McSpicy range is back at Macca's. Juicy chicken with a fiery, spicy coating. As delicious as it is eye-watering. Can you handle the heat? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Available after 10:30am for a limited time only.
Are you an EdSaver? Start investing in your children's education and give them their best start in life. EdSaver by Futurity. edsaver.com.au. Read the PDS before you invest.
We want the very best for you.
AFSL 23665.
Forgot to stock up for game day? Run into your local Foodworks and grab your favourite footy snacks and nibbles to get you through the game. And you haven't got long, only a quarter left. At Foodworks, you'll be able to shop a huge range with your neighbourhood grocer and get great weekly specials. With nearly 400 stores, there's always one nearby. That works. They're the stores where you can easily get in and get out with exactly what you need. It really is convenient, and you'll be able to grab your footy essentials with a local store that's a part of your community. Shop local and save at Foodworks. That works.
Since 1982, our passionate teams at First National Real Estate have worked 10,400 days and around 582 million hours across Australia with one common goal: to always put you first. And we'll be here in Melbourne to help you on your journey to your happy place. Be it a tree change, a sea change, upsize, downsize, or finding that investment gem. First National Real Estate. We put you first. firstnational.com.au.
G'day, it's Mark Taylor. Want to kick some healthy living goals? Well, why not join the tens of thousands of Aussie blokes who are already using Light and Easy to help them stay healthy, enjoy more free time, and even lose a few kilos. It's convenient, tasty, and really healthy. I love it. No shakes, no classes, just your choice of over 235 delicious meals delivered to your door. Check out Light and Easy's huge range of meals at lightandeasy.com.au.
For some people, mornings are the best part of the day. But for many others, it can be a real challenge. That's because to wake up well, you need to know how to sleep well. ResMed has been helping Aussies make every morning a good morning for over 30 years. So if you have trouble sleeping or you wake up feeling tired, why not take a free sleep assessment at resmed.com.au to find out more. ResMed, proud partner of the 2022 AFL Final Series on 3AW Football.
The family are coming over for a barbecue, and we bought all the ingredients we needed from Foodworks.
They even have everything I need to make my special spicy sauce.
No one will eat your spicy stir-fry when my famous snags and burgers are on offer.
Really? But mine will be ready first.
It's not a competition.
Food's up.
Foodworks. That works.
3AW Footy Highlights.
The wooden bounce for Cameron, picked up by Tom McCartan, mown down and penalised for holding it. Mitch Duncan comes in, puts it through. Geelong are 7 goals in front, and that makes it very, very difficult indeed. Tom McCartan either marked it just inside the line or just over the line. Oh! He goes across the goal face, close, saw it coming, and takes the intercept mark. He's going to run out and kick it around the corner and kick another one.
To Jeremy Cameron, to Isaac Smith. He'll have a long shot from 50-odd metres. Ball on its way. Oh. You've got to be joking. Isaac Smith, you're a ripper. A little low past what a beauty it was. This time it's Stengel against the boundary line, around the body for the most exquisite goal. Geelong are about to be rewarded in 2022 with their 10th flag, 15-11-101. Sydney 4-3-27 on 3AW Football. All thanks to Macca's. We're on air until 7 o'clock tonight. Love to hear from delirious, joyous, rapturous Cat fans, because every element of the game has been executed perfectly. Down to you, Jackie.
Yeah, Tom Hawkins has emerged from the rooms. He's limping a little bit and walking towards the interchange gate, so that's a big one for the Cats. And, of course, repeating the big one for Sydney, Sam Reid was subbed out with a groin injury. Braden Campbell replaced him. So,
Lloydie, just to give us just the one stat today that says why the Cats at three-quarter time are 74 points in front.
Too tough for them, Tone. They're plus 40 contested disposals, 26 scoring shots to 7. They've just beat them up.
Jim, you can say this now because everyone knows the storied career you had at the Cats. This must be filling your heart with so much pride, being so close since 2011 to doubling up under Chris Scott. You're going to get it today.
Yeah, so happy for everyone involved. You know, they copped a lot of criticism, but each year they just front up and put themselves in a position to challenge and win, and they're getting all the rewards for being brave enough to make some changes in the way they play.
And Ryan Clark's still playing the defensive forward on top still. You'd think you might put him on the wing or do something.
Yeah, he'd be going, can I do something else?
Hey, Jack, do you think we'll see Hawkins this quarter?
Well, he's still sitting in the front of the bench at the minute, so I can see Brandon Parfitt's still got the jacket on and he's not warming up, so hopefully he can get back out there.
And McInerney, what's your thoughts
there?
Yeah,
McInerney came back out. It looks like he had a right ankle tape, so he's back out there now and hopefully be okay to play out the quarter.
In a word, boys, Norm Smith medalist. Lloydie?
Isaac Smith.
Lee?
Isaac Smith.
Jimmy?
Smith.
I think you're a Smith man too, Tone.
Yeah, deep down I am, because he's a great fellow. Let's start the final quarter for Car Next Door. Download the app. Your car could be making plenty of money as the ball spills. And Selwood, as he has all day, ran it hard. Picked up, though, by Parker. Around the body he goes. Franklin can't get there. Stewart from the back knocks it forward. Make that to Koning. To half-back it goes. O'Connor, quick handball. Got it to Buse. High kick to the middle of the ground. 2-on-2 battle there. Front of the pack that time. Selwood can't get there. But Myers does. A scything handball. Finds Atkins. Wide the half forward it goes. Cameron, who has had a dirty day, tries to knock it forward, but his opponent, and you've got to give him some love, Robbie Fox, did him in the one-on-one. Handball to Blakey. Handball to Florent. Handball back to Fox, keeps running. Row bottom the handball. Half volley pick up, half-back members side Warner. Handball to Papley, almost to the wing he goes, trying to create something. Vain as it might be, across ground to the southern side he goes. Mark taken by Goulden, out wide Lloyd. Forward of the wing, southern side to the punt road end. Lloyd's kick's got to find a man, it does, but it's the opposition. And Kolajasny takes it at half-back, Tim. As we're a minute into the final quarter, Car Next Door scored. Download the app. Your car can be making you money. 101 Geelong, 27 the Swans.
Back to Stewart, across the goal face to O'Connor, and on to fellow Irishman Tui. Still in the defensive 50, kicks over the paint, and Rhys Stanley takes the mark, playing the most physical game of his life. He kicks perfectly because the gate was wide open to Selwood. Hand pass to Duncan, hand pass to Blitzarves. The old steeplechaser runs forward, drives long, Cameron up. Did he hold it? No, he didn't. I thought he might get a shot for goal there. Swans work it around. Fox gives it to Lloyd. He sweeps it on to Goulden. Two of them come at him, and he's pinged for holding it. And there'll be a Geelong free kick on the boundary line in the left forward pocket. Jeremy Cameron just sneaking in, just in case the umpire might think he was nearest, but Ryan Myers was nearest. And he's going to have the shot from on the angle, but just a little bit of daylight peeping through as the shadows lengthen at the MCG. The lead's 74. This is one heck of a blowout. He runs out. He tries to curl it. He doesn't do badly. Oh, did it cross the line? No, it didn't. Ball's still alive. Rowan's got it. Gave to Close. Gave to Selwood. Oh, he fumbled. Wouldn't the crowd have loved him to accept that and kick a goal? Pack over the football, and there will be a ball up. 25 out from Geelong's goal. 2 minutes 40 in. 101 plays 27.
Car Next Door scoreboard. Download the app and rent your car. Start to local. Start earning some money. Geelong deep into attack. Who can hold them up? Callum Mills. Handball to Hickey. Handball to Stevens. The kick around the body. Rampy to half-back it goes. It's coming back again, though. As repetitive as it sounds. Duncan's kick. Tried to find a man forward pocket. City and ball runs harmlessly out of bounds. So, forward pocket, Jim, probably 25, 30 metres around from the Geelong goal. 3 gone final quarter.
Trying to get Selwood a goal. They'll probably try and get Dangerfield and Cameron a goal now. I think they'll just start trying to look for guys.
I reckon Isaac Smith's very keen on his 4th goal, I've got to say.
Yeah, he'll look for himself.
So, tossed in, body work that time. Hickey kicks quickly toward the wing members' side. Once again, Tom Stewart, quiet day for him. Handball to Duncan, got it to Myers. Good tackle, Papley. Ball runs out of bounds as they want a free kick. And I'll just give young Papley a bit of a mention. No good going radio rental, son, when you're 74 points down.
Can understand them, though. There've been a couple of sudden deaths go the other way, and that one looked a bit more obvious.
Ball comes back into play, Tim, as Geelong at half forward, members side, City end.
Blitzarves brought it down. Rowbottom, an important hand there. Got it to Warner for Sydney. To Parker. Traffic still dense. Now backwards to Mills, who gets a kick towards midfield. Off the packet, falls towards Cameron. Hand pass to Selwood. Well tackled. Got rid of it to Stanley. To Atkins. To O'Connor on the boundary. He's about 80 from goal. He kicks forward. Blitzarves up. Cameron down. Wouldn't quite work for him still. And he had about 3 against him, which didn't help either. Picked up by Rampy. Tackled as he kicked, and the kick just skidded. But fortunately to Heaney, gave to Fox, gave to Parker, and he passes to Lloyd, who marks it centre half back for Sydney.
Sees a man free on the southern side wing, finds him. Haywood takes it, running by to receive. Goulden ignored. Middle of the ground. Blakey has it, and he'll look around. 101 Geelong, 27 the Swans, 74 points the margin. No change to the 3/4 time scoreboard. We've gone 5 minutes on the Collins House clock final quarter.
Circle work now, Tone, for both sides.
Oh, yeah. This is where you can get some very important Herald Sun Supercoach points, even if you're getting towelled by 74 points. Florent kicks it in toward half forward. Henry, front of the pack, brave. Hayward to the side, gave it to Warner. Kick blocked by Buse. Nothing easy for them now. Duncan through traffic. Got it to Cam Guthrie. Good tackle, Warner. Should be a free kick. Warner awarded as Cam Guthrie unable to get rid of the ball, and he's 50 metres out, kicking to the punt road end.
Hasn't been their worst, Warner. So Robbie Fox, we think would say their best player. 23 disposals, kept Cameron goalless, and Warner to his 20th disposal.
So Warner...
Pause for De Koning, who comes off for a break.
55 out. He looks to have kicked that magnificently. He has. Well done, Chad Warner. Many better games and better days ahead for Chad Warner in what is unfolding as an excellent career. 5-3-33 Sydney, trailing the Cats 15-11-101 on the Car Next Door scoreboard. Your car could pay for your next footy trip. Download the app, Car Next Door, and it is... Help us out here, boys. 68.
Correct, Wade.
Thank you, Jim. 68 points. You may pick it up, Jim.
Yep.
68 points with Geelong in front at the 7-minute mark, final quarter.
Yeah, Lloyd is correct. He's probably, along with Robbie Fox and maybe Luke Parker, been the most consistent throughout the day for the Swans. He's had the 20 touches, kicked a goal, 7 clearances, 5 tackles. So he's boxed on hard, but he hasn't had many mates around the middle of the ground today.
101-33. Back in the middle, perfect bounce by Brendan Hosking, who I would say has acquitted himself very well in his first grand final as an umpire. Geelong take it away. Dangerfield to Smith, maybe the two leading contenders. Danger keeps coming and marks Smith's short kick about 47 metres out. Cameron circles, takes the hand pass, flights his left foot curler and kicks the goal. That was by design. They wanted to give him one, and they got him one. He joins the party. It's 16-11, 107 to 5-3-33, 7.5 minutes into the last quarter.
Get Buddies down the other end, shell-shocked.
What are his numbers, Lloyd? It's a horrible day to be a forward.
Yeah,
he's got up the ground at times.
Yeah, no, 3 disposals, Tim. Hasn't had one after half-time. 2 kicks, 1 handball. Hayden McLean, 2 kicks. Sam Reid didn't get a kick. He had 4 handballs. Gordon's had 8.
Having a look at that Bunnings replay, you're dead right, Tim. They just wanted to get Cameron on the scoreboard because he, as much as any in this magnificent size, is the reason they're out here. So Cameron finally gets a goal, and they got around him too as if he's playing his first game. 107-33, Car Next Door scoreboard. Grand final heading down the highway to the Cattery. Reece Stanley, the tap. Got it into the path of Atkins, gave it back to Stanley, round the body it goes. High floater, still in the centre square, but Rowan read it beautifully for a Foodworks mark. Wants to play on quickly. Long kick going forward. Hawkins lunges, can't complete the mark. Warner, ground level win for the Swans. Half back to the wing on the outer side of the ground. Bounce favours Hickey. Neat handball inboard, and Goulden's got it forward for the Swans.
He really only has one target, and that doesn't come off. It's taken by Tui for Geelong. He's tackled and lost it. Hickey collects, gave to Goulden. Hand pass for Clark. Tui's got a hold of him. Clark released, taken by Hickey. He gives back to Clark. Hurried kick under pressure, straight to O'Connor. Takes the mark for the Cats at defensive 50 over on the southern half-back flank. 9 minutes into the last quarter of the season, and it's a day of glory for Geelong. A high clearing kick by the Irishman. Front and square was Dangerfield, tackled, lost his footing. Got a hand pass to Rowan, hand pass to Cam Guthrie. Quick kick off a standing start in front of Duncan, working his way forward. Tackled, let go of the ball at some point. Lloyd was the tackler. Fights on at ground level, has support from Parker. Got a hand pass to Stevens, who steers a kick to Hickey. Can't quite hang on to the mark. Under pressure, and good pressure from Reece Stanley, who knocks it to the boundary. Throw in Geelong side of the southern wing.
Just moments ago, they showed Joel Selwood's wife on the screen, just absolutely bawling her eyes out. Just in absolute tears, just wonder if this is...
He'd be thinking this is his last game.
Yeah, his last quarter of his career. Yeah.
You'd be talking him out of it as the ball comes into the wing. Swans can't get there. Atkins, ground level win. What a player he's going to be for the next few years. Big-bodied midfielder. Found its way to Stanley. Dangerfield arches the back. Handball's legitimate. Lead play on the call. Rowbottom takes on a man. He's put in a headlock by Duncan. Released it to Warner. Warner handball to McLean, pursued by Collar Jasny. Ball went to Hayward, has to handball it away. Umpire said he tossed it away. And good to see the Swans, even though the cause is totally lost, in excellent voice as the Cats go toward half forward. Close has the footy. wide. They can line up Hawkins. Now, to try and explain that, Lee, to take a grab like that kicked hard from 20 metres is something very special.
It took hands. It was a drilled kick from Clutch. He's a good player, club. He's been around a few years, but this year he just improved so much. That was a beautiful pass, but the ball was travelling. The Hawks' hands had to be strong.
And they were. Hawkins got them rolling in the first quarter to line up for number 4 at the city end, 48 metres out. They lead at the moment by 74 points, the Cats. Very, very kickable for his 4th, Tom Hawkins. He'll bring it back with the breeze. Will it get there? Just gave the post. It's a good effort, Jim, to hit it from there.
Just a dink.
It was only a dink, but they dink it from 48 metres, 108 to 33. The Cats in total control. Jackie Reid for Pilot Medical.
Yeah, Cam Guthrie's just gone down into the rooms. He was sort of gesturing at his hamstring a little bit there, so Brandon Parfitt's doing a couple of little warm-ups here.
Hawkins has 3 goals for, and some of them were kickable. Sydney worked their way forward here, but Stevens is mown down by Kolajasny, who wins a free kick for holding the ball and chips it quickly inboard to Smith in the corridor. And now running for him is young Zach Guthrie. Runs forward, has a bounce, draws pressure, opens it up for Duncan, who kicks to Hawkins. Half volley, definitely no mark. Stengel arrives to try and make something of it. Paddles, collects, hooks it to the goal square. It sits up on one end and it hits the other goal post for another minor score. And he was within a whisker of having a 5th goal, and that might have been turning the heads of Norm Smith medal selectors. It's 109 to 33, 12 and a half minutes in.
Car next door scoreboard. Franklin gets a touch. The Bronx cheers for the wonderful champion. Go up. Dirty Day goes wide to the wing, taken there by Hayward. 109 to 33. Another Bronx cheer for Lance. Round the body he goes toward half forward. On the bounce, the pick up Packley. Shrugged the tackle. Brings it round his body. He's going to miss unless it does a crazy, crazy bounce and one behind. 5-4-34 to Geelong. 16-13, 109. Jackie on the boundary.
Cam Guthrie's been subbed out. Brandon Parfitt's about to enter the game.
Geelong is they're kicking it now to Isaac Smith. Jim.
Yes.
I've got about, based on today,
yes,
I've got about 18 in my rolling All-Australian 2023 side.
Yeah.
I haven't got Cameron in it, though. Based on today.
Today, it might set him back a little bit, but I think the 75-point lead with 9 minutes to go to Granny might soften the blow.
It does. It's something that doesn't exist.
Cats have worked at the midfield, and Duncan, who kicks to Selwood. I reckon they'd love to have him sneaking forward and try and set him up with a victory goal. He chips back to Duncan, who is 80 metres out. He'll go back to Selwood. Awkward, half volley. Plenty of time, though. He goes backwards to Henry on the centre line.
Oh, have a look at Isaac Smith.
Franklin checks the mark. Isaac Smith offers.
He is being a kick pig at the moment.
Henry goes out to the half-forward flank, and Dangerfield just got rid of Stevens, who's protesting that he was pushed in the back. But the umpire says to him, well, if that was a push in the back, we're going to have a retrospective free kick to Darcy Moore at the 25-minute mark of the last quarter last week.
They both used to be free kicks, Tim. They're not anymore.
It's all
That's
changed.
the way it works.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dangerfield hasn't kicked a goal. He's having a shot. Man on the mark, 47 metres out. Dangerfield kicks long but wide across the face, and Blitzarves came down with it. It wasn't a mark. Got it to Tui, and he tried a trickler. Close got in the way. He gave to Parfitt, who's on the ground, and with his first touch of the ball, he kicks a goal. It's a goal of the day for Sheen Panel Service, and it prompts one heck of a get-around. Geelong 17-13, 115. Sydney 5-4-34. 15 minutes gone.
Young Sam DeConing is the only one who didn't run the other end of the field. He thought, I'll stay back in defence. What the hell?
He's a great defender then. He goes, I'm not getting
involved.
How'd you be? Jeremy Cameron took 3.5 quarters to get one. Danger's trying to. Selwood. Parfitt just comes on. Magnificent play from Brad Close. They just kept the ball alive, and as he was picking up the footy, He just saw a catch jumper out of the corner of his eyes and flicked it over his shoulder.
Any revision to the Norm Smith medal favourites? We're halfway through the quarter now. We can do those things.
Well, you're putting Parfitt in there now, eh?
It wouldn't surprise me if some do go Dangerfield. If someone did consider giving Dangerfield.
Well,
that's been good.
He's had 19 contested, 9 clearances.
Almost 30 possessions and 3 goals. It's very hard to go past that, which is Isaac Smith. He's 28. Yeah. 21 kicks, but 28 disposals, 3 goals. That's a big game.
He wasn't happy coming off, about to do a Brad Hardy and show Chris Scott the jumper. Ball goes forward. The Sydney Swans, long, loping kick to full forward. It goes free kick Swans. So it is going to be Paddy McCartan to take it. Dead in front, doesn't waste any time, kicks the goal. They go to 6-4-40. It still is the great comeback story of the year, though, Jim, Paddy McCartan. 6-4-40, trailing the Cats 17-13, 1-15.
Yeah, extraordinary. I think we all had a smile on our face when we knew Paddy got back and just was playing footy, enjoying being around AFL football, but to actually have the season he's had is extraordinary.
It's interesting, I'm just looking at Buddy. I mean, he's going to play on next year, but I kind of think now Buddy is like a genuine key position player. He's been mainly just a tall running half forward. But I think he's lost most of that run and sort of agility. Now he has to be able to win the ball in the contest a bit. I think that's the kind of value he'll give to the Swans for the remainder of his career.
Paddy McCartan's kicked his first goal of the season, having played all year in defence. 17 minutes gone. Blitzarves against Hickey in the ruck. Blitzarves down to Parfitt, who just got it onto his boot. It went straight to Parker for Sydney. Gave to Heaney, to Hickey, to Parker. Geelong still hungry, but Robbie Fox arrives. Gee, he's been good. He gives it to Campbell, who kicks forward of the wing over on the southern side. Zach Guthrie wins a contest. Shot it off to Buse. Lost control of it. Got it back. Cameron's down the back to help him in unfamiliar territory, and he lost his bearings and lost the ball, and it's over the line for a throw-in just outside Sydney's 50, about 10 metres outside. 17-13, 115 to 6-4-40. Geelong have had the flag won for a long way.
Yeah, my word. Car next door scoreboard. Tossed in to the front of the pack it goes. Tui, though, half-back win. Handball aplenty. Selwood rides a tackle. Finds its way to Atkins. 20 up the ground. Hawkins on the southern wing takes it. Just starting to think that Dangerfield might be the one, boys. It's some game he's had. Short kick in towards Jeremy Cameron, who takes the grab, 115 to 40.
You got to weigh it up though. 3/4 time, the game was over. So this last quarter shouldn't mean too much for the judges.
Myers gave it to Cameron. High floating kick to within 30 metres of goal. Dangerfield almost the mark. Knocked away by Rampy. Knocks it to Fox, who really has been terrific today. Defensive handball to Lloyd. Lloyd of Sydney to halfback southern side it goes. Offhands Atkins. Charges the pack. Can he get away from Rowbottom? Well done, James Rowbottom, staying with him, and ball goes out of bounds. 17-13, 115. Delirious fans. Biggest crowd since 1986. And in fact, it is the Cats getting a free to Tui. Going to send it backwards. Henry there. They can one of 3. Kolodjasny. And they've mucked it up between the 3 of them. Lance Franklin is outnumbered.
Stuart to muck it up.
Stuart able to pick it up, Tim. Go wide to the wing. In a little bit fumbly at the moment. Zach Guthrie picks it up.
And kicks to the wing where Tui is alone and unattended. Pokes it over the top to Kolodjasny. Tasmanian in each team and each playing last line of defence. The other one is Robbie Fox for Sydney. Myers receives now. Kicks to a lead from Hawkins. Just didn't get it to him cleanly. Parfitt's there. Got it. Gives to Cameron on the boundary. Through one tackle. Gave to Close. Gave to Duncan in the forward pocket. Gave to Dangerfield back in play. Shook off a tackle. Got it onto his left boot. And he kicks a goal. And there's another celebration. This time Kolodjasny thinks about it, but I don't think he'll come. 20 minutes into the last quarter. It's 18-13, 121 to 6-4-40. Geelong by 81 points.
He said, I'm going to get in there and have a crack.
Yeah, no sense of adventure for Sam de Koning, but could have been a Dangerfield goal, but doesn't matter, Jim. What a player, what a rare talent Geelong has here in number 16.
Hey, Tim, has he ever kicked a goal before?
First career goal.
Oh, first one. Amazing.
Game 23.
I actually think it would have missed if he didn't mark it.
Okay.
Yeah, it would have hit the post at best.
How many times have I told you this year, Jim, that his father, Terry, played at the Dogs?
About once a week.
Yes, that's right. Chris Scott's on the big screen. Applause aplenty. Well done for the Sydney fans that have stuck it out as well. 81 points the margin. Ball in the middle of the ground. Stanley, handball, went behind Selwood that time. Toe poke, row bottom was good. Found water. 52 out. Goes long and on it goes. And will it carry the pack? It did. Excellent goal. So Waters kicked 2 from long range in the final quarter. He has 2. First of the multiples for Sydney. They go to 7-4-46. 75 behind Geelong, 8-13, 121. Car Next Door scoreboard. Download the app. Rent your car to Locals and earn. Lee Matthews, something special has unfolded in front of our eyes today.
They've been outstanding. They've been good on 16 straight wins. I can't say they haven't dominated certainly the second half of the year. They've been outstanding. I think Chris Scott might have sent the message out to young DeConing. Don't go running out of defence. Don't expose your defence. Don't run in the forward line. Get your right habits. Maybe not.
Not happy.
He might have thought about sending out that message.
So Isaac Smith has found his way back onto the ground, Tim. We're at the 22-minute mark. Collins House online investment scoreboard. Geelong by 75, but Sydney to win the stoppage, middle of the ground.
Yeah, Warner did the job well, but Zach Guthrie attacked his kick. Gave to Blitzarves, to Smith, the recently returned Smith. He couldn't collect it cleanly. And in the end, he just manages to hold it in and prevent a Swans breakaway. And there'll be a ball up adjacent to the centre circle. Umpire Meredith throws it up, fell towards Heaney, but lost control. Selwood, hurried left foot kick, bouncing up towards half forward. Tom McCartan in the way. Gives to Stevens. Had to use the non-preferred, clears the centre. Hughes came from behind and gives away. No, he was shepherded.
He was.
He will take a free. Cats waste no time and scrub the ball through the middle of the ground. Selwood's over it. Dangerfield comes ploughing in. There'll be a ball up.
In the middle of the ground, 23 minutes gone, final quarter. A wonderful, complete performance from the Cats. 16 wins in a row. What a way to top it off. Stanley, the tap row bottom, though, the clearance. High toward half forward, southern side, punt road end. Franklin mistimes his leap. Ball bounces in the arms of Henry. To Tui, to Kolajasny, to Tui. Running backwards, wants to be precise with this kick. Goes short to Kolajasny. They can run it down at the members' flank. Buse marks. Waits for Isaac Smith to keep running. I think they want to give it to him. Well, put it this way. Isaac Smith wants him to give it to him. And he's taken the mark. 28 disposals. A 4th flag for this wonderful footballer coming up, Tim. The long left foot kick sends Geelong inside 50.
Pack there, no one can mark. Close tried to keep it in play, but was tackled and dragged over with the footy. There'll be a throw in about 50.5 metres from Geelong's goal at the City end. 24 minutes gone in the last quarter of the grand final. Geelong lead it by 75 points. It has been a crushing throw in. Hickey knocked it, but stolen by Cameron. Helped it to close. Clever little paddle onto Selwood. Will this be the moment? It will! Off the outside of his right boot. He curls it home. This is a moment. Of all of them today, this might be the happiest. As Joel Selwood kicks Geelong's 19th goal, they lead by 81 points. Jimmy Bartell.
And what a goal. What an absolute goal. Isaac Smith managed to fight off the tackle and Joel Selwood received it breaking through 50 and under pressure. A banana for about 45. What a moment. They're still hugging him. Hawk still hugging him on the forward line.
The captain and their inspiration. I reckon while he kicked that goal, I reckon the coaches must be on the way down now. Spend the last 2 or 3 minutes on the bench.
With all the goals kicked today, 19 to Geelong, 7 to Sydney, that was the definitive Sheen panel service goal of the afternoon.
The mum's crying too.
Yeah.
Joel's mum and Britta are both in tears.
First Geelong,
tears of joy though.
First Geelong player, Tim, to play in 4 flags.
What a player.
So back in the middle of the ground, the tap from Stanley. Warner keeps trying hard, just pressured off it by Parfitt. Isaac Smith looping handball, went to Parfitt. The little pass is on again. And Cameron, oh, what a magnificent feeling. It must be, Jim. You played in one like this going back, what are we looking at, 15 years ago, just to be out there when all of this is unfolding in front of you.
Yeah, it's the most fun you'll ever have in your sporting life.
So, Cameron from 45 metres for Geelong's 20th goal. Ball on its way. It looks beautiful. He has two, Jeremy Cameron. He is swamped. 2013 133 to 7-4-46 on the car next door scoreboard. We are 27 into the last quarter and the fun hasn't stopped, and there's still a couple of minutes more that they can get another one. One of the true stories, Tim, in the 1963 flag, they asked Bobby Davis, well, what were your instructions, Bob? Because they were always in control, had a great season. You know what his hard match instructions were? Just go out and play.
Go out and have fun.
Go out and play.
And they're only a couple of goals up at three-quarter time in that match, so it wasn't as though they were past the post against Hawthorn. Oh, this is amazing. 87 points is the margin. And we came here today expecting a real contest. Chris Scott is there. The whole entourage there now, down beside the dugout. Eddie Betts there too. He's played a part, I'll tell you. Warner drives Sydney into attack. Tom Stewart, nearly a good mark. Managed to get it clear to Stanley. Boy, he's been good. To Zach Guthrie. They've all been good. There's Parfitt. He's been good since coming on in the last quarter. A little left footer across ground. Kolajasny marks it. Kicks to Tui. Thrilled to see him win a premiership medallion after such a distinguished career at two clubs. He kicks wide and forward to the wing where Duncan takes the mark. It'll be his second flag, having been part of it in 2011. And he goes backwards to the hero. The hero of 16 seasons, Joel Selwood. Listen to that. He pauses and he goes back to centre half back where De Koning takes the mark and then flares at the other side. Tom Stewart receives.
So Tom Stewart, with a minute and a half to go, goes to Isaac Smith on the wing. And Isaac Smith, 3 goals today. He can go short. Cameron, ground level, had to really bend down to get it. Isaac Smith just hanging around. It's cramped up, Cameron. He'll just give it to Smith. No, he'll decide just to bring it out to Zach Guthrie. So the final moments being played. The dominant Geelong season, emphasised no greater than the last 2.5 hours. A magnificent season. Kick to Dangerfield, overshot him. Papley the handball, Florent halfback member's side. Selwood just made a little intercept. Papley there, can he break a tackle? Handball's back into pack to Parker, can't get there. Little underground handball that time from Fox to Warner. Gets it to Goulden. Wants to run sideways, bring it round the body to Ward, half forward Tim. Bad bounce on Hayward. Dispossessed. Last moments being played out as going to be a free kick. And Sydney to run in through Papley, 35 metres out, and he will goal. So Tom Papley, first of the afternoon, coming up basically at the 30-minute mark. Sydney 8-4-52. Geelong 2013 133. 81 points the margin. All on the car next door scoreboard. In real time, Jim, tell us what you're thinking as your mighty and beloved Catch are 20 seconds away from their 10th flag.
Just over the moon. I'm caught up in the emotions of Joel Selwood, of course. You know, all his teammates getting around him. I'm happy for the old boys that I used to play footy with, but I'm also proud of the young guys, because you always love watching the young guys come through and keep the success going on down there at Geelong. So, just beaming with pride, really, more than anything.
And in the happiness is Max Holmes, who is who just missed out because of injury. That's always a sad time for him.
And he's embraced by his coach as we speak. And what a moment of vindication for Geelong as Sydney go forward in the dying seconds. Number double to mark as the ball spills out to the boundary on the flank. Hayward's got it though for Sydney. Centering ball off the outside of his boot. Tui there playing as though there's a kick in it, and he got a fist onto it and takes it to the boundary for a throw in. the final stoppage of the day, one would imagine. It's at the punt road end of the ground, right next to the right behind post. Cats fans ready for the sweetest sound of them all as the ball is thrown in. And Geelong have won their 10th premiership. They are the oldest team in history to do it. The old Cats have learnt new tricks.
We are Geelong, the greatest team of all. We are Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away. Our banners fly high from dawn to dark, down at Gardenia Park.
It was never a contest. It was 6-1 in the first quarter, and the rest unfolded predictably. Tears are being shed. Tom Hawkins and Joel Selwood in a fierce embrace. Hawkins crying tears of joy. A lot to talk about, a mighty win.
We are Geelong, the greatest team of all. We are Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away. Our banners fly high from dawn to dark, down at Gardenia Park.
Only 1 point the margin. Set up in a brilliant first quarter. Let's go down to Matty Richardson.
What a phenomenal team performance. Congratulations, mate. Oh, I'm sorry, Richo. There's a lot of emotion out here, mate.
Oh, man, it's been... they're so hard to win. They're so hard to win, and every side says it, but I think we deserved one. Just been bashing away. We don't apologise for being up there and having a crack at it each year, and so many of these, please get around all of them. They've all got great stories, mate.
Mate, if you played in a better team, like you've got young players coming in, older players, but this is the way you put it together as a team.
We had a few miss outs today too, which you really feel sorry for, but it was said earlier, probably in the week, that this has been built over 5 or 6 years. Like, there's been a lot of good people that have gone in and out of the program, and I hope they're sitting back really proud today, because it just hasn't been 12 months in the making.
Joe, as a footy fan, we hope there's more out of you, mate. If there isn't, you're an absolute champion of the game. Congratulations on everything you've done.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks, mate.
No one could argue. And the essential words there, although I reckon there was a... here's Paddy Dangerfield with Abby Holmes.
This is Everest, Abs. This is the pinnacle. This is what it means to be content, I think.
And 15 years in the system, chasing the ultimate glory, the ultimate success. Has it well and truly been worth the wait?
Worth the wait, and better than I could have ever imagined. It's bloody special.
It's not often that you're lost for words, is it?
No, and we've sort of been able to enjoy it because we just played such a complete game. It always felt like we'd been building throughout the year, and then I think it culminated in today, which was a complete performance, and so proud of our guys.
Well done, we're proud of you. Congratulations.
Had a cracking final.
Well, a couple of perfect descriptions. Joel Selwood, we just kept banging away over a number of seasons, and today, in Patrick Dangerfield's words, we played the complete game.
Oh, they did, and we noticed it pretty early in the game, Tim, that the pressure that they'd put on Sydney, they just couldn't cope. They were absolutely overwhelmed, and Geelong's running capacity, their ball movement is as good as you'll see, and then their pressure right throughout was extreme. Reece Stanley and the midfielders set the tone. The backmen, they just squeezed the life out of Sydney, and Sydney didn't handle the day, and Geelong did what they've done pretty much all year, winning their 16th game in a row, only being challenged twice in that run by Richmond and in the first final v Collingwood.
While you're there, Lloydie, just the 3 or 4 of the main ball winners, please, for Geelong.
Yeah, those in contention for the Norm Smith. Isaac Smith, 32 disposals, 12 marks, 11 inside 50s, 3 goals, 1. Patrick Dangerfield, 26 disposals, 7 inside 50s, 9 clearances. Mitch Duncan, 27 disposals and a goal. Joel Selwood, 26 disposals and a goal. Stengel, 15 disposals, 4 goals, 1. Tom Hawkins, 14 disposals, 3 goals, 4. And Warner was huge for Sydney, 29 touches and 2 goals. And Robbie Fox, 26 disposals.
So the adulation of a great team. Lee, it's, I suppose, a bit like Melbourne last year in some respects. You just wanted to see them get over the line and all those sort of faults. Did they play at the G, everything like that. But once they got on a roll like Melbourne did last year, it became pretty evident, certainly from the last third of the season, there were going to be massive players, and they've delivered today.
Yeah, well, it looked like they've been the best team in this last part of the year, no doubt about that. That doesn't mean you're going to win the grand final, however, as you found out in 08, Jimmy. You've still got to come here on the day and perform, but I reckon they're just to be so superbly managed and coached in like the rested players, like Joel Selwood's rested 2 or 3 times. Just the different things that they've done might have been just fortuitous, I guess, that Patrick Dangerfield was out for the half a dozen weeks or whatever it was with the calf injury. But either way, they have got their complete squad. Have kept Max Holmes, obviously, seemingly available, fit and well, in really good shape. They're getting the best football out of Joel Selwood by just resting him periodically. So I think the way they've managed the whole campaign and the whole group, I think there'll be a few clubs. You always follow the leader a little bit, and I think some of the things that Geelong have been doing for a few years in that managing your squad is something other clubs will be looking at really closely.
Lordy?
Oh, just a great club, great club, both on and off the field, and just loved Chris Scott. You know, he isn't ranting and raving. He's just walked over. He's just a content man, really. He's kept everything in check. You know, he's just walking around slowly, no charging out to players. He's just seen out the job right till the end. Just so convincing that they must have said, yeah, we've been confident about this. You know, as Lee said, no guarantees on grand final day, but it's probably not like winning one by 1 point or 2 points. It was just they've been knowing for most of this day that they were going to win it, and now he can just enjoy. I think I'm wrapped for Chris because of winning one. What was it, 11 years ago?
Yeah.
And he's been such a great coach. It's fantastic to see him get a second one. And I did ask him. He was on Classified maybe 6 weeks ago. I said, "What would it mean?" He said, "So much more as a young coach coming in and having to do the hard yards and have so much disappointment over the past decade, to get another one would be pretty special," which he's now got.
And Jim, as we see Joel Selwood head to Tom Harley, we know what a role he played at the Cats. We know what a role he's playing at the Sydney Swans. But Jim, it's a club to be envied, and it's too facile just to say, oh, players like going down there because they can live with relative anonymity. There's got to be the way that they are prepared, the way that the whole club works, that keeps getting players wanting to play for the Cats.
Correct, and they demand a high standard, and it's led by the coach and the skipper. I think we touched on this when it was Joel's 350. He just demands that you come in each day and get better and improve, and because he's doing it, he's either telling you or he's doing it himself. He's just ruthless and relentless in the way he goes about it, and it flows on from there. So you've got that culture, you've got, you are a little bit out of the spotlight, but you can get a good work-life balance. But people also underestimate the football culture in Geelong. You've got 40 local football clubs. People are very astute with their football, and you've constantly got players coming out of that region going to other clubs or wanting to come back. So you've got depth around you, even though it's not directly linked to Geelong. It feeds into their VFL program. It helps with recruiting and drafting, salary cap management. As we know, it's a lot easier to keep players on your list if they're already from your hometown. So, you might save $50,000 on each of those one players, which allows you to go get Jeremy Cameron, Isaac Smith, and you just keep picking the eyes out of the opposition.
And to that end, you spoke about the establishment of culture, and really the legacy of Frank Costa lives on the club forever now, Jim.
Yeah, a number of people. You go back to when it was Costa, Brian Cook, and obviously Bomber Thompson, then transition over to Colin Carter and Chris Scott. Now it's Craig Drummond and Chris Scott. But Nigel Lappin is another one. He's always been Chris Scott's right-hand man, and probably the best development coach that I've come across. I know and you go before him, Brendan McCartney. So you've had two guys who have just, as soon as a young player arrives at a footy club, you either run into Brendan McCartney, then Nigel Lappin, and you get the steepest lesson in football, but in a caring way. but a really educational way. They can teach the game as well as anybody else.
And attracting players is one thing, Jim, to Geelong, but the retention's the other thing.
You don't see many leave, do you?
No, that's just it.
Well, that's what happened when you have success, but you play on your own ground. You got great fishing, surfing and everything else. For the older boys, you got good school. So you outside the field is really well taken care of. Patrick Dangerfield says this all the time. Geelong spend as much time trying to get players away from the club to be mentally refreshed, but there's a fair bit of trust in that as well. You've got to show up, you've got to prepare and train hard as well.
For all that, Jimmy, I reckon just the reactions we've seen speak of the pain that they've experienced over a number of seasons where they've raised expectation and then they haven't been able to get it done in September. It's an unhappy way to end. We'll talk further about it all. We're about to have the presentations. Hamish McLaughlin is at the microphone, and I think first up Nathan Buckley will be presenting the Norm Smith Medal.
So everyone gathers at the Punt Road end. Right at centre half forward, Hamish McLaughlin. Is everyone still with Isaac Smith?
As we commence our formal presentations,
okay. We'll see how we go.
We firstly acknowledge and thank the AFL's premier partner Toyota, represented today by Vice President Mike Arusa. Please join me now in congratulating today's field, boundary and goal umpires on their contribution to today's match. I'd now like to invite VFL field umpire from the 1977 Grand Final and the Grand Final replay, John Sutcliffe, to present the AFL umpire Grand Final medals, and invite field umpire Simon Meredith to accept the medals on behalf of the umpiring team.
So the umpires being acknowledged.
Well done, Simon.
Simon Meredith.
The Sydney Football Club have had a magnificent season, but it wasn't their day today. Would you please welcome one of their captains, Dane Rampy, to come forward and say a few words.
If you've just joined us, it was Geelong by 81 points, 2013-133 to 8-4-52. One of the losing skippers of the Swans, Dane Rampy.
Firstly, to Chris and Joel and Geelong Footy Club, a heartfelt congratulations on the premiership this year. You guys have been the benchmark for God knows how long, and great to see a great reward for effort. Round of applause. I just want to touch on Joel Selwood's record as well. Sometimes you've got to pinch yourself when you share the field with giants of the game, mate, and you're an absolute giant. Congratulations. To our sponsors, QBE, Real Estate, Volkswagen, thank you for your ongoing support. To our boys, bad luck today. So proud of your efforts throughout the season. We'll be back hungrier and better for it next year. And to our red and white supporters, both South Melbourne and back in Sydney, we're sorry we failed you today, but your support has meant the utmost over the last 3 years, during COVID, and this year particularly back with crowds. Thank you.
So eloquent then, in defeat, Tim, was Dane Rampy.
Outstanding, yep.
Beautifully said, Dane. Please join me now in welcoming Nathan Buckley to announce and present the Norm Smith Medal to the player adjudged as best of field in the 2022 Toyota AFL Grand Final.
Thanks, Haim. The winner of the 2022 Norm Smith Medal, no relation, Isaac Smith.
Lee, it's probably a victory that you could get from not only obviously the Geelong supporters that have served brilliantly, the Hawthorn, but everyone in football Really loves this bloke.
Yeah, I think he's a great character. I mean, he's been a wonderful player for a long time, and that's almost as good a game as he's played, probably. I mean, the 30-plus possession of 3 goals. I mean, that's a big game in anyone's standards.
To the Swans, I have nothing but respect and admiration. You're an unbelievable football club, led by Horse and Hale. So, commiserations today. To our boys, unbelievable. I'm still in a little bit of shock. It was a phenomenal performance. Thank you to all our support staff and coaches. Toyota, unbelievable sponsors of the AFL. And finally, I'd like to give a shout out to my family, my beautiful wife Candice, and my hero growing up. Pop, I love you.
His numbers again, please, Lloydie.
32 disposals, 23 kicks, 9 handballs, 12 marks, 3 goals.
Now, it's every young footballer's dream to be on the grand final stage on the last Saturday in September, so it is with much pleasure that we welcome the 23 winners of the NAB AFL Auskicker of the Year competition from the NAB AFL Auskick program, who now present the medallions to each player of the winning team.
I'll get your boys a quick snapshot.
Number
of their
1
performance.
for Geelong, Reece Stanley.
His afternoon, Lloydie.
We'll alternate this. Reece was absolutely magnificent in the ruck, 16 touches, 2 clearances, but absolutely took the chocolates as far as the ruck contest went.
When you talk about great games in your careers, this is probably his greatest.
Yeah, absolutely his best game for the Cats.
Number 2 in his 250th, Zach Tui.
Quite a good game, didn't he, Lee? 21 disposals for Zach Tui.
Well, he was the one who ended up being, when there was a release in the Geelong defence and Tom Stewart was being sat on by Clark, he was the one who did it. He did it just about as well as Tom Stewart would do it anyway. So that was the evenness of the Geelong group.
Number 3, Brandon Parfitt.
Well, came on the sub with Cam Guthrie's injury, and geez, if he was pacing out for the rest of the game, he would have won the Norm Smith medal. He had 8 touches, a goal and a clearance. So he did his job as the sub coming in late.
Number 5, Jeremy Cameron.
He didn't have his best day, Jeremy, but he still ended up with 18 disposals and 2 goals. So, yeah, Robbie Fox did a wonderful job on him, and he kicked a couple of goals in the last quarter, but arguably the best player in the game right now, Jeremy Cameron.
Number 7, Isaac Smith.
Well, becomes a 4-time premiership player and Norm Smith medalist. It's unbelievable. Bit of a later draftee too when he was at the Hawks, but outside run, as the guys mentioned, 32 touches, 11 inside forward 50s and 5 clearances as well to go with his 3 goals won.
Number 8, Jake Kolodjasny.
That back 6 were outstanding, all of them, weren't they? Henry, Kolodjasny and Stewart, De Koning, and he was one of the group. He's had a really good final series.
Yeah, probably played his best game, I reckon, last week in the preliminary final. He's confident, 11 marks in his 17
Number
touches.
16, Sam De Koning.
Isn't this going to be exciting when we think of the young key forwards emerging in the game with the Kings and obviously Darcy with the Bulldogs. There's one down the other end here in De Koning. He's just an enormous individual. He's got presence, 16 touches, then somehow ended up in the goal line to kick a goal in the last quarter. Geez, the Cats have found
Number
another beauty.
18, what a year, Tyson Stengel.
Yeah, big day for Tyson, 15 disposals and 4 goals, and some unbelievable goals that he kicked. 50 goals, is it, Tone?
Yeah,
50 goals for the season.
In fact, it finished up 53.
53 goals, amazing.
Number 22,
last year as well in the SNFL.
Mitch Duncan.
What a star Mitch Duncan's been. He goes in that category. He's so underrated, he's rated. He won his last premiership as a sub, come on and had a big impact in that game, but definitely the senior player, 27 touches and a goal, just all class, Mitch Duncan.
Number 23, Gary Rowan.
Gary, he's been through a lot, hasn't he, to get to this point. Had a good first final to help get them their quiet one today.
Finally gets a premiership, his 4th grand final, gets a Gary Rowan.
Number 24, Jed Buse.
Another father-son for the Cats. Obviously, his old man, Andrew Buse, a champion of the club as well. Just gets given the worst job every week.
Yeah.
Go play on the quickest, smallest forward, one out inside 50, and just constantly does his job with such professionalism.
Number 26, Tommy Hawkins.
Smith medalist, and I mean, you know, if you David on the first quarter, his first 2 goals when it was the scoring wasn't coming easily. The 2 goals out of those boundary throw-ins, grabbing it out of the ruck, they were incredibly valuable.
Comes a 3-time premiership player for the Cats.
Number 29, Cam Guthrie.
So happy for this guy. Obviously, he started his career when I was down there. It was a back pocket, and we thought, geez, we've found another star down back. But as the years have gone on, he's a midfield powerhouse, plays inside, can tag.
2 best and fairest.
2 best and fairest. Very deserving premiership winner.
Number 30, Tom Atkins.
One of the great stories of the season, Atkins. I thought he was good again today. 7 tackles, 16 disposals. Shut out Lockie Neal in the prelim, along with Joel Selwood, and one of the great improvers.
Another advantage of having your own VFL system that feeds in from the local footy comp.
Number 32, Brian Myers.
22 disposals in the prelim and 18 disposals in the grand final league.
Great work rate, aren't they? I mean, that we spoke about it during the game. You know, he and Stengel and Close, they've become a valuable little trio.
Number 35, Patrick Dangerfield.
What a prelim, what a grand final. Dangerfield, 28 last week, best on ground, 27 disposals. He was everywhere today. Powerful performance.
He's had 19 contested, 9 clearances. He's also had 7 score involvements today. I imagine he probably
Number 38, Jack Henry.
Another local kid, actually lived up the street from Joel Selwood and myself. He and his brother used to drop letters on our front door before every Cats game. Jack Henry, solid down back, can be swung forward. Did his job on Buddy, just had to beat him every time it came down.
Number 39, Zach Guthrie.
Well, he looked like an Auskick kid when he started, and he absolutely filled out. He's as solid as a rock, and the number he wears, 39, Darren Milburn used to wear, he just plays so similar to him, really calm, just in control of the game.
Gone from being a fringe to a regular in this.
Number 42, Mark O'Connor.
Great story this, coming out from Ireland and being a Category B rookie and now being a premiership player. You can rely on him, super fit, gets the job done every week.
Number 44, Tom Stewart.
It's a full credit to him that he's the one they try and shut down.
Again, it's back to pointing the local football through the VFL. Matt Scarlett knows him at South Bale. He's become an absolute champion of the club.
Can't wait for
Number
this
45, Brad Close.
After this one, can't wait for the roar, obviously, of Blixarves and also Selwood. But Brad Close, another 18 disposals, 2 goals. So important for them.
Speed just motors up and down the ground. A man after my own heart with wearing long sleeves.
Makes the opposition defenders
Number
nervous.
46, Mark Blixarves.
I loved his game today. Yeah. Lee touched on the size of the Cats. I think he was just too big for them
that's
today.
Right. Particularly the centre bounces where the ball's coming off the ruckman's hands. That height is critically important as long as you're reasonably agile at ground level. So he's been really good in that role.
Can't wait for this.
Number 14, the captain, Joel Selwood.
Everyone who hasn't come up to the presentation area, he's being mobbed by his teammates. Lloydie, his afternoon, please.
26 disposals, a goal. He was just brilliant. He used it beautifully. More an outside game today for Joel, but as Rampy said, a giant of the game, Joel Selwood. what a way to go out if he is retiring, which it looks like this afternoon.
Just giving him his boots.
Yeah.
So Archie's the Oz Kicker of the Year, has just received Joel Selwood's boots. He turns the presentation to all the Geelong fans and indeed Sydney
Would you now
fans.
please welcome John Nichols to present the Jock McHale Medal to the coach of the 2022 Toyota AFL Premiership team, Chris Scott of the Geelong Football Club.
What a record. What a record Chris Scott has. I think it said 199 wins as a senior coach, over 70% win-loss, and now a two-time premiership coach.
And the great John Nichols, team of the century, the AFL VFL, presents the medal, the medallion, the Jock McHale, to Chris Scott.
I'd now ask Joel Selwood to come forward and say a few words.
Firstly, to the AFL and their major sponsor, Toyota, we thank you for putting on a great season, and thank you to you fans for coming out, because it's made it all the better. To John, Dane, Luke and Callum, hell of a performance this year. Been strong, and you'll be back, I'm sure of that. To our major sponsors, Ford, GMHBA, Cotton On and Deakin, we can't thank you enough, along with all the rest of the sponsors that are on board. To my teammates and the club, everyone involved in it, not just this year but the years that have gone by, I hope you're sitting back proud. They're a hell of a group. And to our 72,000+ members, we can't thank you enough. And jump back on board, these boys are so special. It's coming home, back where it belongs.
So Joel Selwood, a magnificent performance.
Can I just
today.
reiterate how much admiration we have for the Swans, and for that matter, the Swans supporters that stuck around. You didn't have to, and we'll always be appreciative for that.
Here's Chris Scott.
I won't bang on for too long about the sponsors, but it is worth noting that 2 or 3 years ago, our footy club and the whole competition was on its knees. And those people could have run away from us in a heartbeat, but they didn't. They stuck by us. And I think we've all got these people to thank. The fans for coming back. How good's footy at the G? Never more than ever in footy does it take a big group of people to have success. And our squad over a long period of time has had to deal with some difficult times. And to get to this point, it hasn't just happened this year. We've had coaches, James Rowley, Matty Scarlett, Corey Enright, Matty Knights, who have helped us so much. And I'll always be thankful to those guys. Our wider footy club, again, it's not hyperbole to say that 2 or 3 years ago we were in real trouble. We're back getting quality people into our place, and we just keep persevering. I couldn't be more proud of the whole Geelong community. Let's enjoy this one, please.
As he kangaroo hops into the embrace of Joel Selwood on the stage.
We now have much pleasure inviting Cameron Ling, a club legend, to present the Premiership Cup to Captain Joel Selwood and Coach Chris Scott.
The great Cameron Ling. And you will hear an almighty roar as Chris Scott and Joel Selwood raise the Premiership Cup. go, Jim, as the confetti guns just spew out blue and white in its most glorious form. You see this magnificent team headed up by Chris Scott, so many great leaders. A magnificent day for the footy club.
Yeah, they refuse to bottom out. They just always want to keep competing. Great list development, player development, great recruiting, just good people. As you mentioned, it goes way back to Frank Costa in those days, 20 years ago, that you get good characters into the footy club, and Chris Scott mentioned that. You just keep getting good people and you work hard and good things come of it. So, like I said, nothing but admiration, pride, seeing what they've managed to achieve today, but it's great reward for just constantly putting yourself there. And they've had their setbacks and they've been told that they need to tear it all up and start again, but they've stuck strong to their plan. And you look at some of the players they've got there, very, very fitting and deserving premiership players.
I don't imagine the model changes at all, Lee, simply because you start at the top, you get the right people in, you establish the rules, the protocols, whatever you want to call it, and if you can attract one or two good players, as you've always said, it's players that make coaches, you've got some chance. And Chris got duly rewarded today.
Oh, the formula's not that complicated. It's getting the right people to fill the right roles in the formula. That's what's always. Every club's trying to get your formula in place. Everyone's got the same values and the things that they want to sort of make their club to be, but getting the right people in the right slots from your kind of your board, but more CEO down into your executive and your coaching staff and your conditioning staff, and obviously then list management to get the actual players who can execute on game day.
And Lloydie, the most glorious lap, because everyone knows every football oval right throughout Australia is 440 around. It's just as simple as one lap, it's 440. It'd be like floating on air, I imagine.
And Joel Selwood's still calling the shots. He's told players which direction they have to go in. They have to go in that direction. So I think he wants every spectator who's still here to be thanked by Geelong supporters. So, they're about to split all the players and go to different sections of the ground, all driven by Joel Selwood.
When it goes pear-shaped as it can, Lee, you experienced as your side was going for the greatest of them all, and that is the four flags in a row. You get towelled up like this today, Sydney, and you can reflect on what a great season you've had, but how hollow is that feeling?
Oh, it's hollow for the moment, no doubt about that. On the last game I played was in the grand final where we got beaten by 80-odd points, but the team came out the following year, Hawthorn, and won the premiership. So, I mean, the big losses at the end of the year, whether they're elimination finals, preliminary finals or grand finals, they don't define what you are and what the future holds. I mean, they had a bad day today. Geelong were overwhelmed the Swans, but that doesn't mean the Swans can't come out next week and next year and rebound and be right up here and potentially win it in 12 months' time. But today, all the spoils to Geelong. They've been great all year, great in September, and just outstanding today.
And if Sydney need a model to look to right now, they need to look no further than the team that trounced them today, because a year ago, in a preliminary final, Geelong lost by 84 points against Melbourne. Today they win the grand final by 81. Incidentally, Isaac Smith, Tone, I'm having a quick look through it. I reckon he's the oldest Norm Smith medalist, actually surpassing, if you'd call it that, Kevin Bartlett, who won the Norm Smith in the second year of its incarnation. But same age, 33, but I think Isaac is closer to his 34th birthday than was KB.
Yeah, and we know one thing about KB. You know what he'd be saying? It was harder to win it back in his day.
I don't know what they're doing, Geelong. A few of the players have gone to different parts of the ground, but surely they're just going to do the lap as a whole group and have a sort of wander around. I'm not sure quite what system they're putting into place, Lloydie. It's a new one.
It is. You want to do it your way, don't you? You just want to do it and take your time and enjoy it with each other rather than spreading out. But like they're doing at the moment.
It's throwing them off a little bit, because normally when Geelong won its last premierships, the premiership dice was at the other end, which you could do a full lap and finish where your race is.
Yeah.
So, been thrown out.
Jackie Reid, you have done a magnificent job for us again this season. You've been in the shade basically for 22 Saturdays and Sundays in a row. The feeling down there, especially amongst the fans, with the fans amongst you, as you can see Cam Guthrie with the Premiership Cup headed your way?
Oh, look, it's so emotional down here. It's so, honestly, a bit nice as well that a Melbourne-based club won it after all of this time, not having football here. And you can see Brandon Parfitt's just walking past me now, and I think Joel Sell is just taking some well-earned water as well. Brandon, congratulations.
What?
Congratulations, mate. Congratulations.
Let's go, hey.
Yeah, so a couple of them walking past now and celebrating, and honestly, it's just such a great vibe down here. I was a bit emotional listening to Chris Scott and thanking everyone for coming out here, because what a magnificent crowd, full capacity. It really goes to show how much Melburnians missed their footy, doesn't it?
It does indeed. Lee and Jimmy and Matthew, we've spoken for the last 20 minutes on Geelong, and not to diminish Sydney's season. Lee, I'll start off with you. But what's your sort of instant reaction 30 minutes after such an 81-point crushing defeat?
Well, from Sydney's point of view, I mean, the things that have made them good, just they couldn't get that going early in the game. I mean, they got, Ludi was talking about it all day. They just didn't look big enough around the middle, and they just got swamped around the middle. I mean, the blitz halves and Dangerfield, and just they looked bigger and stronger, their Geelong midfielder. That got the game going for Geelong, and I guess you always thought if it came a little bit of a free-scoring game, Geelong had the capability to kick 20 goals. I don't think we thought Sydney were going to have sort of the 20 goals in them, to be honest. And so once the game opened up and flowed, then Geelong kept going. So, yeah, it was a really bad day for the Swans. Nothing went right for them. So you just got to lick your wounds.
Although, Jim, when you have a look at what they have still around them, Warner, 39th game, McLean, his 31st game, Dylan Stevens, his 30th game, Logan McDonald, who didn't play today, game 25, Braden Campbell, the Medi sub game 25, Errol Goulden, 43. You just know that there is a nucleus of players that must keep them, just statistics have to tell you, must keep them competitive for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, agree with that. And then, as you mentioned, Stevens will come on a bit more. Logan McDonald, who missed out, another year under his belt, he can mature to be the key position player they expect him to. And we know the Swans. We know when players come in, they get taught the right way. They seem to make rookie list players all Australian backs. The midfielders just compete. They find another avenue to goal, obviously the support. Buddy, who's going around again. Buddy's really the only older, mature player, with obviously Kennedy finishing up, because Parker being the other most experienced player, he's still got quite a few years to go himself.
That he does. Lloydie, do you share those thoughts? Do you see the nucleus of a side, set aside the age profile and game profile, that will remain competitive?
I do. You just don't know what can happen in the game, but I do, Tone. I think the way Warner and these guys are improving. Heaney didn't have a great day today. I'm just getting swept up in all the families coming out. Britt Selwood about to embrace her husband. She's been here it is now. The big embrace of an emotional wife. You seeing her, been there, sees the dark times where the husbands come home, can't really saw the highs and lows of footy, but this is what it's all about.
And expecting their first child, so it's been a big time for the Selwoods.
There hasn't been any indication, Jim, I don't know whether you'd be revealing a secret or that's to say, but do you know what the future holds for him from a playing point of view?
No, I don't, Tony. We keep looking at every player hugging. I think seeing Tom Hawkins' massive emotional outpouring to Joel, he wouldn't let him go after he kicked the goal. We start to wonder and how he's sort of embracing up and the emotion of teammates, but also you don't know whether that's because he's finally achieved one thing, he's achieved everything else. He's Premiership captain of the Cats, so it's hard to get a read on it. We're looking down at him, he's just down sort of to the left of the interchange bench for our listeners, and he's got his hands on his head like he's just soaking it all in, isn't he? Like taking almost one last look around.
Who do you think would be the next captain, Jimmy, of Geelong? Blixarves, Tom Stewart, Danger, how do you see?
You've got a decision to make. Do you give the short-term captain? Because obviously Tom Hawkins would be a good leader. Blixarves would be, but he's actually closer to the 30 than most people think. But
it's 31 Blixarves.
Yeah, so you don't know. So when Joel took over the captaincy, he was obviously the rightful guy, but he had a lot of guys who've been there for 10 years to support him and bring him through in the first 2 years, to surround him. So you don't know whether the Cats will think, maybe someone who might be ready, but then you're surrounding with Hawkins and Blitzars and these guys as the deputies. Danger would be obviously another choice, but again, over 30 years of age.
Just on the Joel Selwood thing, it was interesting. Again, we tried. Sometimes you read body language and might read it wrongly. When he was in, it was his 350th game, wasn't it, down in Geelong about a month ago?
Yep.
And when the game was over, he did sort of the lap of the centre square, acknowledging the crowd. And I thought to myself that would be what you do if you thought I'm never going to be playing. I think it was the last game at Geelong too, wasn't it? That I'm not going to be in front of the Geelong crowd anymore. So it is interesting. I mean, certainly the way he played today, you think, well, he could sort of keep playing on, but at what point does he pull the plug? And I'm sure it's in his mind that what should I do? I mean, and he may not even know for a final decision right now anyway.
You played under Chris Scott. His winning percentage is extraordinary. He now has a second flag, bearing testament to the coach that he is, and you can argue that there could at least be another one or two in there. Jim, just take us into the inside of what he is able to extract from the groups that you've been involved in and now you look on, that have seen them so competitive for so long and reaching the ultimate today.
Just standards. He has a high standard out of his players. He puts a lot of trust in them, and he gives you the opportunity and to really thrive. And he does put a lot of faith and trust in his assistant coaches and his team. So there's a lot of chat around Sean Grigg, James Kelly, Eddie Betts, and a couple others coming back. And he goes, right, what do we need to change? Because Tim touched on it. They got torched in the preliminary final, and they all said, look, we've got the talent and we've got plenty of good things, but we just need to open the game up a bit more and actually play to what we have. Sean Grigg said that in the pre-game on 3AW. We've got a pretty dangerous forward line. Let's play with a bit more speed because we're pretty sound behind the ball. Let's back our defenders in a bit more. And they went from being 18th as far as taking the ball forward, so when you get it, they'd go backwards and sideways, to 4th. And we saw the forward line touching on it. Mentioned between the three small forwards, 100 goals between them. Cameron and Hawkins, I think they finished second and third in the Coleman as well. You throw Rowan in with another 30 and midfielders chipping in. I think that's his ability to adapt to what the game and what his players have. He's always innovating and he's very methodical about it.
You've said it many times to us, Lee. He is such a good communicator. He finds words in a way that never cease to surprise. I thought today he spoke beautifully out there. He touched all the right points, even congratulating the Sydney supporters for sticking around when their team was being flogged and when it was over and being part of the presentation. He is amazing in that regard. I'd love to hear him when things are going really badly within and the analyses are done.
Well, he's a very impressive spokesperson, which is what I see too from the outside. I mean, the public see that as well. I mean, what he's like behind the scenes, Jim, you would have a little bit more idea on, but he's a very intelligent man. I mean, I think he's got a great intellect, I think, and that ability to, to live the coaching role and be the chameleon in a way, to be what you have to be a successful coach. I think he's nailing that.
He sure does, and he's been doing it for quite a few years now. I mean, he's been coaching Geelong for 12 years, is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
To walk into that side is one thing. To keep them so competitive, Lloydie, over such a long period, when, as you know, it's come and gone. You saw, the great Hawthorn sides that he walks in against, who win the flags. The Dogs bob up. Then it's Richmond's turn to dominate. But all the while, Geelong has basically been there.
And you have to keep reinventing yourself. We look at Simon Goodwin. This time last year, you would have thought hard not to see them at the MCG on grand final day with Petrarca and Oliver and Gawn and the way they just destroyed everyone in their way. So, but you know what? Teams study you and they go to work on you. And Chris, because he's been there for 12 years, he would have changed. He's had all the player changes, style changes. The game evolves. But yet, 12 years on or 11 years on, he's won a premiership in a completely different way to his last one.
And he becomes only the third man to coach Geelong to more than one premiership. Reg Hickey, 3, and Bomber Thompson, 2, and Chris Scott now joins him with 2 premierships, won 11 years apart.
Yeah, amazing record. And I'm really pleased for him that he's been able to achieve it, because he is one coach that deserves it. And might say that about Johnny Longmire down the track too, that he's just got the one. Or not just the one, but he's only got one. And it wouldn't surprise me if Longmire gets there again in the next year or two with this Sydney squad, but there's no guarantees. It's a lot of hard work to get back there.
Yeah, my word, 2013, 133 to 8,452 as the Geelong team, they sort of all splintered off into various sections of the ground.
It's dog's breakfast, I reckon. Their players are just all normally, how the playing group go around as a little group around the fence. They're all over the place. No discipline in the post game, in the post victory lap.
They're gone.
They're gone.
I've got the Norm Smith votes, Tony.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Please do.
So Jonathan Brown. So the totals were Isaac Smith 14 votes.
Yeah.
That's out of 15.
Out of 15. Patrick Dangerfield 10.
Right.
Tyson Stengel 4. Sam DeConning 1. And Mark Blixarves 1. But Jonathan Brown went Dangerfield, Smith, Stengel. And then Michael Gleeson went Smith, Dangerfield, DeConning. Abby Holmes went Smith, Dangerfield, Stengel. And David Mundy went Smith, Stengel, Dangerfield. So, yeah, 3 best ons for Smith and 1 to Dangerfield, which Jonathan Brown went with.
Yeah, and again, Lee, it's one of those conversation pieces where you start looking at the ages and say, well, can they get there again? We know how hard it is to win consecutive flags, and you've got Stanley at 31, Blitzarves at 31, Selwood, 35, 36, Dangerfield 32, Isaac Smith. And the way he played today, Isaac Smith, one thing, the legs didn't go on him, and he's going to 34. And they win as convincingly as this. And you say, well, can they repeat it again? But if you've got players wanting to come who are even already established and maybe make a sacrifice or two to stay in the salary cap, they've got to be.
But I guess there's never a club. That's usually they say that you've got to have some change from a premiership team to win the premiership the following year. That's usually not the exact same squad, and I guess the age profile of Geelong means they've got a lot of players late in their career. So there's got to be a reasonable turnover of players, not so much in the next 12 months, but certainly in the next few years. So in terms of them, this squad becoming like the dynasty and all of a sudden winning a few premierships in a short period of time, you'd think the age profile is against that.
Yep.
Why would Joel Selwood give it away? The way he's been managed this year, he's played more effective football than I reckon he played over the last 2 or 3. And if he can stand up in a final series the way in which he has, does he need to contemplate retiring?
I don't think he does. Now that they've found the way to manage him, you call it every 4 weeks or every time you go into state, he doesn't need to play, and you play 65 to 70% of the games. I mean, you don't start the game or the quarters, you close out the quarters and then you get that extra break, come off just before the quarter time and half time. There is a way to extend his career and still have maximum impact.
The only thing is that you don't want to be this time down the next year and suddenly the thing, we'd love to play Brandon Parfitt. I know some will say how many Joel Selwoods come along, but you've got to be careful at the same time. And what a way he's going to go though. 4 flags, and he's just going to be lauded more so than going, okay, should Joel Selwood be in the best 22?
Yeah, I think one of the keys to that is, once you're captain and you start an interchange, that's kind of a bit of a blow to your ego. But it seems to me that Joel's been able to wear that. Wear the fact I can't be the first choice necessarily in the centre square, that I'm one of the centre square squad. And if he can accept that and not get frustrated by that, which which seems to be the case, then he can play on and rest every half a dozen weeks. And okay, starts on the bench regularly. It's not like it's actually when you're struggling to maintain what you've been for most of your career, that's when the whole cycle can go against you. Your mind goes too. Maybe I'm thinking for myself, but I think that's what happens for footballers. Whereas Joel seems to accept he doesn't have to be the man out there, and I'm on the interchange quite regularly. Things like that, which enables him to continue to be a good contributor without having to be the dominant contributor.
Like Josh Kennedy from the Eagles. He's kicked 7 in the last game, was it?
Yep.
Yes.
But it doesn't necessarily mean you go, okay, I'm going to go around again. Someone might say, what are you retiring for? But to get through another pre-season and to get through another season's a big effort. Joel's not getting any quicker, so I think what a way to retire.
Good way to go.
Great way to go.
He might look at Lingy, who did the same thing, didn't he? Geelong could have 2 premiership captains stepping down after holding up the cup.
It is 2 minutes past 6 o'clock, 3AW Football. We're on air until 7 o'clock. We'll have the post-match conferences, but happy Geelong fans, we can open up the lines now and we'll get you after the break. I haven't said this for quite some time, so I was going to say 9696 1278, but that's not right. 96900 693. Have I got that one right then? Tell me through the headphones, please. 969 133 693. I've had 5 goes at it and I didn't get close. 133 693. Nick Theodosi, Prestige Cars open line with all of their Prestige Cars and near new luxury vehicles. 133 693. Equilibrium has returned. Love to speak with you. We're on air until 7 o'clock. Thanks to Macca's. The Cats reign supreme. 81-point victory. And you're listening for another hour of 2022 football to 3AW.
3AW is full of smart speakers. There's Ross Stevenson and Russell Howcroft, Neil Mitchell, Dee, Tom Elliott, Luke Grant, Dennis Walter, Darren James, Tony Moclair. And the smartest way to hear them all is with Amazon Alexa. With an Amazon Echo smart speaker at home or at work, listening to your favourite station is as easy as saying, Alexa, play 3AW. Now that's smart. Amazon Echo with Alexa. Grab yours now at amazon.com.au.
It's Tyre Power's Big Footy Final Sale. To kick things off, you can get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo passenger car and SUV tyres. Tyre Power's Big Footy Final Sale can't last. Visit tyrepower.com.au now.
Sheen Panel Service.
If you've had a car accident, call Sheen first. We'll handle your repair process from start to finish and provide an accident replacement vehicle at no cost to you. Rest assured, we use genuine parts and provide you with a lifetime guarantee on all repairs. So remember, call Sheen first on 1300 Repair. We'll take care of the rest at one of our 26 locations across Victoria. T's and C's apply.
Sheen Panel Service.
At Bunnings, we'll help your garden thrive with our lowest prices. Time to get growing with 2-litre Sea Salt Garden Health Treatment Twin Pack, just $14.50. And keep your green thumbs protected with Cyclone Invisigrip Tough Gardening Gloves for only $7.98. Where you find a competitor's lower price on the same stocked item, available for same-day delivery or collection, we'll beat it by 10%. Conditions apply. See website for details.
Bunnings Warehouse.
Lowest prices are just the beginning.
This car's earning money. So's this car. And this car. Thanks to Car Next Door, your car could be paying for heaps of stuff you love. Car Next Door is the app that lets you earn money by renting your car out to locals. Bookings are managed via one simple app, and contactless pickup with instant keys means you don't even have to meet the borrower. Search Car Next Door to find out how to start earning.
For some people, mornings are the best part of the day. But for many others, it can be a real challenge. That's because to wake up well, you need to know how to sleep well. ResMed has been helping Aussies make every morning a good morning for over 30 years. So if you have trouble sleeping or you wake up feeling tired, why not take a free sleep assessment at resmed.com.au to find out more. ResMed, proud partner of the 2022 AFL Final Series on 3AW Football.
Since 1982, our passionate teams at First National Real Estate have worked 10,400 days and around 582 million hours across Australia with one common goal: to always put you first. And we'll be here in Melbourne to help you on your journey to your happy place. Be it a tree change, a sea change, upsize, downsize, or finding that investment gem. First National Real Estate. We put you first. firstnational.com.au.
Planning to get away and do something fun this weekend? Then fuel the good times with Shell V-Power. Shell V-Power 98 is the premium unleaded fuel designed to clean away gunk and deliver unbeatable protection for your engine. Then you can focus on what's really important. Spending time somewhere special, with someone special, doing something special. Fuel the feeling with Shell V-Power. Details online. See shell.com.au.
3AW Football would like to congratulate the Geelong Football Club and their coach Chris Scott on winning the 2022 AFL Premiership.
7 minutes past 6 o'clock, 2013, 133 Geelong, defeating the Sydney Swans 8-4-52. 10th flag for the Cats. Isaac Smith, magnificent game in a game number 258. Maybe a highlight. There's many great games to consider over his storied career at Hawthorn. Some players still just taking it all in, the most glorious lap that they would make in their footballing, like Tom Hawkins is there. Can see young Brad Close. We said we'd take some calls for Nick Theodosi. And I'd like to thank the studio for putting the callback number up. Thank you, guys. 133 693. Brad, have a chat with Jimmy Bartell.
Jimmy, congratulations, mate. You're a part of this. And just congratulations to the 3AW team all year, from the boundary riders, etc., Lee Matthews champion. But Lordy, Joel Selwood can play as Joel Selwood isn't going through the motions, buddy. He's playing because he loves playing. He can retire whenever he likes, champion.
I don't think so, Brett. I don't know about that. The end comes for everyone, and I'm not saying I don't know if it was his decision or Chris got along the way said, how do you think you're going? How the conversation starts, but it's not about that. Congratulations to him. He's had a wonderful career, but the game ends for everyone.
Brad, good on you. Paul?
Yeah, g'day, chaps. Went to the game. I'm not a Geelong supporter. I'm a Collingwood supporter, but I think he's hung up the boots, and Mr. Selwood, and why wouldn't he? I mean, 4 premierships and 40 games in finals, and leave on a high note. Why would you go and put your body through all that? Especially at the age that he's at. No, not discriminating there, but you know where I'm going with that.
Yep. Two quite opposite views, Jim.
The answer to that is you're retired a long time, so if you can play, you usually keep playing.
Also, why would he keep putting his body through it? We keep asking that every time he plays. He's been doing that for 355 games.
Yeah,
and Paul, just on the previous call, just on Buddy Franklin, we're just having an off-air chat about Buddy. You'd say, some weeks you go, he could go on forever. And then a day like today, you go, okay, has he got another year left in him?
Well, he signed for another one.
He has, so he's going to.
I'll tell you a player who looks like he's going to go on forever, Tom Hawkins. His last 5 years have been his best 5 years. He knows his craft. He's like a golfer. He knows his swing, doesn't he?
Given he's not that, doesn't have to be that athletic. He doesn't play that way anyway, except he can got a bit of speed on the lead, like that little burst on the lead. He can keep playing for a long time when you think of it, because he hasn't got a whole lot of athletic ability he has to lose.
He's a good ball user, and the game's swapped around again now. You know, when they wanted every single forward to empty out.
Yeah.
Now, because the way the game's been played, they want to keep a couple at home, which actually plays into his hands.
As all the players are milling around the race, and they'll be heading down shortly, Lee, I know it's probably easy to pinpoint where they won the game, and that's they won it in the first quarter. But what did they do that, in essence, broke Sydney's spirit?
Well, I think they won around the middle of the ground, which that's what got their scoring going. But I thought their back group completely dominated the Swans forward group. Now, the ball wasn't going into went the inside 50, 31 times, but I'm just talking the back half. It seemed the ball, if it wasn't in the Geelong forward line, if it was coming up the other way, it just got cut off at halfback, and I thought the Geelong back six was totally dominant.
Yeah, Lloydie kept touching on it. They were just tougher. Plus 41 contested. That's just thumping. It's absolute thumping.
So, and I've just got up the first quarter again.
Yes.
So 6 goals, 5 to 1 goal.
Yes.
20 inside 50s to 8. 113 disposals to 68. Contested possessions were 48 to 29. Uncontested was 70 to 31. And then they smashed them. Even though the clearances were 12-9, it was just a mauling in there. They were too big, too strong, broken tackles. I reckon Sydney kicked 3 on the full. They just kept panicking. There was fumbles. And Geelong forced them to do that. You could sense it was repeat. They had the first 3 entries, just repeat entry, repeat. And already you go, okay, it's only, I remember it was said, it's only 7-0, but not good signs here for the Sydney Swans. You could sense it very early.
Yeah, that is true. Then, of course, the Swans level things out in the second quarter, Lee. And I think you made the point that if they're going to show something, Sydney, that has to happen in the first couple of minutes of the third quarter. But led by Selwood and Dangerfield, that was that 3 quick goals. and the game was genuinely dead.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I mean, they stabilised a bit in the second quarter, the Swans, but then when that first 3 or 4 goals of the third quarter, and then the margin was just kind of almost the match-winning one, even though there was a quarter and a half to go. So it was just really playing out time to a degree after that, and the 81-point margin is the big one.
Jim, I know that there's strange things that people like to have a wager on, and one is the length of time that someone sings the American national anthem before the Super Bowl. After winning a flag, the slowest to get off the ground.
Yep.
I think Geelong's in some possibility. That's the best part of an hour that they've been out there and soak it all in. But just to have all the families, seemingly, and supporters, friends, whatever, on the ground in front of the race means they're in no great hurry to leave the arena.
Well, I told you, they've thrown them off by giving the premiership medallions down the opposite end, which I think they started doing that when one of Richmond's first flags, or the last one actually they played here in Melbourne, so 2019, because they normally did it down the other end, so the city end, and then you could loop around, you sort of go to your left, you do the southern stand, the Shane Warne stand first, and you come around. But Lee and I were laughing.
They did it clockwise today. Usually you do the anti-clockwise, but they've gone clockwise.
Yeah, they start to run Sydney today, Tony.
Well, it just reminds me of that scene in the Poseidon Adventure when one of them's going one way and the other's going the other way. No one seemed to know which way it goes, but it was the professor who was able to take the lead by going down, knowing that the ship had turned up.
Clever.
That did it that way.
How long does it take to cool down out there? Because it's a cold evening here.
Cold down, I don't think you're feeling anything.
No, you're not feeling
adrenaline.
And do they still? But they just have the theme song on repeat for about half an hour. Then all of a sudden, "You Are the Champions" comes over the PA. Does that still happen? It used to happen way back last time I was out there, but that was a while back.
It was. No, they didn't seem to play it ad nauseum, Lloydie, as they've been known to do so.
Yeah. And what about remember when Jack Revolt performed? So there's no concert after the game tonight, obviously, because couldn't get Robbie back for a couple more.
Run out of cash. Run out of cash because the boats, Lloydie.
We needed 200,000 of the game to pay for his on call.
When Tom Jones did after the game, didn't he? He sang for 20 minutes or half an hour.
Did someone refer to his support act as Ed Sheeran one day? I'm pretty sure that they're waiting out there. And Lee, some old medicinal, you're out there for a while, some old medicinal remedies. You just wonder whether there's an old trainer down at the Cats who's got a bottle of Stone Green Ginger wine just to warm those players up, because they would be absolutely starting to become icicles there. But it's interesting how all the players out on the ground just Jim starting to
they'll sing the song out on the ground with all family and friends out there.
Right, yeah.
So Cup is in the middle there. I don't think it's going to be sufficient volume.
They need a Daniel Harford to really get
Damien
going.
Tardio, if we can get anything there and see whether it's going to, the voices are going to carry. I doubt whether they will, but they'll do it down in the room. But probably about 120, 130 people out there at the moment as they all just start to link arms. This is at the goals at the city end. And Tyson Stengel and Mitch Duncan. And I don't blame him for going down into the rooms, but and not just on Robbie Williams. I think he's doing a private concert for some big rollers. Here he is, Tyson Stengel, who finished with third in the Norm Smith medal voting. Have I got that correct?
Correct, Wade. All
good to pay. So they're waiting for him to push through the crowd. It's a lovely scene, which, Lee, I'm pretty sure you're the ones that started this with the Brisbane Lions, did you not?
Well,
it's your fault, Lee.
Often, well after this, they might come out when everyone's gone and, have a little quiet moment in the centre square.
So they were able to belt it out. Well done, Damien, for getting that up.
It's good.
As a nice private little celebration there. The only rhyming slang I could think of for the new stadium, Jim, is that we drink Coke and rum down at GMHBA Stadium, but it clearly didn't take off that one. So Cardinia Park is still the one there. Do they still have the post-match get-togethers for winners and losers, or is that a thing of the past? They all do them tomorrow.
You mean winners and losers together, or what?
No. Someone goes to one. Someone goes to one part of the CAS, and the other mob go to another part of the CAS.
Yeah, the one fed square, and the other one always got flicked to the tennis centre or somewhere.
That's
like
it. That. So the players they're 15 years since Joel Selwood won his first premiership in 2008. He equals the 15-year gap lead between another great player, Michael Tuck. 76 his first flag and 91 his final one.
What's it good? Michael Tuck, of course, was on the list at Hawthorn in 1971 when Hawthorn won, but Tucky took about 4 years to start playing senior football and still played over 400 games. So he must have played 500 games for Hawthorn.
Yeah, but plenty in the reserves. And was it true, Lee, that he finished 6-time runner-up in the best and fairest?
I heard him interviewed. We interviewed him the other time. Did he say 7?
Well, we checked this the other day on Sunday Sport. I think all to you. Lee.
Well, we paid the same viewer, so I guess if he that doesn't mean I was winnable. But that's right. A few,
Lee, no good modesty overcoming you at 18 after 6 with 42 minutes to go for the end of the 3AW season. So the first of the Geelong fans and team, and they head down the race. But just at the moment, there is there's absolutely no hurry to remove themselves from the field. Final scores: 20-13, 133 to 8, 452. Jackie Reid, you're amongst that wonderful throng there.
I certainly am, and Nigel Lappin's just walking over to me now. He's good enough to, he's got a little sandwich, refuelling there. Chicken burger. Chicken burger, sorry, my bad. Congratulations, what an amazing game that was.
Yeah, it was fantastic. The boys were, you could tell right from pretty much the first 5 minutes that they were on. We were unbelievably good in the contest. I thought our pressure was outstanding, and off the back of that, we were able to get the ball forward, keep it there and convert. So
it's hard to narrow it down to just one player that played well, but Isaac Smith's game was out of this world.
Yeah, Isaac was outstanding. I thought the whole midfield played a really good game. As I said, they were able to get the ball forward for us, and our forwards they finished really well. Like Tyson Stengel, incredible story, wonderful young man, and we're really proud of him.
Nige, Jimmy up in the box. Congratulations to yourself and all the team. I hope you get a chance yourself personally to take a moment, because the development work you put in a number of these players has been extraordinary. We saw lots of tears, lots of emotion. I know grand finals and premierships and do that. Is there a little bit something extra that we don't know about it, in particular with the skipper?
Not that I've heard, Jimmy, and I would be honest if I knew. I'm not sure about that at all, mate. So I'm down in the rooms just with. I just caught up with my family. Actually, I'm not out on the ground, so I hope it's not the end. If it was, it'd be a damn right fitting end. But yeah, who knows?
You've always got your favourite. I know you love them all, Nige. You mentioned Tyson Stengel. I know Atkins would be a favourite of yours, but is there someone that, when they walk down the rooms, you're just going to hold on for a little bit longer in a hug?
Well, for me today, I'm very close mates with Sam Menegola, so it's been a bittersweet day. Obviously, he's really proud of the group. He's put so much work in for where he's come from. I'm probably... Yeah, my heart tends to go out to a couple of those guys that have missed out today, and in particular him. He's just been a huge part of our club and a great friend of mine.
Nige, sorry, Lee. Nige, just want to talk to you also around guys who have been maligned in their careers, but the day of Reece Stanley today and how he stood up and led the charge. Even that tackle on 50, he was huge in the centre bounce, but just the level he got to today.
Yeah, I mean, I know Scotty's touched on this all year, and really proud of Reece. We're proud of the whole group. Like you don't win a grand final like we did today without the collective being really good, and we feel like we've been building for this for a long time. And Reece has been a big part of that. He's a really important player to us. He's worked really hard on his game, and all you can be of him and the other 22 that took the field today is be really proud.
Nige, can I just ask you what it means to see Scotty get his second premiership? Very, very deserving, of course, but when we think of the Cats, there's Chris Scott, but you've always been one out, one back with him. And just from you for being a long-time teammate, but also long-time lieutenant down there at the Cats.
Yeah, I'm just really proud of him. He's just such a loyal person. clearly unbelievably good coach. He's really smart, but he just trusts his people, and he's just a joy to work with. That is so deserving. It's sort of hard to put into words. It's more of a felt thing, Jim. Like it's just, as I said, I could not be more proud of him as a person and what he stands for.
Lee, Nigel, congratulations on being involved in another premiership. Tell the squad approach we spoke about with you just 2 or 3 weeks ago has just been outstanding. So what was the Max Holmes situation like? How close did he actually get?
Oh, it's really sad for Max Lee because he actually passed the fitness test, and the call was sort of up to us as coaches, and in the end we chose to go with guys that we were under no doubt. As you just touched on, we've had a really deep squad all year. I really feel for him because Max is not just one of our 22. He's an incredible young man. He's a really good footballer, and he would have made a real difference to us today as well. So again, as I said, I touched on Sam Menegola, but he's another one. My heart really goes out to him because he's been a huge part of it for a long time.
Nigel, thank you for your time. Congratulations to you and everybody down there. I'm sure you'll be sharing it all around.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you to all the Geelong supporters that are out there that are listening. We're really proud to be able to win this for not only us as a club, but the broader community and our supporters. Thank you very much.
Terrific stuff. Thank you for all the help you've given us during the course of the season.
I can see Joel Selwood barking a few instructions out on the field to his team, and he's basically telling them, come on, let's get up this race. And
are they?
No, he's not, although this is probably the one time you're going to say, you're going to tell us after we've won a flag by 81 points, you want to just bark one more instruction for the season out. But it is with some interest, Tim, that we look at this just to see whether there'll be any farewell to football here from Joel Selwood, as he was.
I think they'll get Saktui and maybe cheer him off. Do you reckon?
I don't reckon. Okay. But I don't reckon Joel will want to make it about himself today, Tone. It's about the premiership. So I reckon Joel wants to get the players, and I reckon they'd all love to go into the club, the room, the meeting room, and have some time to themselves. Because it's all I reckon Joel's had about 1,000 photos. He'd be pretty tired of it by now. So get in and share the moment together. Chris Scott's already in the room having his own time, or the players will get in there, and that is the best 5-10 minutes they'll have together on their own.
So they have edged and inched ever so close towards the race, and to be fair, there's still, Tim, probably 700 or 800 in that forward pocket at the city end that are staying on as the cup is raised. Saktui is the man being taken from the ground on the shoulders of Reece Stanley, just showing it to the crowd that are there along with Gary Rowan. And for one last time, the cup will be shown to the crowds that hear Joel Selwood, Tom Hawkins. They raise it one more time. And they were heading down the race. So, Jackie, the triumphalism can really begin in the victorious Geelong rooms in the next 2 or 3 minutes as they head down toward you.
Absolutely. This is the best fun of the year, isn't it? I know that Lordo mentioned that earlier. Actually, we've got Lordo's brother here. Here we go. How are you feeling right now after all that? That was an amazing game.
Oh, it's absolutely sensational. It's very, very special, and we've worked very, very hard for this over a period of time. It doesn't come down to just this year. It's obviously the preliminary final losses, the grand final losses, so very good moment, very surreal.
No doubt you didn't think it would be that emphatic, though.
No, we didn't. Look, Sydney are an incredibly proud and a great football club, and but we've been playing some wonderful footy for 16 weeks on end now, and the group was very calm and very focused, and it's a great football team.
So I can't wait to give you a big hug shortly. I'm absolutely wrapped for you.
Oh, that's a surprise.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Matty, I'm getting a bit emotional.
No, because I remember in the year 2000 you were there and you hugged me on that boundary line in the forward pocket. I'll never forget it, and I can't wait to give you that big hug in about 20 minutes.
Thanks so much, Matty. It's really, really special, and you know how hard we've been working for this for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely right there.
Simon, Jimmy and Bartel here. Again, we can't give you enough congratulations, but the work that goes in behind the scenes, you know, yourself and your team, you go to Wellesley and Mackie and the strength and conditioning staff. Everyone's just so well aligned, and you just keep producing rookie list players, you produce fit players, deep list we've spoken about. It must just blow you away that everyone just pulls in the one direction.
Yeah, thanks, Jimmy. And look, it's been set up by people like yourself that have come before us, and look, we don't take any of that for granted. And obviously that very special moment with little Gaz out there today, and Levi and Jordan. And look, it's something we've obviously had to do it a little bit differently, not having the first round picks, but we've got a group of misfits here.
I might have to let you guys go. I cut that one off because they're walking in now for the team song, so we might get to that. What do you guys reckon? Thanks so much for your time, Simon. We might grab you again a bit later on if that's all right. Yeah, thank you.
No, it just sounded like you talking to yourself then, Lloydie. But both of you boys are pitch perfect.
We even run the same as well.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So they will link arms. 81 points is the margin. They all wait till everyone's there. Tom Hawkins just shaking a few hands. And Jackie, you can see 3W's Mark Robinson there.
Any danger that Craig Moore might find himself in the circle as they sing it?
Yeah.
He's pushing his way through at the minute, actually.
He's in the Adelaide, but just making sure he's in the photograph.
He's tearing up, actually. Danny's very emotional. But, yeah, they're all just filing in now. And, geez, it's a bit of mayhem. I reckon I'm 4 rows deep now trying to get through to the song. They've got the hats on, which we love. The merch is out already. Joel Selwood, big smile in front of me at the minute. Geez, the camera phones are out everywhere, the mobile phones, everyone's getting their footage. So this is as packed as it's been, obviously, all year. There have been more than 45 journalists in the room waiting for them to all come in, and they did take their time, as you guys mentioned, coming in, and so they should. An amazing season. So I'm not sure, you guys might have a view up there who they're waiting on.
Chris Scott is still in the coaches' room. You might want to tell Simon.
But Simon. Chris Scott's still in the room. You've got to wait, go get him.
He's here.
He's here? I thought he was in that room back there. No, he reckons he's come back out.
We just saw the shots, Jack. He's still in there with Nigel Lappin. But
oh, really?
The game finished about an hour and a half ago.
I know it did. The players are too tired to sing anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they might be waiting for him. Actually, there's one more coming through, maybe. Geez, yeah, this is as busy as I could ever remember a room being.
So the view that we've got from the rooms, genuinely 10 deep in the Geelong rooms after their 81-point victory. We will take the song. Jackie, do we have any idea yet, any nod to who will be speaking to us, or is it just open slather after a premiership victory?
No idea as yet. Sorry, you just cut out at the vital moment there. Was that who we'll be speaking to? Is
it just open slather?
Oh, this is open slather. This is go time, I think, down here. We just grab who we can, so I'll keep you guys updated as that goes.
All right, here we go. The last of the linking of the arms. This has been 80 minutes. We're basically on the 80-minute mark since they've won the flag. And we have Mark Blitzarves, one of the last to get into the centre circle, as they're still waiting for this to be sung. 133693. We'll take your calls up until 7 o'clock for Nick Theodosi Prestige Cars. But with all of the players still seemingly standing around, we don't want to miss this. So just bear with us as the beaming face of Patrick Dangerfield coming across the scene. They're still looking as Tyson Stengel is almost seemingly invisible in spite of the 53 goal season for this afternoon, third in the Norm Smith medal. We're still waiting. Back to you now, Jackie.
Yeah, Zach Tui's just yelling out for Tyson Stengel to hurry up. I think he was getting some physio work in the other room. What do you reckon about this delay, mate? What about this delay, Stengel?
He'd be on good terms with himself at the minute. Can't say much, but let's get the song over with.
Yeah, they're pretty keen to get the song over with, but it's going to be a little while, I think, before Tyson can find his way through the crowd. It's absolutely packed through here.
Getting physio, Jim. after a grand final.
Yeah.
Not a single chance I'm putting.
Can't believe that,
The
mate.
only ice I'm using after a premiership is in my beer.
Because they had to wait for him for something else too. He came charging out from the rooms, didn't he? Everyone else was...
That he did.
Yeah, so just see what he's up to. But
Yep. So, Jackie, back down to you.
Yeah, Tom, there's a bit of a delay, but the overriding emotions right now.
Oh, it's all right. Just surrealism. I don't know. Is that an emotion? Don't know. It just doesn't feel real. We've worked so hard. Like, we knew we had it in us. In a way, the way we played today is how we've been trying to play all year, and it just came together for us today. So.
Yeah, the start was incredible, but there are a few standout players today. Isaac Smith's game was unbelievable. Wound back the clock.
Yeah, absolutely. Scoreboard pressure is just such a good thing, and when blokes are kicking goals like that, it really helps. So, yeah, it was good.
So, and I've got the man of the moment down here, Isaac, as well. Isaac, congratulations on your game today. It's unbelievable.
Oh, thank you. But to be honest, the team was unbelievable. I'm still in shock with how complete that performance was. Led from our midfielders, I thought Reece Stanley was unbelievable, and the guys underneath him just piled on the pressure all day. So I was in a little bit of shock. I can't believe how well we played as a team.
Your big men really set the tone, didn't they? They were dominant in the ruck.
Yeah, they were. I thought we handled that really well, and yeah, it's just exciting. It's a great day, to be honest.
Got Isaac Smith there. He's got the cans on at the moment, Jackie.
Yeah, he does, actually. You guys can have a chat to him.
Yeah, have a chat, Jimmy.
Isaac, congratulations. Unbelievable game. You mentioned the midfield. You were part of that big midfield. You just kept finding space. And did you think at one stage you might have had 5 goals on the card? You're lining them up from everywhere.
Yeah, well, to be honest, Jim, I probably should have. I was in a little bit of space, was finding it, which was nice. And, I could have had a couple more pings, but... Mate, to be honest, everyone had their moment out there today, which is awesome because you want the boys to remember those special moments.
Isaac, you've been involved in a lot of premierships. Just the run and the way the team's been prepared to have a really big September, has that been something that's you've really noted?
Yeah, Lee. I think probably maybe what happened in previous years was you sort of had to go to the wire during the season just to set it up. But this year, fortunately, we were able to set the team up and set our season up to launch into September. And from there, I think we played really well. And I'm sure you know from experience, finals footy, it seems to simplify a fair bit, especially on grand final day. And I find it personally a lot easier to read. And it was an unbelievable performance.
Isaac, that final against Collingwood went right down to the wire. Was that just like one where I saw Joel after the game? He goes, we didn't play exactly how we'd want to, but just getting that first win, was it like a pressure valve release for you? Because you've just smashed them since that first final.
Yeah, I think so, Lloydie. We were pretty disappointed, and this is taking nothing away from Collingwood, but we'd set ourselves up to play a certain way all year, and we didn't execute. And probably credit to Collingwood in that first final. They were able to take us away from that. But, since then, against Brisbane and then Sydney today, we're certainly able to get our game humming. And it's nice to be able to play your best performance on the last day of the year.
In retrospect, Isaac, the fact you had a really close, hard-fought first final, I suspect, has really been valuable.
It was, Lee. And we probably didn't have the hardest run into finals, which is how it's set up. And it was a real shock to the system, and very proud of the boys how they fought it out. And I thought Gary Rowan was unbelievable, and he pretty much set up our final series and our run to where we are today.
So what's been the hold up with the song in there, Isaac?
I think it's a drug test actually for Tyson.
Asada have come in, Lloydie.
No, good. Hey, and it's the biggest burn you got was when you were on the charge and Joel Selwood didn't give it, and he...
Mate, I turned around and said to him, I was lining up 4 and you picked the ball. What are you doing?
The fourth one, that was a Norm Smith in the bag for sure, that fourth one. But you got it anyway, well done.
It's silly, Lee. These things don't happen to me, so I'm a little bit embarrassed.
And then I thought, you're off on the bench in the last quarter. What are they doing to him?
Yeah, well, I did tell them, you better get me back out here.
Isaac, that's when you get chippy on Mad Monday. You just remind them as the hours go by.
And you were robbed of another Normie another year, weren't you, too?
It wasn't a bad day. I think it was maybe 25 and 3 as well. So. Not that I remember it.
Congratulations.
I think we're just about ready for the team song now, guys. Tyson's back. back, so I'll let Isaac get back over there.
Good stuff. Isaac Smith joins us, before him Tom Atkins. And we also heard from Simon Lloyd. Does he reveal anything about what it's like down there at Geelong to the other clubs that he has served before, Matty?
We've been, where Simon was started at Hawthorn back in the Peter Swab days, and then he went to Collingwood under Mickey Malthouse, and then he went to Fremantle under Ross Lyon. And he's been to Geelong. What they are is like a country club, a bit more relaxed and low-key compared to the other clubs he's been at.
I think we're just about to celebrate now, Jackie.
Absolutely. They're just getting ready. Final adjustments here. Everyone's here, so here we go.
Deserts it deserved. What a magnificent performance from the Cats today. Our premiers in 2022 on a 16-game unbeaten run. 2013 133 to the Sydney Swans 8-4-52. Be back shortly right across Australia, all thanks to Mac, as you're listening to 3AW Football.
Score a great deal at Dan Murphy's for the footy finals. Beat the crowd and shop online at danmurphys.com.au for delivery in under 2 hours or pick up in under 30 minutes. Kick off the footy finals at Dan Murphy's. Conditions apply. Choose to drink wise.
You might not have a tiger in your tank like you did when you were a cub, but that doesn't mean your sex life has to retire at the same time you do. Pilot.com.au makes it easier than ever to discreetly get clinically proven ED treatments via the internet. Go online, fill out a short health survey and chat with an Aussie doctor via our easy online portal. Tens of thousands of Aussie men have already used Pilot to get back in the bedroom. Start your online consult today at pilot.com.au. Pilot, level up your health.
Planning to get away and do something fun this weekend? Then fuel the good times with Shell V-Power. Shell V-Power 98 is the premium unleaded fuel designed to clean away gunk and deliver unbeatable protection for your engine. Then you can focus on what's really important, spending time somewhere special with someone special doing something special. Fuel the feeling with Shell V-Power. Details online. See shell.com.au.
Major building projects for the trade or a DIY home reno. Robot Building Supplies is the Australian-owned family-run business you can trust.
Robot's got it.
Robot's product range is vast and world-class. And when it comes to product knowledge,
Robot's got it.
Next day delivery in Metro Melbourne.
Robot's got it.
Over 70 years experience and reliability helping Melburnians. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. Robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT. Robot Building Supplies.
This car's earning money. So's this car. And this car. Thanks to Car Next Door, your car could be paying for heaps of stuff you love. Car Next Door is the app that lets you earn money by renting your car out to locals. Bookings are managed via one simple app, and contactless pickup with instant keys means you don't even have to meet the borrower. Search Car Next Door to find out how to start earning.
We have a big range of paint here at Bunnings and our lowest prices make it all possible.
Time to add a fresh coat with Taubman's 6 litre white Easy Coat interior paint, tintable to over 1,000 colours, just $72.50. And a 20-pack of Morgan microfiber cleaning cloths, only $10. We can also help with free paint tinting in-store. Where you find a competitor's lower price on the same stocked item, available for same-day delivery or collection, we'll beat it by 10%. Conditions apply. See website for details. Lowest prices are just the beginning.
Sheet Panel Service.
If you've had a car accident, call Sheen first. We'll handle your repair process from start to finish and provide an accident replacement vehicle at no cost to you. Rest assured, we use genuine parts and provide you with a lifetime guarantee on all repairs. So remember, call Sheen first on 1300 Repair. We'll take care of the rest at one of our 26 locations across Victoria. T's and C's apply.
Sheen Panel Service.
The Monopoly game at Macca's is back, with $578 million in prizes to be won. Prizes like free fuel for a year with Ampol, a $10,000 Webjet gift card and more. Download the My Macca's app and play today. Ends 18th of October. For full terms, visit mcdonalds.com.au.
19 minutes to 7 o'clock. Geelong have won their 10th flag, 2013 won 33-8 for 52. Scenes of joy in the Geelong rooms. Jackie, let's head back to you.
Yeah, I've got Tom Stewart with me. Tom, congratulations. It was not only a grand final win, but an emphatic win at that.
Yeah, it was. Just so pleased. The group, we've come a long way. And I couldn't be prouder. We did it our way. A lot of people probably wrote us off start of the year, probably thought we'd be the ones to fall off the cliff, but we stuck to what we believed in. Some amazing people at this footy club have led that charge, and so happy.
Hey Tom, congratulations. When you turned up to pre-season, how long does it take to go through, okay, we're going to move the ball this way, we're going to do things that way? Was it totally different for you guys to learn a new way to what last year was?
It wasn't too hard, Lloydie. We came in with a real... sorry, I'm a bit lost for words here. Okay, with a real purpose to just improve. We understood that we were thereabouts for ever since I've been in the league, so we knew we had to change things, and the coaching staff that came in and really celebrated the individual and told us to play to our strengths, backed us in, we backed them in, and they just believed in us from day one, and to be here now, so grateful.
Tom, Jimmy Bartel here, well done on the premiership. It's incredible, but yourself, I get why your head's spinning, because you're a bit of a late start at AFL level, but you've ticked nearly everything off, all Australians, done everything in the game, but you're all of a sudden really quickly a senior player in the back six in particular. You must get a massive kick when you look around and you've got Zach Guthrie, DeConing, all these guys who just come on leaps and bounds and helped you win a premiership.
Oh, it's incredible, mate. To see the development, the growth of those boys, I feel like a proud father. I'm not even that old. And the way those blokes have really attacked the game and come in and had a crack, they've developed from the ground up. Zach's had to bide his time, Sam's bide his time. Jack's been thrown in about every position possible, and I'm so thankful and just so happy for this group, so happy for every single one of them, every single Geelong person. We deserve it.
We couldn't help notice, not only today, but even in the prelim, you got the game on your terms pretty quickly, and you all look pretty settled and calm right from the first bounce. How'd you set it up that way so then the likes of yourself and Sam and Jack were able to just pick off the opposition?
Yeah, it's just, as I said, the coaches gave us such great belief in our system and coached us really hard early days and made us really understand exactly what we needed to do to win, and then we just backed that in. No matter what Oppos threw at us, we just knew that we had to play our way, and eventually we knew that we had great belief in our system and our personnel that eventually the game would turn. So kudos to the coaches for setting it up that way, and we got the job done today, which is so pleasing.
Congratulations, Tom. We've actually got Jeremy Cameron as well, who's waiting to have a quick chat to you guys upstairs. Oh no, not star of the show, you're the star too. Jeremy is right with me now. Jeremy, congratulations, mate, on the win. Overriding emotions right now, mate.
Yeah, awesome feeling. Great to have all the family supporters down here. I'll whack that on. To, I guess, celebrate the year and the season that it has been with everyone. It's just been incredible. We probably tweaked a few little things coming into the pre-season. It was well talked about. You need to move the ball fast. You need to do this. You need to do that. We sat down, come up with a game plan that we believed was going to win on the biggest day. And to get that result now is quite emotional. It's incredible. It's awesome to do it with this list that we've got.
Jez, Jimmy here. Well done on the premiership. Amazing for you. What'd you do different this year? Because you probably got the most talked about hamstrings in all of Geelong. So how's it different for you this year to get you through?
Yeah, definitely. It started the end of last year, to be honest, Jimmy. We put a few things in place just to strengthen up the lower half of my body and make sure that I was really sound and more importantly, feeling confident in your body, especially coming off the back of a couple of hamstrings, can linger on your mind a bit. And if you're in that mindset, it's really tough to play at the highest level. And to get over that and then to feel really good. You know, I did get nervous in the Gold Coast game when I did tweak it slightly, but it was in a completely different spot, which gave me a lot of confidence coming into finals.
Hey, Jez, did you speak to many other clubs when you left the Giants to come to Geelong?
Yeah, there was a few for sure. Yeah, it was tough because I was sort of weighing up whether I was going to leave. It wasn't really, necessarily to any certain club. It was like, do I actually want to leave Sydney, the place that's given me an opportunity for 10 years? At the start, I didn't think I was going to last 2 years, coming from a town of 200 straight into the Western Sydney. But yeah, it was a big decision. And then at the end of the day, I just thought that Geelong would suit my lifestyle and what I like doing. Most of the boys, I think everyone stayed up here last night except for myself. I went back and relaxed on the farm. They just let me do what I feel like will allow me to play my best football, and that's what they sort of promised, and they've promised it in twofold. They've come through massively for me. I feel really comfortable. I feel happy, and that's what matters. And
Jez, that's amazing. And you got belted with the Giants in your first grand final, then you've belted a side in your second grand final. How did you feel personally? Did you feel more relaxed? Any different going into this one compared to your first?
Yeah, I think I learned a lot from the first, and I remember being exactly where the Swans were today over the other side of the ground, looking at Richmond celebrate. The success that they had. I think it was 90 points or thereabouts, and it was tough, but I made a promise to myself that no matter what, I wanted to get back to that stage, the big stage, the last day in September, and give it another crack. And to be on the other side now, it's just it's enormous. It's something that I'll hold with me forever. The list, it's been talked about how old we are. We're too slow, too old, but at the same time we're too good. So it's just it's sensational and great to see the smiles and the older players' faces. I looked over at Hawke halfway through the last and he's starting to tear up. I said, Hawke, you can't do this. We've still got 10 minutes left on the clock.
Hey, Jez, where's the Premiership Medan going its first tour for you? Is it out on a fishing boat, a new tractor, on the golf course? Where are you taking it first?
I think I might take it to the man cave I've just been building during the finals period. It's been my little... I like to keep busy on my days off, and Joel doesn't tend to like it. A few of the older boys question it, but that's me. And yeah, the man cave's ready to go. I've got a keg. I actually called Billy Brownless during the week and got him to drop off a keg in Northern, so that's back at the farm ready to go for the boys on Sunday.
No, three very quick ones. Let you go after these. Is there any official function for the Cats now, or do you all reconvene tomorrow?
I think we go somewhere on stage here in Melbourne briefly, and then go back to Geelong tonight, and then there's a function back there.
Yeah, will your favourite fish and chip shop be there for large chips and barbecue sauce?
Yes, certainly. That's a staple, especially this time of year. Post football season, I go hard on the chips, extra cooked with barbecue sauce.
And the final one too, just to see Zach Toohey being chaired from the ground. Any symbolism in that?
Yeah, it's his 250th game today, so enormous effort for him, and he was trying to shy away from, and it's a credit to the person that he is. He's trying to shy away from the individual accolades and his 250th game. But as Scotty mentioned throughout the week, we celebrate the individual things along the way as well. And to see him chaired off, 250 games, what an incredible player, and well deserved. Premiership medallion around his neck. Enjoy the chips, extra salt on the way home. Jeremy Cameron joining us on 3AW. Well, of course, it is the 250th game, which we acknowledged at the start. But at the end of it all...
3AW's own Zach Toohey.
Yes, indeed. We do claim we're very happy on the winners. If you're a loser, you Just might be doing a bit of community radio. But I got the 250th game. Of course, that's the symbolism there. Well done to Zach Toohey. Everyone wanted to see this champion footballer, Jackie, have a premiership medallion to go with the full set of great achievements, and now he's got it.
He certainly does, and it looks good, Danger, your premiership medallion around your neck. Wait, well deserved.
Feels good as well. Yeah, it's what a special night, what a special afternoon. I felt like over the last sort of month we were building and we were getting close to, how good we could play, and then today we perfected it, I felt.
You look really emotional, Danger. You look emotional after this. Like every time you're bringing it up, I'm noticing a few little tears. Is that how you're feeling at the minute?
No, I haven't cried yet. No, I've cried about other things, not about footy. No, it's just been great. It's been fulfilment, individually, and then collectively it's everything that we set out to achieve. So, no, not emotional in that sense. It's just an overwhelming sense of pride in the group.
Danger, Jimmy here. Congratulations, mate. Unbelievably well deserved. I heard you out on the ground with Hamish, and you said you were content. Do you just get that sense where you just at the moment you can't really describe it, but you're just soaking it all in you? It's just all of a sudden hit you.
Yeah, I think I remember going to sort of grand finals over the past sort of 5-6 years, and the thing I always wanted was the end of the game and the next hour of just fulfilment and celebration, and that feeling that everything that you set out to achieve 12 months prior has come to fruition, and it has. It's like finishing just the most amazing book and having the most wonderful ending that you could always refer to and have this incredible connection to so many great people and this great club.
You're 12 goals in front at three-quarter time, Danger. That last 30 minutes of just seeing out the time before they find them blow the siren, that's a surreal 30 minutes.
Yeah, it is, Lee. It's Joel brought us in. I thought it was going to be a bit more sort of controlled than what it was. He said, well, we've won it, so let's enjoy the next 30 minutes. So it was pretty special to be able to do that. And, it just reflects the confidence we've had in the way that we've played, in our ability to put pressure on. And it felt like we perfected it tonight, and it was just a ruthless edge to the way that we want to play, and so proud of our guys.
Danger, you'd run through a brick wall to win a premiership. We've seen you play that way since you started. But the management that the Cats have done with yourself and Joel, different times on the bench, resting different periods over the last 18 months, it must have taken a lot of trust from you because you have such a strong desire to win and, of course, that premiership.
Yeah, I think, it's just your role as you get that little bit older, isn't it? You're not able to do those things that you once did and back up like you once could. The growth internally from our team and our mantra around grinding oppositions down, it means anyone can do it as long as you play in that certain way, and it's just been a privilege to be a part of, to be honest.
Well done. Great champion of the game, Patrick Dangerfield. Join us on 3AW Football. Geelong 2013-133, defeating the Sydney Swans 8-4-52. Isaac Smith, the Norm Smith medalist, back to wrap it up. 3AW Football, all thanks to Macca's.
Sunday morning on 3AW.
Nick, did you tell Darren how your views on who you wanted to win changed?
That was a private conversation between myself and Heidi.
The news of the day and your views.
She should be well acquainted with the
Did he say this is off the record or not?
No.
Oh, well then it's open slather. What were you thinking?
I didn't realise.
Do you want some of the things that you've said to be open slather?
Yeah, but I say off the record.
No, you don't.
Don't I?
No.
On 3AW 693.
The Macca's McSpicy range is here. And if you love all things fiery, you'll want to wrap your taste buds around this. That's juicy chicken covered in a crispy, mouth-watering, spicy coating. Double down with the double McSpicy. Dial it up with the spicy chicken McNuggets and spicy mayo, or add something extra with the cheese and bacon McSpicy. Whatever you choose, just prepare yourself for a big kick. So if you think you can handle all that heat, then try Macca's McSpicy range today. It's available after 10:30am for a limited time only at your nearest Macca's restaurant, Macca's drive-thru, or order via the McDelivery today. McDelivery is available in selected locations.
Brent Boomer Harvey is a football legend, and he's well on his way to being a legend of greyhound racing.
Well, I am getting a lot of help, though.
Oh, really? Bit of a greyhound whisperer.
No, not quite, but the next best thing. I get all the info on every greyhound race in Victoria on the Watchdog app and website. The stats, the form, the tips, and I can watch every race live and free.
You're a spectacular athlete, Boomer. How do these dogs size up?
Well, you haven't seen athletes until you see these greyhounds go, and boy, do they love to run.
The Watchdog app and website, live and free.
From the day a child is born, we need to invest in their education. EdSaver by Futurity. edsaver.com.au. Read the PDS before you invest.
We want the very best for you.
AFSL 236665.
The family are coming over for a barbecue, and we bought all the ingredients we needed from Foodworks.
They even have everything I need to make my special spicy sauce.
No one will eat your spicy stir-fry when my famous snags and burgers are on offer.
Really? But mine will be ready first.
It's not a competition.
Food's up.
Foodworks. That works.
We're joined now by Brent Boomer Harvey for his regular Saturday preview, proudly brought to you by the Watchdog app, where you can see a vision of every Victorian greyhound race live and free. Premier Greyhound Racing on Saturday night racing, Boomer. Have you found a good prospect that we can all get behind?
Well, this weekend I'm keen on a very handy runner with 70 starts under her collar and some impressive wins along the way. Her name is Veda Bale, and as we know, any dog with Bale in their name comes from breeding royalty. In this case, the legendary Fernando Bale. Veda Bale has a few decent trophies in her cabinet. She's been a Group 1 finalist in the Shepparton Crown, and a few months ago won the Wagga Memorial Cup in New South Wales. Her past 5 starts have produced 2 wins and 3 very tight second places. Find Veda Bale in race 8 on Saturday night, jumping from box 8 at 9:20pm. Good luck.
There we have it. Boomer Harvey's Premier Racing Saturday night pick. You can watch every Victorian greyhound race live and free and check out Boomer's picks. Just download the Watchdog app or follow Watchdog Racing on Twitter or Facebook. Don't forget, please gamble responsibly.
And that's it for season 2022. Geelong, 81-point winners. To all of our sponsors and wonderful listeners, thank you for your support. But it's James Sabo. These are people behind the scenes. Aidan O'Carroll, Damien Tardio, Alistair Mulligan, Mark DeSenko, Michael Velasaris, John O'Boyle, Carl Bianco, and many, many more. It is the ones you don't hear on air that make us sound more than half decent. To those boys and girls behind the scenes, thank you so much. 2013-133 Geelong, 8-4-52 Sydney Swans. On behalf of the team, thanks to Macca's, this has been 3AW Football.
Carlton, Collingwood, Essendon, Sydney, Hawthorn, Adelaide, Richmond, Melbourne, Geelong, West Coast, St Kilda from Airport, Power, Brisbane, West.